version of the Silvers in Medina. And looking for that last ride here. SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western Finals Day. Down to our last day competitors, quarterfinal. Starting with the women this morning. Alyssa will be in the red and Laura in the blue. It's going to be a good matchup for local girls. Just down the street, up against Grandma Hayden. Laura been having a good run through the event. And that's well filled in and it looks solid out there. So, very good run. So it's going to be a great day. We'll be back on this team here shortly. Champion the first team of the morning, Melissa Spencer and Laura Rupp. It's a 7:35 start. So it's about 17 from the start, headed up to the non-competitors, researchers, please look for that last ride, maybe on the next set, or two. We're going to have to walk clear by 7:30 as it's a 7:35 start. Give a couple minutes to the broadcast. And do the lead-in there. It's going to be Melissa Spencer up against Laura Rupp in that first heat of the morning. minutes of the first heat. Two games. Both number one. Alyssa Spencer and Laura Rook. And we're going to have to look at Vincent Taylor and Alyssa after this. The regular fit was really. So this long interval, although it's good, it actually works because 13 or 14 seconds is when you get to the long set. So it's kind of about 20 seconds or whatever, depending on who you play, to do it on that, how many can organize itself, and it's orderly. Three surfers, competitors warming up, non-competitors, please find your last ride. Right around 5 to 10 start.
Yeah, I'm an all-star, all-star, all-star. Bar meets, I'm an all-star in every sport. Bases loaded, we running full court. It's a touchdown, you better press record. I'm a champion with rings, but I need more. Anyone can witness greatness in its prime. I'm not talking talent on a homie when I'm dropping dimes. It's a dub, it's a trade, now I'm going all-American. I can name 3 different players that I'm better than. I'm an all-star.
Surf fans, get ready for it. This is the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western. We're live from Seaside Reef here in Encinitas, California, and all systems are go. The waves are firing. We have the best junior surfers on the planet here all week long competing for a world title. It's all coming down to this. It's Friday. It's a beautiful morning. Chris Cote, Rosie Hodge, Pete Mel. Pete,
good morning.
You look behind us. It's offshore, 6 foot. It looks flawless out there.
As a surfer, these are the days you wait for all year long, all decade long. It really is a special kind of swell, special kind of conditions. And considering that we're going to be crowning a world champion in conditions like this, what better day could you ask for? It's incredible.
I love it. I love that we've got to this point. We've got the quarters on deck. The finalists today are going to have to surf through the quarters, the semis, the final. You get 3 chances, uncrowded seaside, absolutely firing, and you get to win a World Junior title.
It's going to be a big day for sure, but how big? Let's take a look at the Surfline forecast to see what we're going to be looking at from now until the end of this event, which will probably go almost all the way till sunset. Your official Surfline forecast reads like this. Purple blobs coming from every direction. Loving it, Pete.
It's straight aimed at the West Coast, especially Southern California, with the conditions that we're going to have on offer today. That's really what it's all about. Today, Friday, good. Tomorrow, fair. There's some more west-northwest. But look at the period, 20 seconds. All the local buoys here at 22 seconds this morning. Going to transcend to do 20-second interval. The type of swells that you wait for. Groomed, and the conditions with the offshores and light winds. You just couldn't ask for a better day.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. And I think, we've seen a lot of action in the past few days, but today, this finals day, has really shaped up to be the best of the waiting period.
Oh.
We're all frothing. And like you said, as surfers, this is what you look for.
Well, we've seen a lot of incredible performances. We've seen some upsets. We've seen some superstars ripping through the field. So I got to throw it out there. The list of surfers we have in the quarterfinals and on is stellar. So let's get some picks. Pete, who are you looking for to really compete today?
Well, when you think about the first heat of the morning, Alyssa Spencer, we've been saying it all event long. She had a close one yesterday, but I expect today. This is as a dream run at your home break, and you look outside and you see what it's doing out here. Alyssa Spencer's on the women's side for sure.
Yeah, she's going to be a tough one to beat.
Yeah, amazing. Alyssa is someone we earmarked from the get-go. Erin Brooks yesterday was impressive. Sierra Kerr. But on the men's side, can we talk about that yet?
Please.
Yeah. I'm going to get ahead of myself. But L. Cleland Jr. has been so impressive. And on the other side of the draw, Kahuli Vast. Those two guys meeting in the final with the momentum that they've had. That could be a great final.
Oh, yeah. Well, all of that is happening right about now. We're going to kick this thing off. The SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western is about to be on. Very excited to see what these juniors have for us. And it feels kind of strange at this point calling them juniors because they are definitely surfing like veterans. You know, again, these are the best surfers on the planet, under 20 years old. You see a look at the lineup. Offshore, long lefts. So there's going to be a lot of waves ridden. Selection is going to be key, of course. While it looks so beautiful, I mean, this is the ocean, right? You can't depend on perfection all the time. So these surfers are going to have their work cut out for them, and just in terms of picking the best waves. And they're going to have a lot to choose from. Alyssa Spencer versus Laura Ropp. What a great matchup to start our day. Alyssa, the hometown hero, within a placing or two towards qualification at the end of 2022. So for her, this is definitely could be a start of her redemption year, and a great way to kick off her 2023 season. Rosie, it was pretty easy for Pete and for you to throw out that name, Alyssa Spencer. What makes her such a special surfer, not just at her home break, but all over the world?
Yeah, I think Alyssa, you know, you mentioned just missing out on qualification in the last few years. That's super character building. It shows that she's got great experience under her belt. So big wins last year. Sakurema was huge for her, a win on the Challenger Series. But yeah, she's got that experience. She's here to home break, and I think that redemption, that hunger to win for Alyssa, I think she's going to be feeling that in a fierce way.
Yeah, she's had a stellar run the past 2 years. I mean, it seems like every event that she was in, she was either winning or finishing well into finals day. I know on the East Coast of the USA, she was dominant. I think she won every QS on the East Coast in 2022. So she definitely has all the skills. And now is where you build that run. And her competitor, Laura Ropp, representing Brazil, she's an incredible surfer as well. I mean, there are no underdogs at this level here in the quarterfinals. She comes from Florianopolis, Brazil. She surfed 7 Challenger Series events, 6 QSs. She got a win at the Punta Rocas Pro, 3 junior events, and she got a win there in Saquarema. So definitely has all the accolades to match what Alyssa Spencer has done as well. Laura Ropp coming through in the blue jersey. She's been cutting her teeth at pipe and backdoor, and you know, I think when you kind of think of the word of junior surfer, and then you see 6 to 10 foot swell, in the past you may have the tendency to get a little bit worried, but I'm not worried about any of these surfers. They're all ready for this. They've been training for this pretty much their whole lives. I mean, a lot of these surfers starting at 6 years old. So for them, these conditions are exactly what they would want.
Definitely, and they've honed their skills all over the world. Just so fun to hear that Laura's been spending time at Pipe and Backdoor. You think about the women's schedule. Pipe is one of those places where women are taking ownership of the lineup. They're going out there, they're spending the time. They know that that's a championship tour stop now. So it's so cool to see the women making their mark at Pipeline and spending time out there.
So beautiful, groomed offshore conditions. And, you know, this is, Pete said it, a surfer's dream. I think the wind conditions will stay favorable. We saw yesterday midday for about 3 hours. It just went oil glass. And it looks like the trajectory we have on today could see more of that. Rosie, historically speaking, how important is it to get that first wave out there?
Well, in this event, it's been super important. The first strong ride, we've seen a couple of last-minute upsets, but when you have that strong foundation, it really sets you up to look for that backup, and you have all this time in the water to be selective and choose a really good wave. So starting strong has been a huge advantage in this event.
We're going 30-minute heats. We're trying to fill the semifinals with this first round of quarterfinals. 27:58 on the clock. Surfers getting themselves into position, waiting for the next set to roll through. That gives us the perfect time to catch up with Travis Logie, standing by now with AJ McCord.
Travis, Pete called this day one that you just wait for in terms of conditions. Break down what we can expect to see.
Yeah, it's 10 out of 10 conditions here today. 6 to 8 foot waves already this morning. It's only supposed to get better and bigger all day. So yeah, starting off with the women's quarters, I'm going to alternate between the women and the men all day, and we should have our finalists and our champions crowned around 4 p.m. today.
In terms of the tides, how is the competition today going to look compared to the last few days?
Yeah, we have a high tide around midday, just after midday, which is actually perfect. It means the whole event today will run with medium to high tides, which is great for the reef. So it'll be an epic day.
Epic day. Let's get back to it.
I can see it in his eyes as a goofy footer. Trav Logie is looking out into this lineup. Just excited as all of us are. I know as a surf fan, you know, you wake up, you turn on your TV, your computer, your phone, however you're watching, and you see waves like this, and you see the list of competitors, and you just know you're in for an amazing day of surfing. And the names that we have still in the draw in the quarterfinals are as eclectic as they are exciting. Coming up next, Sawyer Lindblad, Sol Aguirre, who is dominant down in Central and Southern California. Aaron Brooks, who we're all excited to see out there. I wouldn't say this is air wind, but I feel like this wind is going to make those big carves that our surfs have been doing all week look that much better. You know, sometimes that offshore breeze, when you get into that perfect position on your turn, it can just make it look twice as exciting.
Just so much spray, so much water going off the fins of these surfboards. Can't wait to see these women get underway. Just here we go, paddle.
All right, local threat, Alyssa Spencer coming around a big section, and that section just a little too big. So out of position a little bit there for Alyssa Spencer. I like that she went. You know, we've already chewed away about 5 minutes of this heat, and it looked like it was going to be a runner down the line, but it just kind of collapsed around her. Well, that was one of the bigger waves we've seen of the morning.
Yeah, that was one of the bigger waves, and unfortunate. I mean, it looked like it had such a good line on it. And that's what I'm learning about Seaside is you kind of hit and hope sometimes. Like you take off on a wave and you think you're going to get a good run through it, and sometimes it'll fatten off and sometimes it'll stand up too quickly. So Alessa rolling the dice on this one, on that one. Looks like she's electing to go paddle out a little bit wider, maybe get sucked back into the peak.
Yeah, I think our takeoff zone will fluctuate throughout the day. And sometimes when you're used to sitting at your home break with 20, 30 other surfers, you know, it's easy to find that takeoff spot. As we see now, Laura Robb, another fast-looking wave. She gets on the open face. Nice carve to start, setting things up through this mid portion. Surfing against the wind. Patiently up into the lip, and can she ride out? That was going to be a spectacular backside carve, but the airdrop underneath her board, I mean, she almost had that. Oh, looked like she was hanging on by her toes.
Yeah, the foot just shifted away from the stringer midline of the board, and she just loses that balance. But this wave, it had that long run to it, and she found a bit of a slower section to wind around. It was interesting. I thought this was going to be a closeout when she took off, and she finds that open face. So really cool to see her have good wave selection. Here she's lying off that end section right there. You see that foot, just that front foot just shift a little bit closer to the rail line, and she doesn't have the security of being centered over a board to make that maneuver.
I feel like it was the right turn at the right time. It was just a little overdone up into the lip, but I feel like that's what you have to do today. You know, everyone's going to be so good. Everyone's going to be, you know, making minimal mistakes. If you've surfed your way through this field, you've done something huge already. And now finding yourself in the quarterfinals, I feel like, you know, if you've been in fourth gear throughout this competition, click it into fifth right now, because you're going to need it. All these surfers are that good.
Yeah, you got to pin it. And that's what she did on that wave. I mean, she didn't kind of safety it like with the lip. It was really well timed with a lot of water coming down at you, that building swell. There's so many elements in the lineup right now that we're not privy to. Like sitting here in the warmth of the booth watching this unfold, I think there's a lot going on in the elements out there in the lineup that we're going to hear about in the post-heat interviews. But yeah, I don't think it's as easy as it looks out there.
No, you know, I think the one thing that is going to be favorable for these surfers is we don't have much of that wind swell like we saw at the beginning of the week. So these paddle outs are going to be a little bit easier, and that's just going to equate to more waves ridden. Mm-hmm. You don't want to watch a heat where surfers are caught inside for 20 minutes like we saw in those first couple of days. It was brutal at times just in terms of getting back out to the takeoff zone. But there you see Alyssa Spencer sitting out the back with priority. First scores come through, 0.73 for Alyssa. That was just a big closeout. Laura Robb, a 3.83. What would have been a completely different story had she ridden out of that turn. Most likely would have doubled that number. So looks kind of like a tentative start for these surfers, just kind of feeling each other out, feeling out this lineup right now, because we've only had sun for about 45 minutes this morning, so didn't have the opportunity for a long warm-up. I saw Alyssa down the mid portion of the parking lot talking to Taylor Clark, ripping local surfer, and her pit crew just getting herself prepared. And while we have been saying her name a lot, just in terms of favorites, I would say in the quarterfinals now, I mean, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but it really is anyone's event.
When I look at Alyssa's run through this contest, I do feel like we've yet to see the best from her. I mean, she had just a scrape through yesterday against Island Vast. That was a good, exciting heat, but it really came down to the wire. So there's still a lot that Alyssa needs to do to click into that gear, to reach that form that she's reaching for.
Well, she's got 21 minutes to lock it in. Alyssa Spencer has had an up and down run through this event, but Andy Aaron said it, a win is a win, and she's been doing that all week long. Let's take a look back at how Alyssa Spencer has surfed her way into the quarterfinals with big performances on the first few days. Yeah, this is how she started her run, round of 16.
Yeah, just full rail game from Alyssa Spencer. And you think about her seasons, like on the Challenger Series, she's traveled so much. She hasn't had much downtime before she puts on the jersey and competes in these World Juniors. So it's so cool to see Alyssa take a couple weeks, get refreshed, come back to the drawing board in 2023. This is kind of the end of the season of 2022 for the juniors. So this event, I mean, just would be such a huge accomplishment for her to win in her backyard. And I think it would be that redemption that she's looking for after narrowly missing out on qualification. I think this is going to be a great year for Alyssa.
Yeah, her boards look perfect. Her confidence not shaken. I think if anything, she just got more confident with the last 2 years that she's just paid full attention to the task at hand, which was for her making the championship tour. And I don't think anybody has any doubts that she's going to be right there in the conversation at the end of 2023 as well.
I think if it had been easy for Alyssa, if she had just qualified without feeling any pressure or going through any of those wins and losses, I don't think it would make her as savvy as competitor as what she's going to be when she does get to the championship tour. I feel like these last 2 years, it could be the best thing that happens to Alyssa in terms of her future career. I think once she qualifies and gets that spot, she's going to have learned so much, and she's going to be able to put that into practice, and she's going to be a dangerous competitor for the women on the championship tour.
100%. And I love that you didn't use the word if. She qualifies. No if in that sentence. Fully agree with that. 19:14 to go. Quick paddle there for, it looked like blue on the Boyle. We'll see if it was enough to switch priority. You see Alyssa Spencer in the red jersey on the upper right side of your screen. These offshore winds, while they are beautiful and keep these waves so nice and groomed, the slight downside of a stiff offshore breeze like this is sometimes it makes it a little harder to get into the waves, get yourself over the ledge. You see right there, just that wave kind of snuck under our two surfers. Well, that's a fun looking wave, Rosie.
That was a fun looking medium-sized wave. That really gets you salivating as a surfer watching these events, watching all the unwritten waves. But I like that these surfers are patient. They're looking for those better ones. Like, we see all these medium-sized ones coming through or whatever, and we would ride them on any normal day, but these guys have to wait for the best of the best.
Sol Aguirre is coming up next. She's won everything there is to win in South America, and she is looking very confident through this event. And she does it with a lot of joy. You see it in her post-heat interviews. She's smiling. She's just, you can tell she loves it. And I would say she has made a quick rise into the upper echelon of surfing's elite. 3 years ago, Sol Aguirre, not a household name. And I'd say over the past few years, especially, Brazil, Peru, South America, where they have surfing events, her name is well known. And guess what? It's well known now in California. She's been on an absolute tear, but she's going up against an incredibly talented surfer in Sawyer Lindblad. And I feel like those two will probably be going head to head in the next 5-10 years. That seems like a nice little rivalry that could develop.
Yeah, all of these women. I mean, looking at this field that we've seen of junior competitors, just so impressed with the caliber of talent that we've seen coming onto the scene. We've really seen, I think, women just push that progressive envelope. I think over the last 5-6 years, that's the part that's most impressed me. And I think that's where the most improvement is coming from for the younger women that are coming up.
No doubt. Laura Robb on screen right there, waving her hand, getting the situation. 16:50 to go. Laura is in second priority. Alyssa Spencer in that top priority spot. And as we wait for the next set wave to roll through, we've got AJ McCord on the scene. What's going on, AJ?
I got a chance to catch up with Georgia, Laura's mom. She told me that she and Gustavo, her dad, are the ones who typically trade off traveling with Laura for these competitions. And today, Gustavo, also her surf coach, gave her some advice. He said, really watch for the biggest waves of these sets, because we've seen throughout the week, sometimes it was the medium waves that did a little bit better, but today, left no doubt, go for the biggest waves, stay in the pocket for that first turn, and the goal is to try and get 3 turns. So Laura on that first ride really executed the plan as perfectly as she could have until the landing. So that's what I think we're watching for as far as strategy for Laura this morning.
Well, it looks like she's listening, because that was one of the bigger waves we've seen of the morning that Laura had the attempt on. It was a 3.83. There's Laura's mom right there, getting the footage for the studying after this heat, regardless of the outcome. I love that these juniors and their support crews are putting a lot into this. You know, they know this is just the beginning of these young surfers' careers. There's still a lot to learn, even though you watch them surf and you go, well, they're great already. What else do they need to do? All these surfers know full well that you got to keep improving every single year. We see it on the championship tour. It almost looks like everyone gets the memo on the off season. Everyone comes back that much better, and that's not going to stop anytime soon. So you have to know that, you know, you're not going into your peers anymore when it comes to surfing events at this level. You're going into the superstars. You're going to be competing against the Carissa Moores, against the Stephanie Gilmores in the very near future. So you can't be intimidated by any competitor that you're facing right now, because they're just going to get tougher from here on out.
Yeah, I feel like surfing is just an ever-evolving sport. I think it's just like every time that we sit and watch these events, everyone is leveling up. Like, everyone's bringing something new, everyone's training harder, working on equipment. And that's the cool thing. And I think that's also the dangerous thing when you get injured, is how do you keep your level pace with the surfers that are still going and still healthy. And yeah, so surfing is just moving at such a fast pace.
It has to be daunting, of course, for the veterans we have now in the championship tour. I'm sure some of them are watching this event, looking at what's coming up the pipeline at them. So I think it's a mutual type of respect that the veterans watching these juniors surf have as the juniors for the veterans. You know, they're all taking notes off of each other. It's scouting. This to me is the ultimate event to get your scouting report done for the next 2 to 3 years of who's going to be coming up and competing at the highest level.
I think when you ask the veterans on tour, they're always looking for that motivation of what's driving them to be more competitive, what's driving them to improve, and that would definitely be having a look at what the juniors are doing, because they've got this fresh new excitement, and that's kind of the energy that they're feeling, and that's what's motivating them. So you have this kind of give and take of you know, the older surfers and then the younger surfers that are bringing that fresh energy.
Seen a lot of messages coming across the wire of support. Jake Marshall posted on his Instagram, "Let's go, Alyssa." He's cheering for Alyssa and Levi, our 2 hometown surfers still in the draw. He threw it out there. He wants the entirety of Encinitas down here in the parking lot cheering. And I love that. Come support your local heroes, and come support international visitors to our town. 12:54 to go. A little, I wouldn't say shocked, maybe just concerned that these surfers may be leaning into that patience a little too much. Of course, I'm going to eat those words when one of these surfers drops an 8 on their opening wave. But, you know, for now, we're over halfway through this event, only 2 waves ridden. this is that first round of the boxing match where you're kind of just checking the reach and figuring out what kind of punches they're going to throw?
It's also the first heat of the morning. There's so much to figure out. You've had about 60 frothing people in the lineup, free surfing, and now you've got it all to yourself. And it's that frothy morning energy kind of leaves the lineup, and then you're out there trying to figure out, okay, where's my place? What are the waves looking like? Where should I be sitting?
There's Sawyer Lindblad right there getting ready for her next heat. Just kicking her feet around, trying to stay warm. Studying the conditions. Lindblad family filled with great surfers. I'm sure, as you well know, coming from San Clemente. Where does she fit in that San Clemente storm?
Oh, she's right
Cyclone,
at the top.
sorry.
She's right at the top, and that was just her dad, Mark, there with her. Such a good surfer as well. Taj, her brother, a great surfer. But Sawyer's one of the standouts in the water, young up-and-coming woman. I mean, we have Caroline Marks, who's kind of got a dual residency on the East Coast and the West Coast, and she calls San Clemente home most of the time. So it's cool. It's good to see there's this pack of women that are just such good surfers. They're traveling a lot. They come back home. They're absolutely ripping. I'm excited to see Sawyer. I think she's also had 2 really great years on the Challenger Series, and she's learned and grown so much through that experience. And I think this event is really important to her. I think the magnitude of winning a World Junior title in North America, Kira Pinkerton's done it for the women before, but to see your friends and your rivals go and do that, that's something you want to kind of replicate and keep that trophy in North American hands.
No doubt. 10:40 to go. As it stands now, Laura Ropp in the lead with a 3.83. So with this new swell comes a new cadence of set waves, totally different than the last 3 days of competition.
Yep.
You know, this being our 4th run day. We had 1 day off on a Tuesday where it's just a little too wild, stormy, but the past 3 days of this contest have been 3 completely different looking days out here at Seaside. Even some of the locals saying the day before yesterday that they couldn't really recognize the spot. It was just kind of missing the proper Seaside reef. Yesterday, flip side of that was ideal Seaside conditions. We've seen a few magic waves come through this morning. 9:50 on the clock. Waiting for one of these surfers to really activate and put up a big number. So when you're under 10 minutes, Rosie, are you thinking now about maybe coming in a little bit and just trying to chip away, get yourself a 4 or a 5, which is totally counterintuitive to what we've been talking about all week long?
Yeah, it kind of does shift in that direction. We've seen Laura try and catch some waves underneath Alessa's priority on that kind of inside bubble, because she's got the high mark so far, the 3.83. If she puts a 5 on top of that, Alessa's got some work to do.
9:10 on the clock. Laura Ropp is in great company in terms of junior surfers coming out of Brazil. There's been 9 World Junior titles won by Brazilian surfers. She could be the first woman to win that as well, though. 9 men from Brazil have won World Junior titles, 11 from Australia, male and female. So Laura Ropp could potentially be part of history, if by the end of today she's hoisting up that trophy. Right now she's in the lead, but it's a strange lead. It's only a lead by 3.83 with 1 wave ridden and 8 minutes to go. Alyssa Spencer has held priority for the better part of 22 minutes. She's just dropped anchored, sitting out there now waiting for a gem. She's waited this long.
Well, if you think about Alessa's run in this heat, even that wave that she's had, the 0.73, that was a good looking wave. It just ran a little bit too quickly. Thinking about Levi Slauson yesterday, he dropped anchor for over 20 minutes and had a 10-minute heat and won against Cade Matson. Alessa knows what she's looking for out there. She's obviously got that game plan. She's got priority. She's looking for a set wave. She doesn't want to hunt on the inside when she could have, the worst thing is missing a set, changing your game plan. It looks like we got some lines out the back.
Yeah, I think Laura has come to the inside just a little bit. She finds herself on a nice medium-sized runner. Beautiful open face wall to work with. Quick setup carve there. And she got some revenge from that opening turn where she fell. That was pretty much the same type of turn, maybe not as dynamic, but she rode out of it, and that's going to be a wave of importance because now she's going to be sitting on a 3.83 plus potentially something in the 4 to 5 range, as she did ride out clean of that wave. So she's going to make it a little bit more stressful for Alyssa Spencer, who's now going to need double what she needed before this wave.
Yeah, Laura making some adjustments in this lineup, finding this wave. I mean, we call that probably a medium-sized wave for today, but that is just such a groomed wall. Finishing on her feet is going to be important. This answer back from Alyssa is going to be the one that matters, though. She's got to dig deep, do 2-turn combo, 3-turn combo.
This wave stretching off down the line, paddling over the top of it. Classic image in surfing, that paddling over of an offshore wave never gets old. Laura Ropp, meanwhile, paddling through some big white water. We did say that it's a little less consistent, so the paddle outs might be a little easier. We'll have to ask Laura about that when she comes in. Here we go, Alyssa Spencer. A monster set wave, quick setup turn there, coming through to this inside section. So much speed. She gets the rail involved. Nice carve there. Big snap on that inside closeout section. So just staying right under the lip line, carving down. You could even see she got a little bit of air underneath her fins, and meanwhile Laura's right there getting pounded. So I take it all back. These paddle outs are still brutal today if you're in the wrong section. But what I love is that now we've got a heat on our hands. Alyssa Spencer with a beautiful looking wave. And Laura Ropp still waiting for that score. Let's see the exchange here.
So this wave Alessa's been waiting all heat for. She kind of down carves that little section. Her eyes are out on the open face of this wave. She's really being a little bit tentative on those last turns, but this turn right here just scoops through on that bowley section, wants to finish on her feet. You think about Alessa wants to get a completed wave. She wants to have a strong chance of getting a good score. I think she's going to get a really nice number on that last wave. She doesn't need much.
Yeah, the last score from Laura Ropp comes through at 3.77, so that means Alyssa needs a 6.87. I think I don't say she got off easy with Laura's last wave, but Laura kind of knew that she just had to put a number on the board, so maybe held back just a little bit, and that's why the judges kept it in that lower range. So with a pair of threes, Laura Ropp is still in the lead. Now both surfers fighting their way to get back into the lineup. That wave that Alyssa Spencer just got was double overhead. Solid looking wave. It almost looked like the board was right there on the edge of being too small. Would you be riding a step up today? Would you increase your length of surfboard, Rosie?
Yeah, that was a good analysis of that wave because it did have a lot of power and push to it. I think you'd be in between. I think a little bit more length, a little bit more foam to help you get into the wave would be a good choice for today. Alessa obviously using that pink surfboard. I don't know how many boards she has with that similar spray, but it seems like that's the board that she's been using throughout this event. It looks good under her feet, but yeah, there's an opportunity to go even a little bit longer with a bit more volume, pulled in tail to keep you in that pocket.
So 3:58 now on the clock. Alyssa Spencer gets her first wave after waiting about 16 minutes. She's got to get to work now. That one comes through at a 5.83. So she's right there now, only needing a 1.77, which might not seem like a scary number, but those twos and threes, when you need them, can be incredibly difficult to find. 3:30 on the clock. Laura Ropp now at the back with priority sitting on that pair of threes. So for Alyssa now, the decisions become even more crucial because she doesn't need an 8 or a 9. She needs a small to mid-range score, but the judges aren't just going to give her that. She needs to do a little bit of work, and she needs to defend Laura Ropp, who's highly capable of getting a perfect score out there.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting situation. I think you'd be Alyssa paddling out in 2 minds because Laura's got that priority. There's only a tiny bit of time on the clock. She needs a 1.77. Like, does she kind of hunt on the inside for something? We know that there's longer lulls with this more groomed groundswell. So let's see how Alyssa plays out these last 3 minutes and what Laura does with her priority.
Pretty wild start to our day today. I think we all kind of had those expectations that we're going to see 15 waves ridden per heat, 8s and 9s all day. But you know, these surfers out there tell the actual story that while you're waiting, while you're trying to identify something to give you a score, it's going to be a much different look that they're seeing, that than what we're all seeing here from the beach.
Here comes some lines. This is going to get interesting.
Ooh, this is exactly how we want to wrap this heat up. 2:20 to go. Still time for these surfers. It's like a good looking double up coming through. And Alyssa Spencer's going to get this one under the priority of Laura Robb. She's having to dig at it. Doesn't like the look of that one. So she turns around.
Well, that was a closeout. So that, I was like, go.
Good
just
pick.
needing a 177.
See Laura now a little bit of urgency as she flips it on this one. Nice little bowling section on the takeoff. Long carve there, setting things up to this inside section, which is going to be critical. You have to ride out of that last turn. So twice now we've seen Laura Robb go down on her finishing maneuver, which tells me that that is not an easy place to do a big turn.
I don't think Laura has improved her situation. Is Alyssa going to get this wave, the 177?
Here we go, smaller, foamy face. Don't quite think she's at a 177 yet. She's got to finish this wave. Goes into the white water. So rides out. Not super impactful. Definitely leaving it up to the judges. So she needs, let's say, a 2.
Yeah.
That wave didn't give her a lot of opportunity. Closed out pretty quick.
Well, to put it in context, Laura's second best ride, the 377 with the finish. So you're thinking 2 points less than that wave. I feel like I mean, let's have a look. Okay, so small wave, does the cutback maneuver, good S turning through here, big section coming at her. She throws the board up there, finishes on her feet. I think she's got it, Chris.
Yeah, the judges agree with you. 2-1-0, so just there. A different kind of stressful ending to this heat. And if Alyssa Spencer does fend off Laura Robb for the next 15 seconds, you would have to say she dodged one right there. You know, winning a heat with a 2-1-0 is always going to be a strange feeling, but regardless of that, a win is a win, and in 3 seconds, it's going to be Encinitas surfer Alyssa Spencer edging out Brazil's Laura Robb here at quarterfinals heat number 1. You know she's going to be relieved and quite concerned that she sat for 18 minutes of that heat. Definitely not the game plan that we expected from Alyssa Spencer. But guess what? All these numbers, they just got deleted. She's moving on to the semifinals to put up another big showing. We're going to take a quick break with more semifinal action coming up next. Sawyer Lindblad going up against Sol Aguirre. Do not go anywhere. You're watching the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western, and we will be right back.
The SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western are brought to you by SAMBAZON, bringing you the delicious powers of acai every day, and by Best Western Hotels and Resorts.
Welcome back to the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western, and we are right into it. Sawyer Lindblad in that red jersey flying down the line with an early start. Just a few minutes into this heat, and Sawyer is ripping her way to the beach. What a way to start quarterfinal heat number 2. Chris Cote here with Rosie Hodge, the San Clemente Cyclone. Up and at it early in this heat, Rosie.
Bang. That was huge. I think that's going to go, I think that's going to be a massive score for Sawyer. I think Sol's also got something to give us. I think there were a couple of waves in that set. Wow, the waves are pumping, Chris. It's so cool to see these women just getting into the mix. I think that last heat was a little slow. I feel like pretty much like that first heat of the morning can be pretty tricky. This second one, though, Sawyer up and riding on this wave. Beautiful connection with that lip line. Just engaging that rail. This second turn was so well placed to me. The timing from her has just been amazing. And to finish off on your feet, come down like that. And this is during the break. Sol was on a heater too. I watched this wave over my shoulder as she looks over her shoulder. Beautiful opening maneuver. To me, Sol's strength is just that ability when she gets that top third to get even more critical with that backhand and release the tail and the spray at that right moment. So both of these women just showing us, you know, you got Sawyer just absolutely dismantling that last wave, but one of my stand-up maneuvers came from Sol on that wave.
That was a beautiful turn.
It was a great turn. This is such a good matchup.
Sol Aguirre coming from Lima, Peru. Definitely mentioning her as potentially the second coming of Sofia Milanovic. I mean, she has a similar style. That turn she did, I was watching it with a lot of excitement, and I want to see more. Sol Aguirre, as mentioned, has had the best competitive year of her life. She got 9th at the Oi Rio Pro Championship Tour event. She has 2 QS wins already, a first, second, and third on the Pro Junior Tour. And she is the 4-time South American Junior Champion. So I think one trend that we have in the field is most of these surfers have at least one national title. As you see Sawyer Lindblad taking off with the spit, coming around a big section, and she opts out. Probably smart. Look at all that white water coming down the line. There's no chance, and a lot of energy would have been wasted if she had tried to continue around that section. So just one turn for Sawyer, but that first number, 883, highest of the day, one of the highest of the entire event. Sawyer Lindblad from San Clemente, California. She's had 7 chances on the Challenger Series, 9 QSs, and this could come into play later on in competition. Of the 9 QSs, in 3 of those, Alyssa Spencer has taken her out of competition. So
interesting.
Talk about friendly rivalries developing. We'll see what happens next. 24:19 to go. Sawyer Lindblad makes her way back into the lineup. Alyssa Spencer coming in from her home lineup, looking relieved, looking excited for her next matchup. She's standing by now with AJ McCord.
The way you wanted to start the heat was not to sit for 18 plus minutes or whatever it was, but when did you realize I have to change my strategy?
Yeah, going out there, I really wanted to just commit to sitting on the outside and waiting for the sets, but I kind of realized halfway through the heat that there was no sets coming, so yeah, I just tried my best to find whatever the next wave was that came through, and then yeah, I got lucky and found the small score I needed at the end.
So you have plenty of competition experience. You also know Seaside incredibly well. How did that play into keeping you calm enough to understand what you needed to do when the strategy had to change?
Yeah, it was definitely really tricky out there. I feel like this wave is always changing. There's always something new to learn. So yeah, I just wanted to try and at least put myself on whatever waves that came through, and I was able to get one good one, and then yeah, at the end I knew that I needed a small score, so I was like, oh, I'll just try and find any little wave I can to do a turn on, and I managed to find it, so yeah, I'm really happy.
Really happy, and I don't know who's happier, you right now moving on, or some of the girls around here who have asked to take a picture with you as you come up the beach. What does it mean to you to be that inspiration for the next generation of female surfers here?
Yeah, it's such an amazing time to be a part of women's surfing, and I love seeing all the little girls from around here that are coming up, like the next generation. And yeah, it's so cool to just see them running around. And I used to be one of those little girls running up to the big girls on the beach to ask for a photo. So it's really cool to kind of have it come full circle, and me being that big girl now, it's pretty cool.
Very cool. Congratulations. We'll let you get ready for the next heat.
Thank you.
Alyssa Spencer moving through into the semifinals, where we all expected her to be. That was a little bit of a nerve-wracking heat for her, but guess what? Those numbers don't matter anymore. Now she's into the semifinals with a fresh start. 22:10 on the clock. And I got to back up what AJ said. There is a strong contingent of young females here at Seaside Reef, and been to a lot of places around the world and seen the surf scenes and their development. And I will say that the young girls out here at Seaside are among the best in terms of the crew that they have. There's about 10 between the ages of 9 and 13 that are out here every single day putting in work, and they have a lot of heroes to look up to. Alyssa Spencer, one of them right there. What a great example for young surfers. And speaking of great example, here's a great example of beautiful surfing. Sol Aguirre only has room for one big turn, but I loved the subtlety right there when she rode out of that wave. I mean, so calm, so relaxed. She knew she just put up a number. She has a 6 right now, and there's a daunting score that's got to be in the back of Sol's head, that 8.83. So she knows she has a lot of work to do. And speaking of work, this is going to be a brutal paddle back out for Sol Aguirre. Look at these lines rolling through.
Yeah, this is going to take her a while to get out, but that was such a good assessment of her character. She does seem super calm, relaxed, the way that she uses her priority here. This is a nice looking wave, but this backhand approach, the way that she kind of waits for that wave to stand up, she's got the timing right. I mean, all throughout the week she's been a student of Seaside, and it's paying off coming into the quarterfinals.
The judges quick to throw out the score there, 4.83. She's now in the lead, but watch out, Sawyer Lindblad on another gem of a wave. Comes around a big section, big carve to start. She would have to be feeling comfortable at a punchy left like this. It has a lot of similarities to the lowers left, except for that section right there. You don't often see closeouts on the inside of lowers, where Sawyer Lindblad surfs pretty much every day. So for her, that decision not to go up in the lip and come down, probably pretty wise. I don't think there's many surfers in the world that could have pulled off a big turn at the end of that chunky section.
I think when you're assessing a section, when you're coming up to it, looking at this wave, Sawyer like going through the motions. Here you can see the eyes down the line, waiting for this last section to show itself. She gets to the bottom here. There's a lot of foam through that face. She knows as she's coming up to that section that she's not going to have enough speed to kind of project out and over it. It's almost a losing battle. You're going up against a brick wall if you don't have enough momentum. So a good quick assessment there, and decides to kick out.
Yeah, that thing was a dump truck. There was no battling against that one. And this is an interesting story developing right here as well. Sawyer Lindblad already back out into the lineup, where Sol Aguirre dealing with some big sets right on her head. Aaron Brooks coming up next, getting into the zone. Had a good little conversation with Erin and her dad right there earlier. And of course I asked the question, like, oh, who you got coming up? And she just looked at me, I don't know. I just see a color, a jersey.
Good.
Doesn't matter.
Good.
Yeah, she said she tries not to think about her competition. And the focus of this young surfer is incredible. You look at her on land and she's still a little kid, and then you look at her in the water and she's one of the best surfers in the world, of any age.
No, she carries herself so well. Oh, dolphins out the back. It's always a good omen.
Oh, I feel for Sol right now. She's still on the inside section, getting worked by some of these waves. It's still pumping out there. So while there are less waves coming through, as this is more of a groundswell than a wind swell, definitely punishing, trying to get back out there. And look at her, she's still in a kind of a bad position there, just trying to fight through this white water, unrelenting on that section.
Sawyer was only a couple feet in front of her when she finished out that wave, but that's the difference of being on that sandbar kind of impact zone. Just holds you right there.
You know, when you paddle out with your friend,
yeah,
and you're right there, and then the next thing you know, you're kind of back on the beach and they're outside. How did that happen? Another big one right in front of Sol. There's your air and water temp, 52, 59. We're not used to those numbers around here. That's chilly. I'd be putting my gloves and booties on. I wear all the accessories on cold days like this. No shame in that.
No.
So 17:40 on the clock. Sawyer Lindblad out the back with priority and the lead for now. That last wave for Sawyer came through one big, nice turn. It was a 3.5. So that's enough to edge Sol down into second place, who now needs a 6.34. Two good numbers for Sol, though, a 6 and a 4.83. So this is a pretty tight heat from the jump. And plenty of time left, so we're definitely going to see a lot more action from these two. I always feel for the surfers in that first heat, the guinea pig heat. You know, you may not have surfed before there, and so you're kind of out there trying to figure it out. And when you're trying to figure something out in a time frame of 30 minutes, it can be pretty frustrating at times. Just to, if you're free surfing out there, you're not thinking about the task at hand, trying to get those two waves in time, but it could be a lot different of a story. Where is Sol? Oh man, she's still.
That's her right there. Wow, I thought there was going to be an opportunity for her to kind of edge further out the back, but these sets have been unrelenting.
She's kind of in that zone we've all been in, where you just feel like you're not going anywhere. You're paddling as hard as you can, but you just can't quite get the momentum going.
It's incredibly frustrating, especially when you're in a heat. The energy that's getting zapped at the moment, but also just that frustration of like, just let me get back
and you're
to
seeing
the outside.
good waves 20 feet away from you.
And you know that last wave for Sol, I mean, she got the one turn. It was a 4.83, so one of her best, but still, it was just that one turn. She wants to get out there, combo up that like Sawyer with the 8 already to start strong like that. The importance of that first wave for Sawyer is going to show itself towards the end of this heat. But hopefully Sol can get out of the situation, get to the outside again.
Well, this is showing us that catching and riding the waves is really only half the battle. It's going to be a battle of fortitude just to get back into the takeoff zone for some of these surfaces. Sawyer Lindblad now flying down the line, double overhead wave, big carve there to set things up through to this radical inside section. Quick snap there, staying away from that dump truck section with a perfectly timed turn. The down carve seems to be the ideal maneuver choice on that inside section. Surf that wave nicely. There's so much speed right from the takeoff. It's almost like these surfers are being slingshotted down the line right when they take off. And speed control is an underrated virtue of the world's best surfers. You know, controlling how fast you're going to give yourself the ability to turn.
Yeah, there was a good illustration there. She just burnt off a little bit of speed before she gets that section. Now she's kind of calculating, what's my approach on this end section? She wants to get out of that wave as quickly as possible so that she doesn't get stuck too far inside. I think she's going to have a similar run to Sol. She's going to be duck diving a lot before she gets out to the outside again. I do think Sawyer's going to improve, or she has improved, so good decision from her.
Just by a little, 4.7, but that makes the requirement for Sol Aguirre closer to perfection. She needs a 7.54 now. We're going to find Sol in the lineup. That was a harsh paddle out, especially this early in the morning. I'm talking ice cream headaches, your arms are cramping up. And you can see clear water, you're right there, but then another set rolls through. So we've seen just bad, unlucky timing for Sol Aguirre in terms of getting back out into the takeoff zone. But to get to this level of surfing, the World Junior Championships, into the quarterfinals, you know she's dealt with all of this before. This is not new to any of these surfers. You think of the venues that they surf around the world. There's Saquarema, for example. Can have really gnarly paddle outs there. You know, these are breaks that are way kind of out to sea. And I feel like on the Challenger Series and the QS, you have a lot of these big beach breaks. Portugal, you know, in Europe, these places that you're looking at, and the paddle outs definitely have to feel pretty daunting. As you see Sawyer right there, she's way inside. So we're going to keep our eyes on the lineup to see how and when Sol Aguirre gets herself back into the takeoff zone. There she is, still in the impact zone. She's in a little bit cleaner of water, but another huge set out the back coming right at her.
Yeah, poor soul. But she did mention in her post-heat interview yesterday that Seaside reminds her a lot of, you know, the waves that she surfs back home in Peru. Land of the left.
That was a big wave that broke right in front of her.
Another big wave. Like, what's her tally for duck diving right now? See how far
16?
back? Yeah, she got pushed super far back by that wave too.
Oh no, another one.
It's closing out across this whole bay. Like, it's not just this section. It's like there's no kind of like clear path either, because sometimes you'll get that little outlet that is a break in the sandbar where you can find a little gap to go through. There's none of that. It's just white water as far as the eye can see.
It kind of reminds me a little bit of the paddle out to pipeline on certain days where you have to get through that Aukai section. This closeout dumping part of this wave is breaking over a pretty shallow sandbar that's usually not there. We had these storms kind of reshuffle all the sand around, so it's making this end section of the left, which usually kind of flattens out and allows you to connect all the way through to the inside section. Right now, it's just a big dump zone. These surfers have dealt with it in a couple different ways, but now they're dealing with it on the paddle back out. It's going to be every ounce of energy expended. Luckily, they're still teenagers for the most part, so plenty of energy left. But they have to be thinking a little bit about what they could potentially be facing today, doing this same paddle out 3 different times in order to get to the finals.
Yeah, this has been an endurance, a test of endurance from day one all the way through to finals day. And surfing 3 times on a day like today, it's going to be a good test of your cardiovascular facilities.
I believe Sol has made it out to the takeoff zone. Luckily for her, she has 10 minutes and 40 seconds left. That had to have been a brutal experience for Sol Aguirre. Again, though, she is a highly ranked elite level surfer, so she's definitely dealt with that before. And now it's time for her to settle things down, take a deep breath, and try to get that big number, 7.54. 10:13 to go. Sol Aguirre in the takeoff zone. We've got AJ McCord with a little bit more of this incredible Peruvian surfer.
Was camp almost the entire time that she was fighting her way through that impact zone, and they were desperately trying to sort of motion to her to go one way or another, but then they realized exactly what you were noticing, Rosie, which is that there was no real way out around these waves. You just had to go through it. And so we saw Sawyer do that. We certainly saw Sol do that as well. It's going to be interesting as these sets continue to roll through. That feels like it's going to be a part of these heats, you guys, where it's not just about the waves, but it's about making sure you get back out there and save your energy somehow.
Yeah, it looks like Sol now is ready for whatever comes at her. Paddling in a little bit to get herself in the proper takeoff zone. You saw a quick glimpse of her dad right there pacing on the dune. I mean, that's truly has to be a weird feeling as a parent. You're watching your kid struggling to get back out in the lineup. You know they have it. You know, you're not necessarily worried about them. It's proper size out there, but it's not life-threatening today. It's just a big day here at Seaside. But definitely, you know, you just trying to will some energy to your surfer in the water to get them back out into the zone. Here we go, Sol Aguirre looking for a 7.54. Nice turn to start. This wave could be offering up a nice little inside section, so nice roundhouse there, but I think the look on her face told us that that wave did not have the potential that she needed to get a score up in that near excellent range. So we're looking at an 8, which we saw Sawyer get an 8.83 on her opening wave, and that was a double overhead, fast running left.
Look at Sawyer, look at this
And
paddle
now
battle.
Just add that into the mix.
Yeah, interesting. Watch these 2 women as they make their way back out. It's neutral priority at the moment. There's no P in front of anyone's name, so it depends on who gets out to the outside first.
And here we go.
Sawyer.
Surfer's dream or nightmare. Huge set coming in. Looks like about 6 monster set waves coming right towards our competitors. And now they see it. More duck diving. Have fun. I'm going to screenshot that right there. I'm going to go back, the rewind, screenshot that. A beautiful left-hander. Came through just a bit too far outside where our surfers are. And right there you see, that was pretty much the maximum size that Seaside Reef can handle. So we're right on the edge. It's almost like every other set is either a long running left or a big sketchy closeout. That one on the sketchy closeout side.
Yeah, and I think it's going to come into the calculations of the surfers of whether they hit that inside section or not, because you hit that section, you get pushed further inside, and you've got to, you know, potentially have that 10-minute paddle out. So all of these things are going to come into that split-second decision of whether or not you attack that inside section, and how, you know, the risk versus reward system that's flowing through your mind as you're riding a wave.
Yeah, you see it a lot in other sports. You know, in football, there's definitely a different cadence in the fourth quarter than the first quarter. You see people putting things on the line a little bit more, and I think that transcends all sports, including surfing, with 6.5 to go. You know, now I think is time where that decision, where you have a big, scary section coming at you, and you know, well, this could be my last chance. I'm hitting this thing. So priority is with Sawyer Lindblad. So she did win that paddle battle, even from the outside of the left. It almost looked like she caught Sol slipping a little bit. Sol was kind of cruising back to the takeoff zone, and Sawyer identified that and just turned on the jets and got the priority.
Well, she made that effort, and Sol having just had that last wave in the priority judge's mind, like if Sawyer's just edged out on that paddle battle, definitely going to get the nod for that priority, being next in that rotation to ride a wave.
So there's kind of an imaginary line that these surfers have to cross in the eyes of the priority judges to get that P next in their name?
Yep, that's it. They got to get back out to the takeoff zone. Whoever kind of makes it back over that imaginary line is awarded with that priority. And also it comes into that rotation of like who caught the last wave, like especially when it's close like that.
So there's a lot of factors involved, more so than just a paddle race. Let's take a look back at how Sawyer Lindblad got herself in the lead and has held it for the better part of the last 25 minutes.
Opening with excellence, an 8.83 from the young Californian. Beautiful ride, this last maneuver, super critical. The best of the heat so far. Sawyer backing that up with the 4.7. Beautiful one through this wave, having a look at the inside section. A lot of froth coming at her, does that down carve. Easy flow on 2 waves from Sawyer Lindblad. Sol has had some moments of brilliance. That right there, just a beautiful swoop. Touches that outside rail, gathers control.
Well, win or lose, that's the turn of the morning so far. That was perfectly done. 4:25 on the clock. Sawyer Lindblad out the back with priority. Now switching potentially to defense mode. You see her putting herself right on the outside of where Sol Aguirre potentially could be taking off. That gives her kind of a full picture as to, okay, do I take this wave? Do I try to sell it to Sol? So strong tactics right there for Sawyer Lindblad, who definitely grew up surfing amateur events every single weekend. That's one of the luxuries of being a Southern California amateur surfer, is you've got a lot of events to choose from. So she's going to let Sol go on this one, needing a 7.54. Comes around a big section, straight into the pocket, a beautiful backside snap. Another great turn right in the pocket. Sol Aguirre making her case. Third turn, this wave opening up through to the inside. Another opportunity. Throwing spray to the sky. Sol Aguirre, a clutch wave ridden all the way to the sand. She's loving it. You can hear the crowd on the beach silenced, as I would assume. Sawyer Lindblad has a crew down here. Sol Aguirre just traveling with her dad. But you could hear whistles and cheers going up, and they are well deserved. What a wave from Sol Aguirre.
My initial reaction is she got it. Like those first 2 turns, solid.
Perfect.
And I think, yeah, let's have a look. So underneath Sawyer's priority, she takes off on this medium-sized wave. This first turn, beautiful on rail. She flips that board over onto its edge. Second turn, a lot of spray. So 2 really cool maneuvers out on the outside section. She does that 3rd cut. This wave kind of runs away. There's that 4th turn. Lots of spray, lots of momentum with that surfboard. Finishes it off.
Needing a 7.54. I'm with you.
Yeah.
That was exciting.
Well, this answer back from Sawyer is going to be important.
Sawyer Lindblad now. So 2 medium waves in a row that look really nice, right under that closeout threshold, and offering a lot of opportunities. Sawyer Lindblad now turning things up. 3 turns down the line. She goes up into the lip for the finish, and she goes down.
That wave had a funky little wonk to it. Like, there were just like those ribs coming up it from probably some previous waves as the water was sucking back out.
That reminded me, I think Funky Wonk is playing Coachella this year too. Can't wait for that.
name.
2 minutes to go. What do you think,
You're welcome.
Rosie? Obviously, Sol got the better of that exchange, but did she do enough to get the 7.54? In watching that wave from Sol Aguirre, that was championship tour level surfing right there.
That was super impressive. I think those first 2 turns were just healthy meat hooks. Like, just hooked it right in that perfect place. So much spray. The way that she flipped her board over on its edge as she got to the lip line on that first maneuver, really cool. The degree of difficulty in that, I think the judges are really going to be taking notice of the technicality in her surfing.
Yeah, and they're taking a minute to kind of soak in everything there. The excitement level that I felt during that, this is why I'm not a judge. I'm thinking 10 all day long.
But I also think that Sawyer improves too. So let's have another look at Sawyer's wave. She's looking to improve on the 4.7, but also thinking about she's surfing for a score, right? But look, this wave kind of cups out. It's got a lot of opportunity. That turn right there, really strong. So Sawyer surfs this wave to the best of her ability until she gets that inside section. But that had those ribs up the face. It was a really tricky inside section.
And the score comes through for Sol Aguirre. It's an 8.17, so above and beyond the requirements. Sol Aguirre now jumps into the lead, but wait, because Sawyer Lindblad needs a 5.34.
Ooh, this could flip-flop.
It could be a quick flip, so all the energy and excitement felt from Sol's last wave could potentially be wiped out if Sawyer Lindblad gets above a 5.34 for that left that she just surfed. And Rosie, in looking at the replay, it was actually better the second time. You know, when you're coming down from what you just saw and you react to the second wave, you're thinking, oh, that's a good wave. But now you're looking at it, and that might actually be a great wave.
Well, I'm thinking about Sol's wave, good sportsmanship from the women, but
Love
thinking
that.
about Sol with the 6-point ride, that opener, that was a 1 turn, and I feel like Sawyer's may have been a bit more critical on a smaller wave. It's in the judges' hands.
Well, polar opposite to our opening heat, where both surfers got involved immediately. Multiple 8-point rides. Perfection is out there, and both these surfers nearly found it. So Sawyer Lindblad waiting for the score for that last wave. Needed something above a 5.34. She's going to get that and more. So despite the last-second heroics from Sol Aguirre, Sawyer Lindblad stands strong. Just waiting for one more score to drop to get the win. She gets it, a 6.67 for Sawyer Lindblad. Yes, she earned it on that one. So Sawyer Lindblad will be making it into the semifinals. We do lose Sol Aguirre, but we did gain 2 new band names, Funky Wonk and Healthy Meat Hooks. Thank you for those, Rosie. More action to come. The quarterfinals roll on. This is the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. We'll be right back. loved the look of those 2 turns by Vaselko.
That first turn, amazing.
Here we go. Erin Brooks, one of the most exciting surfers on the planet, showing us her ferocity.
Whoa.
Hammers it 4 times throughout that entire wave.
Here she goes. Erin Brooks drops into this one well overhead. Nice opening carve up in the lip. There, hangs on. Welcome back to the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. And Pete, we have a great matchup right here in quarterfinal number 3. Erin Brooks versus Francisca Kika Vaselko.
This back half of the draw here, exciting first round, of course. That last heat was intense, and I expect really good surfing from both these last 2 quarterfinals, especially from the Groms.
Yeah, well, we got really good seaside for finals day, and the swell is forecasted to increase throughout the day. Of course, Erin Brooks, she's been the talk of, the surf industry, not just in competition, but also in free surf clips. Erin Brooks, just 15 years old, representing Canada. And we're going to take a look here. She goes. The goofy foot. Smooth off the bottom. Nice rail carve to begin with. Swings it around one more time. Brooks consistently keeping those rails clean. Finish.
Wow.
And stomps the landing.
What an answer. And you can see there, Kaipo, a score is already on your screen from Francisca. And what a start for her.
Quick start for the Portuguese surfer. A 7.83 already in the books for Francisca Kika Vaselko.
And Erin Brooks answered right back. That was great surfing, a beautiful wave choice, open face, great warm up. Look at this, well overhead. Look how her arm placement through these maneuvers. Again, just sweeping it across, keeping the wings out as she just glides across his face and just digging in each and every turn, getting stronger. Solid finish. What an answer. But look at the size of this wave. Holy moly, that's a 6-footer out there at Seaside Reef. Look at that thing. Can you believe it, Kaipo? Wow, what a wave.
We lucked into it today. Wow.
That was incredible.
That was a 7.83 for Kika Francisca Vaselko.
She's
Opening
probably
score. Yeah, go ahead.
Very comfortable in these types of conditions.
Yeah,
Very Portugal-esque with these cold, brisk offshores. It feels like the fall in Europe, and here we are, dead of winter in Seaside Reef, and it is chilly. I mean, this is the kind of weather you'd like, and when the waves are good in California or a lot of those cold weather regions, J-Bay, when it's chilly like that, that's when you know the waves are good. Put on the puffy jacket.
I got one. And if you're cold from Santa Cruz, imagine my shivering toes at the moment.
It's just the cold, desert air blowing out offshores. Buoys are pumping.
Yeah, let's talk about the buoys a little bit. I mean, are we expecting the swell to continue to rise?
Oh, yes. All day long. There'll be some of those sets. I mean, we just saw what Francisca was able to do on that last wave. I mean, that was, well overhead, double overhead. And it's high energy, too. I mean, we've got like a strong interval on the buoys, which means that, you have these waves that have been able to unwind all the way from the top of the date line. And that's where the storm was its strongest. And so that's why it came from a really long ways away.
Yeah, you were telling me about a period of over 20 seconds hitting some of the buoys,
it's 22. Mostly all the nearshore buoys here are anywhere from 4 to 6 feet, 22 seconds.
Wow.
All the outer buoys are all at 20 seconds now, but well into double digits, 10, 12 feet at 20 seconds. And that just means
what does
that translate to?
How big a wave?
Depending on the surf spots, around the world or around the Pacific, it can go anywhere from double overhead, which we have right here at Seaside Reef, to 4 times overhead at some of the outer reefs.
So near 6-foot Hawaiian,
which usually translates to 12 foot on the face, for sure.
Probably bigger than that even. It was a battle in the last heat between Sol Aguirre and Sawyer Lindblad. Sawyer Lindblad came up on top, and she's in the semifinals. She's against the glass with AJ.
She's caught her breath after what was a very tiring heat, but you went out there, set the tone immediately with that high 8. What was your strategy?
I definitely wanted to get a really quick start because the last heat seemed really slow and I didn't know if it was going to go flat in the heat. So, yeah, I'm really happy I got that first wave and was able to surf my hardest on it.
Towards the end of the heat, though, Sol took off on a beautiful wave under your priority. What are you thinking as you're waiting for your next wave, which ended up being a really important one for you to win?
Yeah, for sure. The wave broke underneath the rock and I was just a little too far out. I definitely should have gone now looking about it, but yeah, she rips really hard and I know her backhand's really, really good. So I just knew that the next wave I was going to have to surf my hardest on, and I'm glad I got the score.
You did get the score. I'm sure you're also exhausted because at some point during that heat, the entire beach was sending you both strength, getting pounded inside. How are you going to recover before your next heat?
Definitely just rest and get out of my wetsuit to stay warm.
Good luck. We'll let you get to it.
Thank you.
Sawyer Lindblad on to the semifinals. A couple more steps to a potential world championship.
Such a veteran, already at such a young age. Just the way she was able to compete in that heat. She didn't let that big score affect her. She just went out there and did the work and actually ended up lifting her game, which is exactly what champions do. So watch out for her. I mean, that's, quarterfinal number 2 going to be up against Alyssa Spencer. So that top half there is going to be a big one with some Challenger Series veterans. And then the bottom half has the Groms, but right now Erin Brooks is going to have to, a pretty big gap between the two scores for Francisca and Erin. It actually is a full 2 points, and when you're able to see the comparison, as good as Erin surfed on that wave, you could see that the judges definitely rewarding the size of the wave for Francisca. That it was 2.5 times bigger than what Erin rode on that wave.
Yeah, and just really positive surfing, really solid surfing, long lines that would be appropriate for a bigger wave. And like you said before, when we're talking about Kika out of Portugal, and she's been on record saying she's very comfortable in bigger waves. She's very comfortable. She prefers powerful waves. And so she probably pulled up to the car park this morning saying, whoa,
frothing.
Today's my day.
Frothing.
Today's my day,
Well, she needs another score, and third of your job is done for today. 3 heats going to be a long day for the finalists, especially in conditions like this with the cold. In the morning here, it's going to take a little energy to keep yourself warm. So obviously that's great. What Sawyer was mentioning, I'm just going to get out of my suit and get warm, and that's kind of nice to have those earlier heats because you get a little bit longer break between your semis and a final. Have a dry wetsuit, have a quiver of them actually.
Yeah, for Kika, we saw Sawyer's playbook. She opened up with that 8-point ride early on in the heat. Kika in this heat, same thing, drops a big number right at the beginning, and that's it's putting a lot of pressure now on Erin Brooks. And in addition to that, Veselko has priority right now, so things are looking good for the Portuguese surfer.
It's good stuff for Ellie to learn. This is when, big time you get put a number up against you straight out of the gate. I mean, literally that was the first minute of the heat. Francisca gets that major set wave, and that's always nice when you can just get it off the hooter. And then you got a whole 30 minutes, really, 29 minutes to get your backup score.
Kika looking towards the beach, probably trying to monitor her space out in the lineup. Be interesting to ask some of the competitors, how the current's out there, and if there is much of a current at all at this size. I would imagine there is going to be some current pulling you deeper into the lineup. Generally, that's the way that the current flows and kind of puts you out of position.
Definitely, when the sets come, there would be some water moving.
How pretty is that?
It's exactly what surfers want. Those light offshores. Big straight long lines. That's where that long interval really shows itself. It's got way more energy, so the energy of the wave actually grabs the bottom, and you can see it just makes these very distinct lines. Corduroy, as we call it. Love seeing those distinct lines going all the way out to the horizon.
Yeah. Well, Aaron Brooks, I'm sure, can come back. She's been very, very impressive. Like I said, in free surfing, but also in competition. Aaron and her dad for support there, as well as Noah Cohen from Rip Curl, the team manager. And Aaron, yesterday had a great showing in the round of 16 to make her way into the quarterfinals. Here it is, Pete.
Yeah, this was just amazing stuff. You know, yesterday a little less interval, so the wave's a little less powerful, and you can see Erin just does not worry about tagging the lip. She is just relentless, very quick in transition, and attacks the lip, which is a real distinct point of difference. You know, the judges love to see you go into the lip like that and commit, and she's been doing that all event long, especially at this end section. Just no shame, straight into it, tagging it. And, you know, she had success the very first day of competition doing that exact same thing on the closeout. And she's been at it ever since. And now she finds herself in the quarterfinals. But at this point, she's behind. So she's going to have to at least match that score of blue, Kika, with the 7.83 on these next few minutes. Because you'd imagine that Francisca is going to find another solid backup as well. A little less consistent in the early stages of the swell. You know, you get these groups of sets. They come, you know, across the Pacific.
So Kika pulled the trigger while we were taking a look back to yesterday and Aaron Brooks. So this is going to be her backup, Peter. This is a 3.5.
No, she's definitely looking at the set waves. You can see her waves are on larger size and just couldn't pull off the final move. And you've got to pull off the final move if you want these judges to reward. That's what they've been doing. Being that you have your very first section being the most vertical and most powerful, that obviously is going to be the most important part of the wave, but also the finish, because you're getting that nice steep section at the end. And if you can commit to that and pull it off, that's when you're going to see those bigger numbers.
And for Aaron Brooks, this is just sunny opportunity for the 15-year-old, because now she has priority, and look at her knee. Just a 5.84 to take the lead.
Yeah, ultimately, you want to get a score number that's at least in that same 7-point range, just to really keep yourself in the heat.
A couple waves coming through here. And since we're talking about Aaron Brooks, we'll bring AJ into the conversation.
Kaipo, we've talked about how Aaron started surfing not that long ago when her family made the move from Texas to Hawaii, but why did they make that move? I got a chance to catch up with Jeff and her dad, and he said that he and his wife have always said they were going to move to Hawaii when they retired. But then their older son Jacob went through high school and they realized life is too short to wait until we retire to live the way we want to. So they moved the entire family to Hawaii, and obviously for Erin, that has meant she has turned into an absolutely stellar surfer, just stormed onto the scene. Jeff told me that he could keep up with her for like maybe 6 weeks when she first started learning. Their older son Jacob, now an officer in the Coast Guard. So that move, and Jeff and his wife really deciding to seize the moment, the whole reason we're seeing Erin out in the water today.
Love it. Hey, follow your passion, follow your dreams.
That's a life lesson right there, right? Follow your dreams. And what it's done for Erin has gotten her probably one of the future stars. I mean, really, if you think about what she's been able to do in her very early start of her career, and then you think to the the Rip Curl Cup, where she was able to put together an event and get into the finals of Pumping Padang Padang. What she's done at the islands, Kendui, I mean, she's just been very impressive, and for such a young woman, you just think to the future that if she keeps improving, she is going to be blowing minds. She already is blowing minds.
Yeah, just 15 years old, and that means she's got 5 more years in the junior ranks. I mean, a title here, and the Brooks family might have to take it on the road and do the whole Challenger Series, No,
they already are. I mean, I'm going to imagine it depends on what Erin wants to do. I mean, she could pretty much do whatever she wants. She could become a free surfer and just put out clips and everyone would be happy. Maybe she loves competition and she's going to be trying to go for world titles.
It seems to me, Peter, though, that now the modern professional surfer can do both. You can put out clips and also be a competitor and go for a world title. I think there was a time in surfing where there was these distinct camps of like, okay, those are
you're
the
a free surfer and you're a competitor.
Yeah, those are the free surfer guys, and those are the guys.
Yeah.
You know, those are the competitors. I think that those lines have been blurred all the way across, and a lot of times we're seeing some of the best surfing still happening in jerseys, you know, in competition, which is crazy.
Yeah, and I think there's more of a challenge in that. You know, for me at least, when you put a jersey on and you're, you know, competing, and you all of a sudden you're getting judged on a wave, you know, it adds an element of pressure, and you want to be able to perform in that. And some actually surfers will relish that pressure and become the performer. I mean, you look at all of the, you know, champions of the world.
I mean, I just think of someone like Adriano de Souza, you know, someone just out of just pure will surfed his way to a world championship, you know, a world title. And
from a very early age, spent a lot of time in a jersey. Surfed every event, didn't matter, huh? I mean, he just kept competing, and that's the thing. That's what drove a lot of competitive surfers, is, you know, putting that jersey on.
Kika under priority. Low bottom turn, nice carve off the top. Wave with a little bit of a taper, so has to cut back into the white water, loses the fins there, and will continue to search for a better backup to her 7.83.
I like what she's doing here, though, just giving herself the chances on those mid-size sets. That one a little bit tapered, and unfortunately the fall as well, so probably won't add too much to the total here, if anything. But I mean, even the inside set waves are still, you know, head and a half overhead, and those are probably the higher quality waves. We're going to see as the day moves through, you know, those bigger set waves are going to be hard to position yourself for.
Yeah.
Generally, this
likely
place
be closing out.
Yeah, and it can get too big. But I mean, you look at what that very first wave, that 783. I mean, the judges are asking a question like, "Hey, you get yourself a major set wave and do 2 solid moves, we're going to see you almost go excellent."
Sierra Kerr's coming up versus Zali Kelly. So it'll be 2 Australians. Another young phenomena, Sierra Kerr, just 15 years old. There's her dad, Josh, former championship tour surfer, an aerial pioneer, big wave charger. Josh really checked all the boxes.
And a daddy caddy.
And his daughter is starting to check all of those boxes as well.
He called himself a daddy caddy.
A daddy caddy.
Daddy caddy. I got daddy caddy duties.
8 to 12 plus.
Well, got the jersey tied. Good job, Dad. I'm sure there's some little tidbits of info that would be very valuable to Sierra Kerr today. More than anything, just trying to be able to pace yourself on a day like today. When you wake up in the morning, you do your little scroll for, you know, info on what's going on in the ocean. It is, I mean, 4:30 up, did a little scroll. Oh gosh, look at the buoys. Oh gosh, look at the conditions.
You're up at 4:30 scrolling.
Yes. Well, I'm waking up to check the buoys. Yeah. That's what I do. And then got all the info I could, and realized I had to be down at the beach before dawn to go check the surf. And I was down here at about 6 a.m. watching the surf. Coffee in hand, frothing.
We're surfers.
That's what we do.
That's what we do.
Look at this set wave. Look at this thing.
Here we go.
Amazing.
Aaron Brooks and
lost priority.
Lost priority. Priority error to Aaron Brooks, and Kika is going to say thank you. Or actually, Kika's going to say obrigado. Or actually, Kika's going to say obrigada.
Yes. Let's take a look here what happened. You know, this is that double up. This is where the positioning part is. That you can see the energy of the ocean is so strong, moving faster than they've been dealing with throughout the event, right? This 20-second interval stuff, it changes the way the wave looks and the way it lifts on the reefs. So it can be hard to understand and read. And that one just slipped underneath. We saw that this morning a couple times.
Yeah, I mean, that wave at the takeoff, it looks like just one of those waves where you kind of need a little bit of that almost whitewater push just to get into it.
Or a little more board, too.
Little corner, you know? A little, well, board,
like a little step up, you know? I think that's something to definitely think about, just to have that extra foam. It's all right, and you ought to be able to shake that off, too, right? She's not out of this at all. Just with that error, yeah, now it's going to put you in a position where you don't have to be so selective, because she only needs a 5.84. And one thing about Erin Brooks that she can bring to the table is that youthful exuberance and raw talent on a mid-size wave. She could easily get the 5.84.
Yeah, but you know, it's been a lully heat, and is that because of the swell period that we are having these longer lulls?
And just where the swell was produced more than anything. This energy was right above the islands. It wasn't pointed at the islands, so a lot of that swell was sidebar energy, and it was still 25 feet. I mean, if you saw the images from Waimea Bay and Jaws, it was definitely solid, but the energy was there, and it's just now showing up. I mean, it started at about midnight last night, so we're just seeing the very beginning of the swell, and that can be inconsistent in the early stages of any swell, especially when it's thousands of miles away where all of that energy was produced, and so it's crossing across the Pacific. And that's why you'll see there'll be moments where you're going to have 2-3 sets together. As you look down the beach, guys are getting barreled. I mean, Swami's is probably on fire today. You've got all the way to as far as you can see, there's good waves. I saw images from El Porto, offshore conditions. You look at Ventura on all the surfline cams. It is pumping the entire coast except up in our hood, up in above Morro Bay. It's all south wind. So down here, just the perfect conditions.
In North San Diego, such an ideal place to be a surfer, in that there's so many surf breaks and variety. You know, reef breaks, beach breaks, point breaks, nooks and crannies everywhere, slabs. I mean, there's there's some fun waves right around the corner over here.
You're loving giving away all the secrets, huh?
Hey, come and surf with me, everyone.
Call Kaipo.
Giving away all the secrets.
Hit him on the DMs. You can go and he'll take you surfing. He'll tell you where all the spots are.
Oh, Peter. Okay, well.
It's funny how surfers are, though, right? You're like, you want to have your moments that you're like, oh, I was so on it that I got the best of the best, and everyone else missed out.
We've had our own friends not give up spots to us. Like your good friend not giving you up. Where'd you surf?
But you missed it.
Yeah, right?
I got incredible waves. Where? Oh, you missed it. I don't know what you're talking about. It's part of the fun. Just trying to figure out where the best spot's going to be. Okay, the direction of the swell, 285. This is out of 285, 290, which is a really good direction for a lot of surf spots. So you got a lot of choices of where you want to go. Conditions, east winds, we're on the west coast, blowing offshore the entire, below Santa Barbara, all the way down to the border, and even beyond. And it's supposed to be light winds throughout the day. We do have a front moving in. At some point it's going to change, but for now, conditions, optimum. It would have been really hard to look at the surf this morning and not pull the trigger, knowing that the swell was on the rise, that maybe the afternoon might be a little too big. But just by the vibe I'm feeling right now, I feel like we're okay. I think we're going to be okay till finals.
We've been really, really fortunate for this year's SAMBAZON World Junior Championships in that we've had great waves all 4 days.
And conditions.
Yeah. And
epic.
I mean, California is a great place, but it's not Indonesia or anything like that. You're not guaranteed
it's not
good surf.
No, it's true.
So we've gotten that classic kind of California dreaming, crisp days, either glass or light offshore wind, and head to double overhead surf.
And probably by triple overhead by this afternoon. All right, let's see what's going on here. 4:20 to go. This is an important part of the heat. Door still open for Erin, sitting in second priority. And a set on the way.
There's our swell, west-northwest, 4 to 6 foot. Maybe a couple of 8-footers a little bit later. Light offshore, Erin Brooks up and riding. Winds up off the bottom. Hacks it off the lip there. She's going to settle for just one turn for that 5.84 that she's seeking. It was a committed maneuver. Right behind her, Kika takes a look at that one, decides to hold on to priority.
That looked like a very good wave that she let Erin Brooks go on, but she saw that it was going to shut down pretty quickly, so she let it go. It's only the one maneuver for Erin, but a very solid one maneuver.
Enough for a 5.84?
Probably not. But I've been surprised before. You know, she's a shorter girl, so this looks like, you know, double overhead wave. And she attacked it, but just the one section, and that's why she is so special, is that she is not shy to just load that board up with as much speed as she possibly can and just straight into the lip.
Yeah, it's a 4.17, not enough. So she's still going to be seeking that 5.84. We're at the 3-minute mark.
Yeah, she needed to better the 5.5 to make that a needed score drop. And then Vasilko with priority, you know, literally trying to better a 3.5. I mean, she puts a 5.5 on the board. You know, it really makes it very difficult for Erin.
Yeah, she puts a 5.5, and Erin's going to need an excellent score. So that's a great insight right there, Peter. 2.5 minutes remaining, and Kika heat leader as well as priority. She's happy to let the clock count down. Erin Brooks, however, is looking for an insider and getting on the inside of Kika. As you can see the paddle there, sensing some waves are coming, and maybe can get inside the seam and get one of those medium-sized ones right under the ledge.
Thing about it too is that with this newer swell, you're going to see that there's probably going to be 3 or 4 or 5 waves in a set, especially when it's been as quiet as it has been for the mid part of the season. Look at that, they are scrambling. They can feel the energy now.
Yeah, they've realized they're really deep on the shelf right now, really deep on the reef. So got to get to the corner. Erin Brooks looks like she's got some clearance.
Oh, wow. But no, the reef's going to lift. She's going to be there.
Kika goes. Forced. Oh, and beautiful bottom turn. Big hooking snap right mid-face. Avoids the lip. Looking to improve upon a 3.5.
She's done that. And again, just like very smart. Utilizing priority there. One big solid move in a big section. Look at that. Just again, that's almost triple overhead. Look at that. Underneath it. Lip just chases her along the spine, just tickles her spine and lets her out.
Yeah, and she got a 5.5. So the requirement now for Erin Brooks at the 1 minute mark, a 7.83. Here goes Brooks.
She's got to do something pretty big on this one. This is the final section.
Oh,
wow.
Well, she went for it.
Well, we expected that, but oh, man.
That was one of those jarring wipeouts. Let's keep an eye there for
she disappeared.
Erin Brooks.
Yeah, she's there somewhere. Probably to the left of the screen.
There she is. Oh, that was a beating.
She's used to it. She's all good. Look at this. Just no shame. Straight into it. Just cars with all that speed, airdrops to the bottom, and then just takes the lip to the head. It's all right. Little sinuses filled with some salt water. It's healthy.
It is a nasal flush for sure.
A little salt. It's not that. Get some ions in there. Look at, she's just no problem back out there. It's just no more time.
Yeah. Clock's going to run out for Erin Brooks, and this will be the end of her run at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships. She's going to walk away from Seaside with the equal 5th. Meanwhile, Francisca Vasilko's going to stroll into semi-final number 2.
Kika. Wow. Good for her. I mean, this is exactly what she would have loved when she woke up this morning going, oh, yeah, this is me. I can handle this. And she's doing the handling right now. Quarterfinal win.
That's right. We'll be back right after this break. Quarterfinal number 4 with Sierra Kerr and Zali Kelly when we return. Here she goes. Erin Brooks drops into this one. Well overhead. Nice opening carve up in the lip. There hangs on.
Such a beautiful arc there. I mean, that was great for Sawyer. Look at the wave choice, too.
Alyssa Spencer with the sharp rail work, as always.
Sierra Kerr, 917, our biggest score of the event.
Zali Kelly already is going to take the lead.
She's going to go into double digits. She's now back in the lead. That's exactly what she wanted to wait for and do.
Quarterfinal number 4 out in the water here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western Sierra Kerr and Zali Kelly, competing for the last spot in the semifinals. I'm Kaipo, along with the Hall of Famer Peter Mel. Your thoughts on this matchup, Pete?
Pretty cool matchup. You know, Sierra Kerr splits her time between the Gold Coast and Australia and right here in North San Diego. So she has experience. And Daddy Caddy, as we see a first wave already ridden in this one, and a 5.67 for this wave for Sierra Kerr. You can see how committed she is. Solid bottom turns, top turn combinations. Good warm-up wave here, and a good backup number. 5.67. Zali Kelly now sits out the back with priority. Always happy when you pick up a wave very early in the heat. Just helps settle the nerves. Already puts up good backup number. Kind of relaxes you.
Yeah. Sierra Kerr, just 15 years old, as we saw on the screen, from Coolangatta, but also splits time with Carlsbad. Has had success last year in the juniors, winning the Harvey Norman Tweed Junior Pro, and has also set the internet on fire with some incredible free surfing clips. Zali Kelly from New South Wales, 19 years old, spent 2022 on that Challenger Series, in which she finished 18th on the leaderboard at the end of the year. So she needs to work her way to get back onto that Challenger Series. Opened up with a 9th place at Snapper and a 9th place at Sydney, and then the wheels came off through the latter part of the season. Zali Kelly on the paddle right there, unable to get into that wave, and she will lose priority with that effort. Priority now to Sierra Kerr. Kerr with that 5.67. and putting herself in a strong position now with priority. Here we go with Sierra. Good looking wave here at Seaside Reef. Oh, and she just tosses it away.
No fear. Oh, that was heavy. I did not expect that. That's what's kind of cool about watching these youngsters, is that they are so raw. They're just looking. If you've got speed under your board, they're just attacking the lip.
Just throw it up there, see what happens.
Literally, she was like, she got up and over. I mean, that was a massive move. She could have really actually made Zali pay for that priority air, but it's unfortunate. Just a 0.9. Plenty of time though, but now Zali dodged a bullet there.
Yeah, and Zali regained priority. So no waves ridden as of yet for blue. Zali Kelly, priority sits with her. 23 minutes and 45 seconds counting down. Zali in her heat yesterday, which was the final heat of the day, had to really grind the win over Ellie Harrison, in which Zali, you know, the conditions deteriorated a bit, Pete, and it got tough out there. So Zali had one of those, you know, grindy heats to be able to make it into this quarterfinal. Wave conditions this morning much better than the last time Zali was in the Jersey.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out where Pumpin' Bill was. And it's like, seriously, because I hadn't. It's not a coastal town. It's actually in the hinterland.
Okay, I want you to keep on searching, because we're going to hear from Kika with AJ.
And poor Kika is still shivering because it is so cold out there. But you managed to get the heat done, that first wave, really where you made your mark. What did you see on that wave?
I don't know. I saw, well, today there was, like, the best waves were the ones that it looked like they were going to close out, but then they don't.
and I saw potential on that wave because before they started the heat, like 2 waves came through, and then I knew that the first one's never the right one. So yeah, then that one came and they just started right before it came, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna take this one. So I took it, and yeah, it happened what I was waiting for. It opened up and I got 2 turns.
How much does that affect your confidence to get a high score like that right off the bat in the heat?
Yeah, I know Erin's really dangerous, and I didn't calm down at all. I knew I needed to go back out and get a score and like put pressure on her, but that didn't happen. I was waiting for a while for my second score. It ended up being just a 3-5, and yeah, it's pretty tricky out there, and the waves are really slow. But when they come, it's firing.
It's firing, and you made it happen. You're on to the semifinals. Before we let you go, você quer dizer alguma coisa para a família e amigos em volta?
Estou super contente nas meias finais, estavam altas ondas. Estou super contente de estar aqui e vamos para o próximo.
Parabéns.
Obrigada.
All right, yes. That is Kika. She's going to be in semi-final number 2 with some words from the Portuguese surfer. Okay.
Did AJ move to Portugal?
No, we've been taking Duolingo, and she's doing much better than I am on Portuguese.
Yeah,
but I got some too, Pete. But what the real question is, where is Pumperville?
It is inland of Byron Bay, like literally hinterlands.
In the hinterlands.
Yeah, so it's up in the foothills, and it's unbelievably beautiful, but it's pretty far away from the ocean. I mean, you're gonna have to make a bit of a journey to get to the ocean, like straight inland from Cabarita.
Wow. Okay.
Which is in between, Byron, and so like the very northern part of New South Wales, but also can go to Surf Kira, I'm sure, within an hour drive.
So that's where Zali Kelly's from. So it's a beautiful hinterlands, but has to put some time in the car to get to the ocean and surf. Here she goes, on her opening wave. Nice carve, beautiful wave face in front of her. Places that bottom turn right at the power source, eases through a cutback, stays stable in the whitewater. Another snap to finish. The waters converge, making a little bit of a difficult finish, but Zali Kelly rides out with the completion.
Clean performance there. Didn't see any super high risk. The wave didn't really allow it, but just so much flow. Well done there from Zali. Good answer to the 5.67 of Sierra Kerr. So again, in these 30 minutes, back and forth happening. And now Sierra Kerr's turn. Can she find herself a good set wave and apply some more pressure back at Zali?
You know what time it is, Pete? It's time to take a look at this replay.
Nice size set wave, good tapered wall, and you can see it coming off the reef with a nice tapered wall. You know that there's going to be open face. You're not going to have that big closeout heading at you, and you're going to get a wave that's going to give you the ability to do several turns. Again, didn't get the super vertical face except for right at the end there, so it's going to hamper the score slightly. Not able to get that big outside move either.
Yeah, scanning over heats, our fans are able to do the fan picks, the best Western fan picks, and it looks like 87% picked Sierra Kerr in this matchup, Peter.
Well, if the fans been watching, Sierra Kerr, she's been one of the higher performances, early in this event. So people taking notice.
Yeah, she still has the single highest wave score for the women at 9.17. So there you go. Thank you to all the fans for watching and for catching up with us today. Finals day here at the SAMBAZON World Pro Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western, where we've been getting great accommodations right in Encinitas.
Right above Moonlight Beach, literally get off the freeway, straight into your room.
Can walk to shops, surf,
what the
restaurants,
thing too?
everything.
And they've got a breakfast buffet. Kaipo loves his breakfast buffet. Right? That's probably your favorite.
It's included.
When you can make your own waffles.
It's included in the room, and I just like free stuff. So let's just go with that.
I walked into Kaipo's room and he had like 4 yogurts, a fruit bowl, some coffee makings all ready to go, utensils. And they're all like he walked into his room and he was like in his little mini house. You had everything fridge stocked. You brought the waffle maker from the breakfast buffet you had in your kitchenette. The funny thing is you're laughing because it's true.
I get to somewhere and I like to nest,
That's cool.
Just make the nest.
Like you literally you folded all your T-shirts and put them in the drawers. You weren't even living out of the suitcase, huh? You had your whole thing set up. It's awesome. Had candles there.
It's important to nest and feel comfortable in your environment. I feel very.
What's your favorite essence oil that you have for your candles?
I like a lavender.
It is good, right? So you sleep well. No, it's solid. Good call. I like it. I like lavender too.
Thanks, Pete. Okay, I'm going to contain myself and get back to the action here. Zali Kelly's
a little lull. We can handle.
Oh yeah. Zali Kelly's numbers come in at a 5.83.
Yeah, no, that's a good score. That's how I felt. It was going to be right there, matched with Sierra Kerr. So a very even heat as we hit into the mid part of it.
Yeah, it's neck and neck right now. So it's anyone's heat. Kerr with priority, so that is a little bit of an advantage at the moment, but needs to pick and perform. Right? 3 P's of competition.
What is that again?
Pick,
Coach Kaipo.
Pick, perform, and paddle. Paddle fast, pick a good one, and then when you get to your feet, make sure that you're performing.
3 P's of professional surfing.
Here's our top 4 scores for the women. Sierra Kerr on top, 9.17. Sawyer Lindblad, she is in the semifinals, and she's got the second highest score with that 8.83.
That was this morning. That was a solid number with the conditions today. I mean, you look at those scores, the only one that was from today was Sawyer Lindblad's. So stepping it up on finals day.
That's what you need to do.
Sierra Kerr just attacking that go for broke attitude that she carries, and a lot of the time she pulls it off. I mean, she did have an error with that 0.9 this morning. She glides up and over that roof instead of going into the air, which is what she's known for. So why not try on finals day? And it looks like you can see a little ocean movement here. One thing I think that Josh Kerr would instill in Sierra today is positioning in the lineup. Find the ledge, find the boils, and sit there, because that's where it's going to break. Except for when it breaks outside of you.
Here we
look
go.
At that. She's in the spot.
Oh, drops into this one. Coming around the corner. Sierra Kerr on a large wave here at Seaside. Patient off the bottom, hooks it. And
perfect timing.
That's it.
That was perfect timing. You see off the bottom, she sat there and waited until just the right moment.
Kelly right behind her, a little bit more foam on the face for Zali Kelly. Extends her body through that top turn. Little chatter on the bottom, gets another turn in there. And Zali, unable to ride out in front of the white water, engulfs her. So Sierra Kerr certainly with the advantage on that exchange.
Yes, Sierra Kerr will get probably the best number of the heat.
These two with the Australian flags are guaranteed to win in this heat as well. The fans coming out.
I love it. Now you get to pay your dues. That'll happen today. For all of that excitement, getting a solid set wave, sometimes you have to pay your dues on the way back out. Underneath the hook here, nice carve, but look at this timing off the bottom. Sets it up, wait. Most vertical part of it, attacked it with a ton of speed, and comes out with even more speed. Little different wave with all that foam on the face from Sierra's wave. Just carves it back, and it's just unfortunate when she gets to this last section. She gets there early, trying to get it done, but rides out just a little too late. The wave just grabs her. So just a throwaway number there, but look at the score for red.
Yeah, Sierra Kerr, 7.27, and looking good. There's all the judges' numbers, Pete. 7.8 was the high.
Didn't quite go excellent. There's a lot of room for today to start going into those bigger numbers, but love that final finish move. I mean, really, she has been the one that has been attacking the final move, and it's paid off in a big way. You remember her in the Pipeline Masters had one of the best waves in the women's divisions. Just unfortunately, it was in front of a fellow surfer and ended up getting an interference and a 0.
Brody Sale with a little bit of meditation, getting in the zone before he matches up with fellow Hawaii surfer Eli Hanneman.
In through the nose, full deep breaths, belly breaths, nice even flow out. The ha, right? Do you know what the ha is? Of course you do.
Yeah.
Can you explain it for the viewers, because it is a Hawaiian, and you're Hawaiian. You're the native Hawaiian.
Yeah, ha's like
language well.
ha's like your energy and your spirit, you know. And ha is actually a term for breath, and so ha is part of aloha.
Aloha.
Ha.
Nice.
And, you know,
got chicken skin.
Ancient Hawaii days, the Hawaiians would greet each other with an exchange of breath, touching foreheads and exchanging ha. Way to get familiar and spiritually acknowledge each other.
So there's a lot of benefits in exactly what we saw Brody Sale doing there. Gets you centered in the moment. A little tool in the toolbox for Brody. See how it goes for him. He's up against a fellow Hawaiian.
I like it, you know, because we got like contrasting kind of prep, and even on the championship
Would Italo
tour,
do one of those? What if we saw Italo this year doing some meditation?
You know, we
his
see
heats?
Griffin Colapinto doing meditation, but at the same time, you know, you see someone like a Ramsey Buchayam, you know, with the headphones on, doing a UFC warm-up, you know, doing an MMA warm-up, you know, getting amped.
I've even actually seen Griffin do that. I mean, remember the jump ropes before his heats?
Yeah.
I mean, he's definitely trying to figure out what tools work for him.
I think he's into the meditation now.
Well,
what
but
I've seen lately.
We're human, right? And generally we're moody. You know, the moon changes the way you're feeling.
Ooh.
I know that around a full moon around Kaipo, it gets feisty. Right? And so it's, you know, one of those things that you have to, every time you come in, it's not like your competition goes along with your cycle. So you have to understand, like, if you're, you know, whatever you need in that moment, sometimes it's meditation, sometimes it's, you know, jump rope and UFC boxing, right, to get you fired up, but whatever it takes.
Yeah.
And you just got to know what your body and your personality needs for that day.
Turn up.
Kaipo, what do you need today?
Yeah.
What are you thinking? Are you thinking a little meditation will help you out?
Yeah, I'm doing a little meditation,
stretch,
and a cranberry juice cleanse, actually.
Oh.
So.
Everything cool? Everything healthy?
Except for the knee, that's healing. But yeah, spiritually, mentally, I'm in a good place. But just got a couple holes in my knee that are healing up right now after getting fixed up. Thank you, Dr. Spencer Chang from the WSL. 9 minutes, 15 seconds on the countdown here, and Sierra Kerr out in the lead. Zali Kelly needs that 7.12 to advance. Zali does have priority, so she's in a good position there, and the clock's in her favor with 9 minutes remaining. Likely another set hitting the reef here at Seaside.
You would hope, but the ocean does what it wants to do. It's the one variable within this time constraints that you can't control, is when your opportunities come.
That's why you have to stay engaged the whole time, right?
Yeah, and you know, again, when you think about all those techniques that you used to get yourself in the right space for these 30 minutes, and one of those is you know, connection with the ocean. And how do you do that? You know, whether it be the meditation part, getting you in the moment, maybe it's literally just staring at the ocean and getting the vibe for the rhythm of the ocean.
Some have a mantra. Some people will have a mantra running through their head.
For like a calling waves. I have one of those.
I have one as well.
Yeah.
I actually learned that skill set from you, Peter.
Really? Although do you remember what it is?
Mantra? We use different mantras.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's mine.
Yeah.
And it'll get me in the moment. Just if I feel like I'm scattered, that's my own.
Yep. Some people manifest things, like Vito Garitio Nandia, who every day wrote on the notes on his phone, "I will be European Junior Champ," and repeated that every single day. And that was his mantra, and that was his manifestation, and he made that happen. I'm a big believer in being able to manifest success and manifest health, you know? So I think it's real, and practice it.
Thank you, Coach Kaipo.
7:15, and Zali Kelly staying centered and trying to manifest a set wave right now and produce a 7.12, because that's what she needs to get into the semifinals. Winner of this heat will go up against Francisca Veselko in semifinal number 2.
That's going to be happening today with the swell on the rise. You look out there right now, you're like, really? Swell's on the rise? Yeah, it is. A little bit inconsistent this morning. I almost like the slow burn, because ultimately when you think about the forecast and what's going to happen here into today and tomorrow, is it's going to get pretty good size. And you know, we're going to see some weather start to move closer in, so you may see some conditions change locally. But today, forecast is light winds offshore for the morning, light and glassy the afternoon. We did see some wind kind of regionally pop up last night in one of the heats. Remember that? There was like a half hour where all of a sudden it blew out of the kind of west and had some chops in the face, but then it just disappeared.
Yeah, we've been gifted by some great weather and lots of swell, and that's made this World Junior Championships a memorable one.
World class, it really is. And I would love to see this venue, especially Seaside Reef here during this time of the year, end up on tour on a regular basis. You know, there's a lot of great surfers from this area. You know, it's a surf town, surf county, really. San Diego. You know, I got Orange County just to the north, which is another huge surf town. So there's just, it just feels like this is a place to be competing. You know, not just the U.S. Open. There's so many other variables and places that you can have events in California that are literally world class.
I like that. Here's the heat recap, starting with Zali Kelly, Peter.
Nice size set wave here. Good wave choice that gave her the ability to showcase her flow. Nice solid finish as well on this wave. This was the 5.83. We saw Sierra Kerr before this have an earlier lead with the 5.67. But then Sierra found her way into a major one. This is actually her 5.67 early in the heat. That was when we were kind of seeing the even Steven portions of it in this one. Both of them having very similar scores, just separated by about 0.2. Nice, good finish there for Sierra, but then a much bigger wave. Look at this, double, triple overhead, big deep bottom turn, and watch this finish move on the closeout. No shame, straight into it, sets it up with all this timing, hooks it with a ton of speed, accelerates out the maneuver there, 7.27.
That was exciting surfing by Sierra Kerr.
That's what we've been seeing all event long from Sierra. She's been able to fight from behind. You know, her first day, she didn't get the heat win. You know, it wasn't like this full momentum. She's had to build throughout this event. But she's here on finals day. 4 minutes to go. She's got the lead. Things are looking good. I think in her mind, though, she's like, ooh, I got to get rid of that 5.67. I want to get a 9.
Yeah, and she's not big in stature. She's, she's still growing, only 15 years old. She's tiny, and some of these sets at Seaside are triple, maybe quadruple overhead to her, as the swell fills in.
One of the things I think that Sierra has been able to utilize is the fact that her dad takes her. She's actually, used toe surfing as well, and that helps you be comfortable with a lot of speed.
Well, she's speeding through these turns right now. Clean surfing by Sierra. And like you said, Pete, wanted to kick away that 5.67. She's on her way on this wave, and she may have just done that. What do you think?
I would say so. I mean, it's a nice comparison, really. We just got to see the recap, so we saw the 5.67 fresh in our minds. That one does feel better. A little bit better action on that outside section. She didn't have to, it was a little steeper on the face. She was able to stay in the pocket. Look at the good timing. And again, the fade of the bottom turn kept her right in the bowly section of the wave. Kept the speed up too, great flow. Wasn't going to make any mistakes on this one either. Straight up again for that solid finish. Carries the speed out of it. Yeah, this is going to be an improvement on the 5.67 and going to make that one much more challenging in this last 2.5 minutes for Zolly. She's probably going to need something excellent.
Yeah. You know, Sierra Kerr, just 15 years old, and I may be early on in saying this, but look out, World Tour. Watch out, because Sierra Kerr is coming. 6.5 is the last number to check in for Sierra Kerr, and now the requirement for Zolly Kelly, a 7.94, near an excellent knee.
Oh, here's a chance, baby. There's probably going to be a couple waves in this set, but look at the conditions. Holy moly. But I was just, mentioning before that wave from Sierra Kerr is that, she's done a lot of toe surfing, which again gets you very comfortable with, carrying your board with a ton of speed. Again, traveling around the world, she spent a lot of, moments on boat trips and in good waves, Gold Coast, and all that variety is such a good anchor for the foundation of surfing and being able to learn to surf with this high speed, that's where the level is going to be going up, is doing your maneuvers when you're going really fast.
Here we go. Kelly trying to make up right now. Lots of foam on the face, but it's not bothering her as she's slashing through a couple of turns. Foamy inside section, keeps the momentum going down the line, looking for the finish. In the lip, goes down, and that's going to hamper her achieving the score that she needs. Yeah,
she needed that. I mean, and the judges have been very clear throughout this event. The finish is so important, and she didn't get the finish there. And just not enough high impact on the outside, I don't think, to really get the 7.94 needed. And look at these sets.
Wow, there's a swell we've been talking about.
That'll be increasing through the day in consistency and size. Look at Sierra, just wants one more before this heat's over. But I think she's done enough. Yeah, the score's already in, Kipes.
Yeah, 4.93, not enough for Zolly Kelly. So, as we suspected, especially without finishing off that wave, it's going to be Sierra Kerr into semifinal number 2.
13.77 total. Very solid performance from Sierra Kerr, and measured. She can give us some more for sure.
Well, there's the numbers, and women's semifinals all set. We're going to take a break. When we come back, men's quarterfinals in the water. Brody Sale, Eli Hanneman, right after this short break.
I can hear the sound.
You can just see the confidence that Eli has.
We haven't even gone through half of the heat, and he's already going to have 15 points on the board.
Brody Sale now, FBI, utilizing these waves to maximum effect.
It's like cooking a steak, Chris. You don't want to overcook it.
Big section to work with. Nails it. Fist pump. Boom. Welcome back to the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western. We are live from Seaside Reef here in beautiful Encinitas, California. Chris Cote here with Rosie Hodge, and we are into the thick of it. The quarterfinals for the men are on. We just witnessed some incredible matchups in the women's quarters. That trend will continue. We have some of the biggest names in our sport about to hit the water.
Yeah, it's been amazing to watch. The out-of-towners have really come in and swept the field. We've got 2 Hawaiians in the water at the moment. Huge quarterfinals on offer. The women's was super excited. I'm really excited about this pivot, watching the men's quarterfinals with you, Chris.
Oh, this is going to be one hell of a matchup. Brody Sale versus Eli Hanneman. A little inter-island friendly rivalry. Brody Sale, FBI from the Big Island. Eli Hanneman from Maui. So both these surfers obviously totally accustomed to surfing in waves of consequence. I would say this is light work for Brody and Eli. These two guys stand out at waves like Haleiwa, Backdoor, Pipeline, you know, the heaviest of heavy. So they're going to be chomping at the bit to get involved with Seaside Reef today. It's a 30-minute heat. Same rules as always. Top 2 scores will be totaled up. Whoever has the highest number at the end of this 30 minutes will make it through into the semifinals, one step closer to becoming a world champion. And this is going to be a very difficult question, Rosie, but who's got the edge out here today?
In this heat?
In this heat.
Wow, that is...
Sorry about that. That's hot potato.
Do you know what I enjoyed yesterday? Eli's fortitude in his heat. Like, he had to fight back against Luke Thompson. I really enjoyed having a look at that side of him and how he handled the pressure. Brody Sale, he's been impressive. I mean, he was in that elimination round. He's surfed a couple more heats. I'm enjoying both of these guys. Eli Hanneman seems like he's got something different this season. Like, he's learned a lot in the lead up to this. But yeah, wait for that opening exchange.
Okay, I'll let you make it easy for you.
Get you back.
Brody Sale from Konakain, on the Big Island of Hawaii. He surfed 7 Challenger Series events. He did get a 5th place in Sydney, a huge, huge event for Brody Sale. He won the Sunset Pro Junior. He has made the semis in big events like the Vulcan Pipe Pro. He has been referred to as the 4th Florence brother. He looks and surfs a lot like John Florence, which probably the best compliment you could give any surfer in the world. And he will be featured in the new film called Alan Hazardous Waste, Chloe Andino produced project, which I cannot wait to see. If Chloe's in it, if Brody's in it, Griffin's in it, you know it's going to be great.
Yep.
That should be dropping soon. And we did see Brody leaning into the spiritual, meditating before his heat. We'll see if that pays off for him. Eli Hanneman from Lahaina, Maui, started skateboarding actually at age 4. Then started surfing, so you can kind of see that in what he does. He is hugely influenced by skateboarding, the big airs that he's capable of. Can't wait. Hope he gets a section to show us what he's got. 24 minutes on the clock, no waves ridden yet. With a 13.77 total, Sierra Kerr came all the way from Carlsbad, just a few minutes up the road, to compete here today, and she went off. She's standing by now with AJ McCord.
Quite the commute from Carlsbad down here to Seaside Reef, but you came out in the very first few minutes of your heat and made a statement with your first wave. What was your strategy heading into the heat?
I mean, I was just trying to catch some waves, and it's so good out there. It's probably one of the biggest or best I've surfed it. And yeah, I was just like, if any good waves that look like have wall come to me, I'll get them. So yeah, I was just able to pick off some good ones, I guess. It was fun.
As you're sitting there watching the other heats go and you're seeing, oh, these are some of the biggest and the best waves I've seen here at Seaside, how do you mentally get in the zone to attack those waves?
Yeah, I mean, it's a big less, and usually I don't surf big less as much. So I come into this comp, I'm like, dang, it could be any, like, I wish it was at car parks or something. My dad's like, well, you just got to adapt. So just trying to come into this with, like, that mindset. And it's cool to be able to push yourself and try and prove to yourself that I could surf big lefts and do good in big lefts, so I'm stoked on it.
I bet your dad had a few gems for you that he gave you before heading out into the water. What was the advice that stuck with you during your heat?
Yeah, I mean, we went free surfing this morning, and we were just kind of talking about where to sit and compared to the boil, and I guess he doesn't try to put too much in my head, just like, oh, this is kind of the spot for now, but it could change, so just adapt is kind of the thing he always says.
And adapt you did. You're on to the semis. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Sierra Kerr making it through. Splits her time between Carlsbad and Coolangatta. Two pretty sweet places to be a young surfer. The break that she normally surfs, that kind of some nooks and crannies in front of her house. Today is one of those days where you don't have a lot of options around Encinitas because it is getting pretty big, and a lot of the breaks around here are beach breaks that don't necessarily handle big swells as well as some other spots. But Seaside, I would say, is right here on the red line of almost surpassing the limit of how big this reef can handle. As Sierra Kerr said right there, big lefts coming through. But I will say, I disagree with her. She is great in big lefts. She just got the call up. She earned a spot in the Vans Pipe Masters, obviously the biggest, scariest left there is to surf, and she did extremely well there, getting that bid through the Stab High event, where she did the best air ever done by a female. 21:18 to go, so Sierra Kerr, a semi-finalist. What are Sierra's chances of taking home the title?
Very, very good. And it's always scary when a surfer identifies that one of her weaknesses is still something that wins her heats. I remember Steph Gilmore mentioned that her backhand was something that she really wanted to work on, but she would win events in Peru. So, I mean, it shows like Sierra, she's saying, hey, this is something that I don't do every day, but I'm still really, really good at it.
She was down here before dawn, out in the lineup, just familiarizing herself with a break that she does surf a lot when she's in town. And, when you're talking about Sierra Kerr, Alyssa Spencer, Levi, some of the quote-unquote locals, that's doesn't really tell the whole story, because these surfers are going around the world for 10, 11 months of the year. So almost rare to see the locals out here on a normal basis, because they're out there traveling, trying to do it. Eli Hanneman, for example, 6 Challenger Series events, 2 QSs, 2 Pro Juniors, and that's kind of on the low side of events surfed by our surfers still left in the draw. Brody Sale with 7, a bunch of QSs and a bunch of Pro Juniors. So these young surfers are putting in the work, getting around. There you see that's an example of just a little too big for Seaside, kind of closed out the whole area. The right you see on screen right there looks extremely mushy right now, but that's a wave that sometimes, if it's getting a little crowded on the left, you can sneak over to the right, fade your way to the inside, and big things can happen in there, but today it's going to be all big lefts.
I don't think I've been in a heat this week where I've seen a right ridden.
No one's ridden a right yet.
Yeah. And I have a question for you, Chris. Who do you favor in this heat?
In this heat, with Brody Sale and Eli Hanneman, I'm just going to go with the red jersey because they're so evenly matched. Extremely tough to pick a favorite. They both have, a deep bag of tricks, a huge arsenal of anything they can lean on. They both have incredible airs. I would say in the strength and size department, you could go just a little bit towards Brody Sale. Big, strong kid. But Eli, he is definitely a powerhouse himself. This kid is fearless, and he'll charge. And the battle wounds tell that story. He suffered a brutal wipeout at Pipeline, lacerated his pancreas, got a concussion, got 16 stitches, all in one wipeout.
Wait.
This was earlier this year.
Wow.
And he's already back. Like I said, fearless, tenacious. His quote was, "You got to pay to play."
Okay. Wow.
He's a tough kid.
He is tough as nails.
Well, 18:30 to go. Eli Hanneman has been on a roll in this event. We can take a look back as to what he did yesterday. He got to skip that second round. So before we do that, let's get into it. Brody Sale now controlling the lineup, getting this wave from deep, comes around a big section. Nice snapping carve to start this wave off, building down the line. Beautiful backside turn there for Brody Sale. Nice and patient, not having to force it. This wave has plenty of power. You don't have to do a thing to manufacture speed. Brody Sale up and in. Every time he takes off, I can't help But remember that AWOL Nation song. Sail! You can't help it.
Yeah.
Now,
Thank
now
you.
it's going to be in your head for the rest of the day, too.
Earworm me. Brody, wow, what a wave. You also mentioned just his style, how much he kind of almost mirrors Jordy Smith's similar little quiet upper body technique of keeping those arms close to his torso, close to his lower legs, as you see him just wind through so much power. Like you said, he does have that height difference over Eli. Wow, that front foot just slipped off the wax there. That looked painful.
That was an early wipeout. And he's back on his board, back out there. These guys both excel and charge on the North Shore of Oahu, so Seaside Reef will not be intimidating for them. And Brody Sale felt the brunt of it right there. Hand selected by the GOAT, Kelly Slater, to ride for Slater Designs. We got a good recommendation from Shane Dorian, who identified early on in Brody's young life that Brody was something special, and Shane was right. Obviously, Kelly Slater is right, too. Scores come through 6 points on the high side, 5 on the low. Comes through at a 5.5. Decent start. And all week long, we've been saying, you know, the end of these waves, crucial. That score could have been up in the excellent range had he ridden out. We'll see what happens now. Eli Hanneman, a perfectly placed first snap, gets around a big section. Beautiful whipping backside turn. Spray to the sky, another massive hook. Perfectly timed, keeping things calm. He's got more. Just relax. He's got more. I like that claim.
Yeah, and just the release, where he chooses to release his fins on his turns. There's a point of difference in every single maneuver that he did there, and finishing clean. Let's have another look at it. So he decides to kind of whip it up in the lip there. First look at that turn. Beautiful bottom turn. Lots of spray. That release there. So there was kind of like a different release on every turn, but kind of similar when you have a look at that replay. I think these scores are going to come through and really set the pace for these surfers. I think it's unfortunate that Brody didn't get that finishing turn, because I think that would have increased his score and would have competed a lot better with the number that Eli has just dropped in.
Which is a big one. 8.33, one of the high marks of the day. The judges loving the whip crack surfing of Eli Hanneman in that last wave. I mean, that was all critical where he did his turns. They were all really nicely linked. So you think of the speed, power, flow equation, everything in its proper place, and really smart too. You saw how he timed the third turn. You know, that was where we've seen a ton of surfers go down, but Eli Hanneman making the wise decision to pick the correct maneuver for that end section. This was a great looking wave.
Such a beautiful read. I mean, even on that first turn, just having the foresight to kind of fade back into that white water to keep him in the critical zone. And we were talking about these two surfers, and we said it's super evenly matched. But for me, when I look back at the numbers for Eli Hanneman in this event, he's had the edge in terms of heat totals. Like, looking at his performances that he's thrown down, he's been sparky. He's been throwing down excellent scores.
So now that he has an 8.33, you feel confident, and that's your pick to win this heat.
And with the numbers
and the research that
research.
you did. Fair.
Yeah.
Wow, halfway through, this heat is flying by. I think because the anticipation we all had for this matchup got us all fired up. The beach is starting to fill up. Locals, visitors, travelers, friends, family, pit crew, they're all waiting patiently for the next flurry of waves to come through. Eli Hanneman with the lead in 8.33. Sierra Kerr won that last quarterfinal with a 13.77 total. I think we're going to be seeing more numbers in the mid to high teens as we get into the men's quarterfinals as well. Coming up next, Kali Voss, Levi Slauson. Are you kidding me with these matchups?
That's such a great heat.
They could all be finals.
Well, Levi's the last North American standing in this event. So, local, he was great to watch yesterday. Just super exciting. Just Iceman.
Yeah, he is definitely a contender. So we have basically in quarterfinal 2, I think the majority of us picked either Cowley or Levi. So favorites going on favorites. That's going to be a big one. But we've got 13 minutes left in this opening quarterfinal matchup. Eli Hanneman versus Brody Sale. So again, an inter-island rivalry. Maui versus the Big Island. Eli Hanneman has a trophy room that could fill up a warehouse. He had second place in Red Bull Airborne 2019. Has had a bunch of big results in junior and QS events, and here he goes again trying to capitalize on that early big score, the 8.33, and right back into it, riding out clean. I'm loving what I'm seeing right now from Eli Hanneman. You could just tell the board under his feet is connected. I mean, they are one when he takes off, and I love that he's adding just a little bit of extra flair into his turns. You see his tail whipping out a little bit. The last turn on his first wave, he had a little slide, and you can tell it was intentional, and he does it all over again on this wave.
Yeah, so good just to back up that 8.83, to get back out there, find a two-turn combo, and turn the screws on your competitor.
What more could you have done on that wave? That was perfect.
It was good surfing. One of my favorite memories from Eli was he would caddy for Millia Manuel at the Honolulu event. I remember seeing him in the water, and I didn't even realize that, you know, like, he's out there caddying for Millia, but he's also just this up-and-coming amazing talent. So it was obviously a number of years ago, but seeing him and his trajectory and watching what he's doing has been super cool.
Yeah, it's kind of wild that Eli and Jackson Bunch are still in the juniors, because we've been hearing those names for so long now. I mean, these were two of the highest touted Super Groms coming up, and they're proving that those accolades were worthwhile, as Eli Hanneman now dropping another huge number, a 7.67. Are you kidding me? With the combination of scores that Eli Hanneman has already thrown down, one of the highest totals of the entire event, 16 points off an 8.33 and a 7.67. Eli Hanneman can do no wrong in this lineup right now.
He's doing so well, and that stings for Brody, because he's probably thinking back to that first wave of just shutting it down. Had he completed that last maneuver, his requirement would have been a lot less. I think that 5.5 would have edged up in that 7.58 range for him. So right now in the combination situation, he's back to the drawing board. He's got to start fresh.
And here's where that combo can feel extra daunting. You figure 5 minutes. I would say you're catching one wave every 5 minutes. You know, if you look kind of back at the cadence of the sets and all of that. If you can't get your first scoring wave to break the combo within this next 5 minutes, I think you're going to be in a lot of trouble. And Brody Sale has surfed enough heats to know exactly that. So for him, urgency is coming quick. But the good news for Brody Sale is it's really consistent out there right now, and there are 10s coming through. We've been very close. Some 8s, encroaching on 9s. And I think today's the day we're going to be seeing more of those scores in the 8 and 9 range.
Well, he needs 2 8s. That's it for, I mean, if you want to break down that score.
So he's sitting, Brody Sale sitting out the back with priority, needing 2 large numbers. Eli Hanneman did it on his first 2 waves. No worries. No wasted energy or effort. 8.33, a 7.67. Power surfing from one of our great aerialists still in the draw. You got to have all the weapons at this level, right? You can't just be the air guy or just the power guy. You got to do it all.
I think even like this new generation coming up, they have such a well-rounded approach. Big waves, small waves, airs, railworks.
Well, all those things that you just said fit perfectly with the surfer heading out into the lineup. Kalle Vast, probably one of the, I would say he is the most barreled competitor still in the field, which is saying a lot because Eli, Brody, and everybody else still in this draw gets barreled a lot. But Kalle Vast coming from Tahiti, saw what he's capable of in the Tahiti CT event where he surfed his way all the way to second place. So definitely get more into that. In quarterfinal number 2, he'll be going up against hometown hero Levi Slauson. But right now, it's about Brody Sale finding the opportunity. 8 minutes, 14 seconds to go. This is when the clock starts running away from Brody, who's still needing 2 waves to catch up to the blistering pace set by Eli Hanneman.
Yeah, Eli has flipped the script. I mean, Brody started out with that 5.5. He kind of cracked the seal in this heat, and Eli just turned around the 8.33, backed it up. That's 7.67. There's your boy, Levi.
Seaside local, Levi Slauson coming up. One of the biggest heats of his life, I would say. And speaking of Seaside locals, I want to give a birthday shout out to Justin Cote.
Hey.
He is actually a proper Seaside local compared to me. He surfs way more than I do out here and way better than I do out here. It's his birthday today. So happy birthday, Justin.
Happy birthday.
Sure he's somewhere in the parking lot cheering on Levi and Alyssa.
Did you get him a gift?
I do. It's in my car.
Oh.
Do you want me to tell you what it is?
You are a very generous person, though, Chris. You hooked up the whole crew with some coffee goodies this morning.
I did stop by at the iconic Panikin Coffee and Tea earlier this morning. Got to get the crew fired up.
Yeah, thank
and
you.
Panikin's been doing it since the 60s, waking up Encinitas. And I'll be there tomorrow morning and the day after and the day after. Daily routine.
Good.
6:30 on the clock. Crew on the beach thickening up as they know champions will be crowned today. It's finals day here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. I see a lot of Sierra Kerr friends and family in that mix. Levi Slauson crowd has come out.
It's audible when a local gets a wave, for sure. Like, there are people on the beach and they are here to watch their hometown heroes.
All the dogs are out. So you can have your dog on this beach on a leash. It's friendly for everybody.
Yep.
And I'm not saying on any given day it's easy to catch waves out here, because it's not. Definitely has a lowers type of feel. A lot of great surfers out here, and it's a very popular break. It's a little bit of a misnomer when you watch it in a contest and you're going, wow, this place looks perfect. No one ever out.
It's so easily accessible too, like just on the 101 freeway. Huge parking lot. Eli Hanneman dropping hammers. 833 on his opening wave. Beautiful connection with this last closing section.
It looks like he's riding a tiny little board and making it look just perfect. That Matt Biola shaped mayhem under his feet looks, again, like an extension of his body, right? It's all one.
The transition through the turns too, just so flowy and perfect. Brody Sale, he started off, you know, looking at this wave, we're like, okay, it's on. He gets this inside section. He decides to hammer it home. But the unfortunate thing for Brody was that slip of the front foot. That's so painful.
Not that he wants this award, but that might be the best wipeout I've seen yet.
Aaron Brooks.
That was the best wipeout. So that's second place.
Yeah, second place.
4:30 now. Here's where you get worried, because Brody Sale needs 2 waves if he wants to take over that top spot, which Eli Hanneman has almost slammed the door shut, nailed it shut, welded it shut, put the couch against it. It's going to be very, very tough, if not miraculous, for Brody Sale to get 2 waves in time as we get inside of that 4-minute mark. So while there are a ton of waves coming through, I think with the size we have today, a little bit trickier to find these waves that give you plenty of opportunity. Here we go, Brody Sale up into the lip. Payback to Seaside for the wave that smashed him earlier. Gets one big turn, but you saw the kick out there. That was not a claim. That was a frustration for Brody Sale. It's unfortunate, too, because for Brody Sale fans, like myself, I just wanted to see more. Just didn't really get into the zone that you have to get in to really tap into the heats today.
Yeah, it's nothing with Brody surfing. I think it's all just been that wave let him down. That first maneuver was awesome. He sat there with priority. Eli's just surfed a perfect heat. He's only ridden 2 waves. Both of them have one in the excellent range, one in mid-range 7. So it's just, he's had the rhythm. He's tapped into the best waves and made the most of them.
Mid-sized runner here for Brody Sale, not giving up yet. Comes around this section. Nice turn, blasts the tail out, but a similar outcome to his previous wave, which was a 4.57. So that'll be somewhere in that range. He would have needed 2 8s or a 10 or a 7, whatever combination you need to add up to get past 16 points. And here goes Eli Hanneman. It was looking like a victory lap right there. Checks the watch, 2.5 to go. He's sitting pretty out in the lineup with priority, with a huge lead. Eli Hanneman's going to the semifinals.
That was his third wave, just a quick in and out. And you think about what we have on offer today. He's going to be surfing quarters, semis, final. You want to save some of that energy.
So he's going to the finals.
Well, I mean, I'm saying hypothetically, when you look at a day like today, managing your energy, managing what you have left in the tank and peaking at the right moment, Eli is kind of setting his pace for the day.
And he didn't have to suffer through any of those brutal paddle outs.
Yeah.
It didn't look like. He was just right in the perfect cycle. And I'm going to jump on the Rosie train. I feel like he is looking like a lock towards the finals.
Okay.
I just put words in your mouth, kind of.
Yeah.
I kind of took your words and then took them back and gave them back.
I'm excited about what we're going to see, because we've got Eli, we've got Levi, we've got Levi, we've got Kauli, we've El Cleland Jr. There's still so many red hot surfers left in these quarterfinals. I still think it's just up in the air. That trophy's been like hoisted like a bouquet, and all of these guys are right there to catch it.
1 minute, 27 seconds to go. Both surfers back in the takeoff zone with a nice looking set rolling through. Improbable for Brody to be able to get 2 waves in time, but it would be nice just to see him unleash on one to show us really how good he is. And don't worry, Brody fans out there, he has got a bright, huge future ahead of him. This is just one event in his year. He's going to get back on the Challenger Series and get out there competing on the Challenger, the qualifying series. So there will be more from Brody Sale throughout the year. This is just the end of his junior season. But now it's back on the queue, back on the CS. Brody Sale will be heading back home to the Big Island after this event. Proud of what he accomplished, making the quarterfinals in an event of this magnitude is a huge resume builder.
For sure, and you can tell these guys are good friends. They compete with each other all the time. There's a lot of mutual respect.
He's going, how the hell did you get those 2 good waves?
Come on.
I'm in the same spot. What happened? I like the signs of sportsmanship we've seen already this morning. A lot of high fives and hugs after these heats. I think that's a great lesson to learn early on in your career. You can get fiery in your heat. You can get chippy. You can have paddle battles, but at the end of the day, we're all here for the same reason, to enjoy and display this sport at the highest level, and they've all done just that. Eli Hanneman, talking about high level finishes, 8.33, 7.67 with a 16-point total, one of the highest of the entire event. Eli Hanneman's on a roll, making it into the semifinals. We'll be back with more quarterfinal action. Lawson coming up next. Stay tuned.
The SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western, are brought to you by SAMBAZON, bringing you the delicious powers of acai every day. By Best Western Hotels and Resorts. By Sports San Diego. And Pura Vida. Live free.
Cowley Voss. Now it's showtime for the young Tahitian.
Levi Slauson utilizing that outside section to full effect.
Wow. Just 40 seconds remaining. This is going to be his last chance. A 6.6 and a buzzer beater.
Welcome back to Seaside Reef. This is the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western. Chris Cote here with Rosie Hodge. We're watching a battle of the favorites. Cowley Voss versus Levi Slauson. The two surfers that were picks across the board for all of us commentators. Pete, Mel, Kaipo, I believe Rosie citing Cowley as the potential victor. Myself, Mitchell, leaning towards Levi.
This is going to be fun.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one. Levi Slauson came off a huge win against a titan of surfing in Cade Matson. Had to be a confidence booster, and Cowley Voss has just been slicing his way through the field. Cowley Voss from Tahiti, representing France. He is an incredibly talented waterman, not just a great surfer, and one of the only people on the planet who has the ability to ride the tube switch stance at Chihopo, which that wave's scary enough already. Do it switch, like Cowley.
After beating Kelly.
How good he really is. He got second place in 2022, and then backing up a little bit in 2019. As a 17-year-old, he surfed all the way to the quarterfinals. So Cowley Voss already a long, incredibly respectable career behind him, and he's still only 20 years old. He'll be in the red. Levi Slauson from right here in Encinitas, California. This is where he learned to surf. This is where he surfs on every given day that he's home from traveling. 19 years old. He's had a heck of a year as well. 7 starts on the Challenger Series, 8 QSs. Got a second place, string of 25ths. So up and down on the CS and QS. But in the juniors, he won a pro junior in Sydney, riding Sharp Eye surfboards from right down the road. And if you go to his Instagram, do yourself a favor, go back to December 28th and watch the air that he did at Rocky Point. One of the best airs of the winter by far.
Wow, amazing. It's just so fun to see Levi competing at home in the World Junior Championships. Like, this is the biggest event that Seaside's ever seen. This is huge. To have all your friends and family on the beach watching you on this huge stage, to have a World Junior title out in front of you, this has got to be one of the most memorable moments of his career.
Definitely. You know, he has a lot of friends and family on the beach supporting him right now. It's been nice and calm and kind of just cruising around the parking lot. For the surfers that won on day one, you know, they got that free pass through round above and beyond over round 2. So while it is only one heat, that was a full day of competition and definitely taxing. So for the surfers like Cowley and Levi who got that big win early, you know, their road was a little bit more buttery than the other surfers that had to battle their way through a tough round 2. Speaking of surfers battling right there, a huge set came through, caught both these guys off guard. They have to duck dive a massive chunk of whitewater. 24 minutes on the clock. See another massive wall coming through, Rosie. That is a big set, almost on the peak of too big for the reef. You see that's a wide swinger. And
is this one going to catch then?
That's catching everybody. Everybody in San Diego just got blasted by that set.
It is just wall-to-wall whitewater, though. Like, that just flows down across this whole section, stretch of beach. You can hear it, too, like behind us here in the booth, that roar of the ocean as this is all coming through. Where are our surfers getting caught inside? And that's not what I would have expected in the beginning stages of this heat. I think with the clash with Eli and Brody in that last heat, we just saw those buttery medium-sized waves coming through. These guys obviously set up in that same spot, but this is one of those kind of rogue sets that are going to be coming through throughout the day.
Yeah, those guys just wore a proper 6-footer right on the head.
It's probably one of the biggest sets of the day.
2250. If anyone's going to find the takeoff zone in this confusing lineup today, it's going to be Levi Slauson, who surfed who's been surfing out here since he was about 6 or 7 years old. But Callie Voss, I mean, he is so good, so in tune with the ocean. He's not going to have any trouble finding the takeoff zone. I like this matchup too for the extracurriculars. Both these guys, spearfishing, fishermen, they're total, water dogs. If they're not surfing, they're doing something in the ocean. Levi writes for a company, Salty Gear, or Salty Crew, that is really heavy into, of course, supporting his surfing. But when he's not surfing, they're like, get on the boat. We're going to go catch some tuna.
Yeah.
Get your diving suit on. We're going to go spear some fish. And Callie's the same way. Their Instagrams are pretty matching in terms of it's like big barrel, big air, big fish.
Yeah.
Repeat.
That's a good life. I mean, you can put food on the table, like you're just using the ocean as every kind of resource, like enjoyment, providing for yourself and your family. It definitely is something where they've probably tapped into it. Like you said, Levi's been surfing here since he was 6 years old. There's like no kind of, you don't know where the ocean starts and he begins. Like he's just grown up in this environment.
Well, we got 21 minutes to go. When some surfers come in from their heats, they're looking happy, they're looking relieved. Other surfers look like they are all business. I'm getting that feeling right now from Eli Hanneman, who knows he's just done a great job, but job's not done yet. He's standing by now with AJ McCord.
Yes, he is. All business, but came in looking energized compared to some of the surfers we had on the glass already this morning. What was your strategy, Eli, for this heat?
My strategy was to get a good quick start, just kind of eliminate the quantity of waves and go for the quality ones because it's pretty big out there and there's some washers. So if you pick a bad wave, you could be paddling for half the heat. So I just wanted to make sure my waves counted.
And you certainly did that. You're recovering from a pretty gnarly wipeout about a year ago. How have you worked your way back from such a serious injury, both physically and mentally?
Yeah, January 24th, 2022. I'll never forget. I was out at Pipe. Things went wrong. I hit my head on the reef, got knocked out underwater. Board hit my stomach. I had stomach issues for like 8 months. Couldn't eat a lot of foods. I was on a very strict diet, and it was brutal coming back. And it's actually funny because I was out, Brody was staying at my house, and we went out, and he was the first one to see me unconscious, like in the water and kind of dazed. So he was a big part of that, and it's kind of a miracle I'm alive right now. I could have easily died, so thank God for that every day.
How have you taken that, everything you learned and sort of reflected on in that injury as you're moving forward, not just today, but for the rest of your career?
Yeah, it's been a challenge because I have very high expectations for myself, and even right off the bat, I was in the hospital for 2 weeks, and when I came out, I kind of expected everything to go back to normal, and it's even been like, all through last year, I was competing, doing my normal activities, but I didn't feel like myself, and, it's a new year, and I'm feeling like I'm finally getting back to Eli.
Congratulations. We're excited to see you back. Good luck in the semis.
Thank you.
When Eli is surfing like Eli, watch out. What a story. Eli Hanneman, I mean, he is a true warrior. Many people that would suffer an injury like that, I'm done. I'm not surfing pipeline anymore. I'm not charging big waves. But Eli right back into it. 8 months of recovery, and now he looks like he's at 110%.
Yeah, such a cool interview by him and such a cool insight into what he's been through, what he's going through, and where he's headed. I like that. I like when you get an interview with someone and you instantly become a fan of them. They're not afraid to show you what they've been through, and it's cool for surf fans.
What an amazing story too, to be surfing against the guy that effectively saved your life.
Yeah, that's a cool part. That's a cool puzzle piece to that story too.
Where Brody in that heat was like, "Come on, man! Remember I helped you out at Pipe? Can I get the next?"
I don't think Brody wouldn't have wanted to win that way.
18:23 to go, and I will say congratulations to Brody Sale. A great, stellar junior career behind him. He'll be moving through into the big leagues, no doubt. An amazing surfer. But Eli Hanneman got the best of him in that last heat in a big way with a 16-point total, pretty much setting the benchmark for the day, I would say. I think for these two surfers paddling out right now, they're in their mind, they're thinking, get those waves that Eli got. 8s all day long when you tap into one of those big set waves. But the problem is you've got to finish. I think that's the kind of the biggest factor that we've seen with wins and losses is completing that last turn in that critical section, because it's getting pretty gnarly on that inside shore break, or the midway out short break, I should call it. So completing that last turn, floater, snap, however you finish your wave, you've got to finish it. The judges are putting a lot of weight on the completion of the wave. And here we go. Opening up this heat, it's going to be Kale Vass, goofy footer out of Tahiti, with a nice carving snap there to start this wave off. And here we go. It's going to start to build up through to this inside section. He's setting things up. So really one big turn of consequence. Hoping for the big finish. Quick snap there. Has to kind of cut it midway. Can he ride through? He does. So he got the note. Finish your waves. Loved the tempo that wave had. Incredible, beautiful start. Set things up nicely through the middle and finish strong. That's going to be a big number for Kale Vass to start this heat.
I think if we made a compilation of Kauli's waves, this first turn would be part of his signature accent in his repertoire. I think that move just sets him up so nicely for the rest of the wave. The way that he's able to hold on the length of that rail all the way through the turn, just all raw power. Love this end turn too. Like you said, Chris, it's so important to finish on your feet.
I mean, broken record comment of the week. That's CT level surfing right there. I mean, you could put that wave, Kale, how he surfs, the turns he does, the power he has, how fast he goes. You could take that wave and put it in any event around the world, and his surfing would fit in so nicely on the championship tour, which we know is his goal. He's already had incredible success on the championship tour. I would say probably out of the field we have left in the quarterfinals, the most success at the CT level, with a second place finish in Tahiti. One of the most feared event on the schedule. It's a pretty great way to cap off your junior career by taking out Kelly Slater in Tahiti.
Yeah, and thinking about Kauli, he's had that 2 starts as a wild card, and thinking how much he's grown in those 3 years up until this point. Like, wow, look at the score that's coming through. But he has just matured so much and grown, and that's just helping his surfing so much.
Yeah, I think we all, well, at least I know in Tahiti he's been admired since a very young age, but I think a lot of us kind of got our first look at Kale Vass with some of the photos and videos flying across social media. Him as a young teenager on some of the biggest waves ever surfed in Tahiti. Toe-ins, paddle-ins, I mean, he does it all. And the last 2 years, I think he's really flipped the script on all of us. So gnarly and big, scary barreling waves, but also he does have that QS grind in him. I mean, he has the ability to pump out big scores like we just saw on that last wave. Very consistent, really great style. He's got deep power turns in his arsenal. His timing is great. Not a lot of weaknesses in Kale Vass.
It's easy to pigeonhole yourself when you're from one of the most idyllic locations, and when you when that is your backyard. You've grown up in Tahiti, you're like, why would I travel anywhere? I can just turn into a standout at this break and master this wave, and that could be my whole career. So to see him kind of leave home, travel, and just follow that passion of wanting to compete and put himself up against the best surfers in the world and diversify what he's good at. Yeah, he is like CT level, like you said, but just so cool to see him traveling and getting the experience that he needs in this World Juniors. I mean, the world can open up. If you win that world title, this World Junior title, like, it just opens up so many doors for you.
And that's your introduction every time that you surf in a Challenger Series or CT event. Here we go. World Junior Champion coming up next. All right, and it is Kale Vass again. Finding a gem. Massive opening turn. This wave is growing down the line, so just a bit off-timed for Kale Vass on his second attempt at a turn. Another huge wave breaking on the outside of Seaside Reef. So Kale Vass looked like he was on his way to backing up that 7.67 with another big score, but unfortunately goes down in his second turn. That leaves Levi Slauson out the back with priority But I feel like, are we living in a time warp? Because these heats are going by so fast. We're already over halfway through.
So quickly. This tide is also coming up, Chris. I'm just watching over my shoulder. The bathtub is filling up with water. Yeah, these heats are flying by. Kauli on the way out after that first wave. This is one of those wide swingers that we've been watching. It has that perfect corner for that first maneuver right there. He just kind of doesn't get up and over that surfboard enough to keep his access over the string and right out of that maneuver.
Well, the good news for Kali Voss, even though he just wore half of the Pacific Ocean to his face, he did get rewarded for that first turn of 4.5. So that puts Levi Slauson into a combination spot, needing a total above 12.17. He still has enough time to catch 2 waves. I feel like the 5-minute mark is really kind of the deadline for Levi Slauson, just because of the timing that we've seen these sets coming through and the paddle out being pretty long. If he's gonna want to get back into this heat, the next 5 minutes are going to be crucial.
This is what he did in his heat with Cade. He waited a long time, but he knows what he's looking for. That's the thing. Is like he's not out there just kind of not in the dark, just feeling around with his hands. Has a plan. He's waiting for that set wave. So I'm kind of shaking his head though. This isn't the way that he envisioned this quarterfinal going.
His first wave, just a 0.50, so it's just kind of stand up and out. Monitoring the horizon, waiting to unleash. Levi Slauson now, he's got to be feeling like that clock is just running away from him. Coming up next, Jarvis Earl versus Oscar Berry. 2 of the Irukandjis coming together. Both these young Australian surfers highly touted in their home country. I've heard a lot of good things about Jarvis Earl, you see on screen now. So in terms of name recognition, I'd say Jarvis maybe with the edge, but Oscar Berry, I mean, he is an absolute powerhouse. He's been blasting through his heats. Another stellar matchup coming up next in quarterfinal heat number 3. Now we're getting to 10 minutes and 15 seconds to go, waiting for Levi Slauson to get involved. So far, it's been all Kali Voss, 7.67 and a 4.5. Very quiet in the parking lot right now. The lot trolls are definitely feeling that concern for their guy, Levi Slauson, who, for all intents and purposes, hasn't started his heat yet.
Yeah, it's been a tough go. We've had that wash through set as the hooter sounded. Both of these guys getting washed out of position. Let's see what happens on this.
Something perking up on the boil. Will it hit the reef right? If anybody knows what the right wave looks like, it's Levi Slauson. He takes a look. It's a no-go. That means a late drop for Kali Voss, who's sitting on 81% of the Best Western fan vote. That's an international vote, so surf fans around the world citing Kali, the guy that they think is going to take this heat. So nicely done there for Kali Voss, trying to get rid of a 4.5, so completed that wave. 8:58 on the clock. Levi let that one go, knowing that he has to get 2 big scores. Here we go, Rosie.
Yeah, Kahuli looking to improve on the 4.5 underneath the priority. This is that medium-sized wave. It goes a little bit fat on the open face. However, finishing with that stab, that could improve that second wave. Kind of push that heat total a little bit up for Levi. We'll see. There it is, Chris.
And the score does come through and improves. 6.33 now for Kali Voss. That means Levi Slauson now needs a total of 14 points or above, not only to break the combo, but to get back in the lead. Second place surfer is out of this contest. Set peeking up out the back, and it's going to be Levi Slauson on his backhand, taking the high line, building up speed. comes around a section. Tight carve. The quick snap there. He's got a big section here on the inside. Nails it. Free falling from the lip. About a 6 or 7 foot airdrop for Levi Slauson. That's exactly what he needed to do to get back in this heat. So he's in a combination spot right now with 14 minutes to go, but time management is on his side. Now he has a full 7 minutes to get back out there and get one more wave.
There were so many things happening there because you mentioned he's in a combo. He potentially needs to catch a wave. I mean, as soon as it gets down to 5 minutes, that's when it gets a bit dicey. So to get it within that 8-minute mark, that wave is, I feel, is going to break the combo. Potentially, what, maybe like a 6, maybe. I don't know. We'll get another look at the replay, but the last maneuver was really cool. He had to stretch down the line to find that open face. Kind of gets that lateral cut right there, but he looks sparky too. I mean, you think about it, this guy's been waiting to shoot his shot.
That was an insane finish.
Insane finish, and the judges, they love that. So that last maneuver was really where the judges are going to hold space, and the majority of the points are going to come from that last maneuver. Now he's got 6:20 on the clock, paddling back out, so hopefully there's more opportunity.
You know, if he can get...
Well, there will be. There must be.
Yeah, if he earns something between a 6.5 and a 7.5, that's got to feel a lot more manageable.
Yeah.
You know, if you're looking for a 6 compared to an 8, even though it's just 2 points, that's a little bit more of a digestible kind of feeling, and that's exactly what he wanted to hear. Levi Slauson comes through with a 7.5, nearly matching Calivast's best wave. So now that puts him in the position needing a 6.51. So he does need a sizable, good wave. It doesn't have to be quite as good as what he just did. Problem is, there's only 5.5 minutes left.
That's still enough time. And the thing that I'm just noticing about Levi is his composure. There's nothing erratic or nervous about him. He has that composure. He almost seems to thrive in these pressure-filled situations. So let's see it. I'd love to see just a back and forth exchange between these guys.
Now both surfers back into the lineup. Takeoff zone wide open. Calivast does have priority. Here's where Levi Slauson has to go into sales mode. Sell Cali a dud and find yourself a gem. Sounds easy on paper. It's not, because Calivast is a wily competitor, a veteran already. And he's put together a solid heat so far.
Amazing surfing from surfer from Tahiti. Great finishes, great flares of brilliance throughout. Just able to manhandle these waves with such ease and poise.
Yeah, has really made no mistakes in this heat. Hasn't fallen. You know, even his mid-range score was just a nicely done wave.
He did get a little smoked by that one wave.
Yes, he did have a good wipeout. You're right.
Levi on the answer back in combination situation. He finds this wave, breaks the combo. Rewarded with a 7.5, and he's back in the game.
That last turn was so clutch. That would have blown most surfers off their board with ease, but Levi is able to ride out. 3 minutes, 48 seconds to go. Tense moments for the local lot trolls, who are all, no doubt, cheering for Levi right now. He is an Encinitas resident, a hometown hero. Come up against hard-charging Tahitian surfer flying the French flag in Calivast. Oh, it's silent. Silent all over. Everyone's waiting to see what happens next. You cut the tension with a knife. You could feel it coming from the screen.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people just holding their breath in these last 3 minutes. Love these conditions we have on offer. It seems like the wind's even backed off a little bit.
This next set is going to be the decider.
This is it. This is it. Can't wait.
Inside of 3 minutes now, Levi Slauson looking for a 6.51. Calivast trying to play defense. holds priority. The decision making now is going to come into play. If it's a 3 or 4 wave set, Callie has to try to figure out and identify which wave is going to be the best. And here we go from deep. Levi Slauson taking off, setting things up nicely with his first turn. This wave perking up down the line. He's able to get into that critical section and a beautiful backside whip. Frees the fins. Still doing work down the line. He's got an inside section to work with. Rides the lip line nicely, and he loves it. The crowd goes wild. Did Levi Slauson do enough? Was it a 6.51? There's about 50 people in that picture right there that think it is. Now it's up to the judges, Rosie.
6.51. My first gut feeling is he got it. I mean, he had to go find this wave down the reef. He identified this little nugget. That turn was pretty sweet. Touches that rail. You see almost the whole underside of his surfboard as his fins flip over on that bottom turn. Let's see. This last maneuver was pretty cool. Floats through on that lip line. 6.51 is what's required, Chris. What's your feeling?
I watched that wave, and the word that comes to mind is intensity.
Yeah.
And he made all the combinations look really nicely linked together. So there was one slight, I mean, if I'm being hypercritical, one slight bubble in the middle, but it was kind of an ineffective part of the wave anyway. The third turn he did where he blasted his fin out the back was amazing. The finish was great. And it comes through, and it's a 7, just enough. Levi Slauson gets into the lead with a minute to go, but watch out. Callie Vass now needs a 6.83. This wave starts off kind of soft out the back, but it looks like it's going to be good through to this inside section. So 3 setup turns for Callie Vost. He needs a big finish here. Up and into the lip, jams it, rides out clean. So now it's time to compare those last 2 waves. We saw what Levi did to earn that 7-point ride. Callie Vost needs something right in that ballpark with a 6.83. To me, the intensity level was higher on Levi's wave. Callie's wave maybe a little bit bigger, but didn't offer him those critical sections. This is where we're all so happy that we're not judges.
The last turn for Kauli was the most critical, and as he's paddling into the wave, what he's hearing is the beach announcer telling him Levi's got the lead and that he has a requirement. So he's paddling in, the hands are leaving the rail, and he knows he's got to do something special. That wave, when it popped up, it went a little bit flat on that opening section, so he had to manufacture some of that score. So we're waiting on the judges. Whoa.
Oh, jeez.
That was awkward.
All right, and the score comes through for Callie Vost. It's not enough. A 5.93. Seaside local Levi Slauson gets past an event favorite and Callie Vost, who put on an absolute clinic throughout this entire contest. But Callie Vost just edged out by Levi Slauson. What a heat. These quarterfinals are epic. And there are more to come. Jackson Bunch and Alan Cleland coming up next. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the best juniors in the world. Take it to Seaside Reef. We'll be right back.
these chains are made of solid gold. Time to tear it down. Time to tear it down.
Welcome back to the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western, and we have semifinal number 1 for the men all set. It's going to be Eli Hanneman versus Levi Slauson. We just saw Levi, the local boy, make the parking lot go up in cheers with that buzzer beater moment, Mitchell.
Yeah, the lot trolls were in full effect this morning, Kaipo, and what a way to really celebrate a conclusion to a great event here. The first time we've ever had this event in mainland North America. And what a better way to do it with somebody in the semifinals that's actually from this location too. We have 2 great heats to call, Kaipo, starting with this one, quarterfinal number 3. It's the Battle of the Aussies.
Sure is. Jarvis Earl from Cronulla versus Oscar Ozzy Barry out in this heat. And they want to set it up for what will be a semifinal number 2.
Jarvis Earl from that suburb you were mentioning of Cronulla in Sydney. And Oscar Barry has gotten props from 3-time world champ Mick Fanning before due to his surfing. He's been an excellent competitor, and I would easily say 2 of the best juniors to come out of Australia in recent years. Jarvis Earl coming off of a runner-up finish at the Urban Surf Pro, the first ever QS event at an actual wave pool over in Melbourne.
Yeah, that's a great facility there in Melbourne, and Jarvis was able to become the runner-up there. Let's hear from the buzzer beater, local boy Levi Slauson. Take it away, AJ.
Levi is developing quite the tendency for having the buzzer beater waves, but that wasn't the strategy coming into this heat. So as you're sitting out there waiting for what the ocean is going to give you, what are you looking for?
Yeah, that was a pretty crazy heat. I mean, probably got the biggest wave I've ever seen at Seaside on my head in that heat, and I knew coming up against Cali is going to be a pretty tough ask today, but like I said, previous rounds, I know what waves I want, but obviously didn't want to wait that long, but I know I've been practicing for this, and I'm just ready for more heats today.
Mentally, how much confidence does a heat like this give you, knowing that you can pull out the win when the pressure is on?
Yeah, I'm super confident. I feel amazing, and I woke up this morning and yeah, I just wanted to perform. That's the main thing, is I just want to show my surfing at this event, and if I happen to make the final or do something more than that, you know, that's obviously a bonus, but I think the main thing for me is just performing and showing my surfing. I feel like the last couple of heats I haven't really been able to do that, so yeah, like I said, 2 more heats. It's not done yet, so yeah, just gotta refocus.
We'll let you get to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Here we go. Ozzy Barry on the backhand, slicing through on his LSD surfboard, Luke Short Designs. Ozzy looking smooth here and gets the finish. Well-timed turns. Opener for Oscar Barry, the 20-year-old from the Gold Coast.
It's the mustache, Kaipo. I think it's giving him powers out here right now, and for Levi Slauson to say that he's had the biggest wave on his head out here that he's ever seen at Seaside, it's big out there this morning. Great use of open priority right here by Oscar Barry. Beautiful first wrap, a frothier wave, but this wave really stands up here on the inside. Beautiful combination right here, just laying it on rail, and a stellar finish, just getting up into the lip. Kaipo should be a decent wave to start things off for the surf in the blue jersey.
Yeah, that's the way you want to start a heat. Looks like we just got a fractional score, up and out for the surfer in red, Jarvis Earl. So early advantage to Ozzy Barry.
Both successful years last one. A lot of semifinals and quarterfinal finishes for Barry in both the QS and the junior ranks within the Australian region. And for Jarvis Earl, same thing. But he did have a victory at the QS in Taiwan Open of Surfing. That was just a few months ago. Both of these gentlemen definitely know how to compete.
Wow, just a mid-range score for Oscar Barry. So needs a little work to be done right there, but a nice foundation footing, if you would, at the beginning of this heat. 30-minute heats on the water, and we're not even a third way through this quarterfinal number 3.
Especially when you saw the last heat, nobody really caught a wave until around the 10-minute mark, Kaipo. I think it was just a smart decision to go on something. You know, when you look at top 2 scores this morning, Slauson had 14.5. Eli had him in around 15 points.
Jarvis Earl, 18 years old, out of Cronulla, Australia, a great surf beach and a great surf community there in Cronulla. Mitchell, let's go with our favorite surfers from Cronulla. I'm going to start. Mark Occhilupo.
Isn't Connor O'Leary from Cronulla too?
Connor O'Leary,
yeah,
there you go.
I'm going to go Connor O'Leary.
Now it's back to me, and I'm going to go with Richard Dog Marsh.
I don't know a ton of people.
Well, no, there we go. Those are 3 outstanding goofy foots. That way I can make that point.
Now we have 4.
And we got Jarvis Earl. Surely he's going to have inspiration from guys like Aki, Dog, and most recently Connor O'Leary.
Yeah, and having, those people growing up, watching them a lot, especially, going through their junior rankings, all those 3 people that we mentioned had successful professional careers too. So if you need to rely on somebody to give you some advice, none other than local people would actually give you that advice, especially traveling worldwide. First time he's competed at this event. As you mentioned, only 18 years of age. He still has 2 years to do it so afterwards.
And although not from Cronulla originally, now residing in Cronulla is another great goofy foot, my good friend, slow hand, Luke Egan.
Slow hand, I thought it was cool hand Luke, wasn't it?
Cool slow hand Luke.
Easily one of the best goofy footers of all time, too.
Well, yeah, so we just named off 4 great goofy footers. We're going to make it 5 with Jarvis Earl. Jarvis in the Channel Islands camp as far as equipment. He did buckle his board in a previous heat. But he's got a great support with, Brent Powers down here and the crew from Channel Islands.
Yeah, and Britt Merrick's been watching all event long through the broadcast as well. So picking up on a lot of these young competitors coming through different regions of the world. And I think, having Channel Islands in your corner, especially Brent, somebody who's a great surfer himself, he knows what a lot of these young surfers are capable of. And you want to push them to the limits, especially when the waves are firing like they are at Seaside. Here we go, Earl. It seems like he's in position.
Jarvis Earl scratching into this one, gets over the ledge, winds up off the bottom, double pump bottom turn, slashes off the top, knifing the rail in the water, another slash for Jarvis, working his way down the line, glassy face in front of him, bangs the oncoming section and survives the crash, goes complete. Nice answer back by Jarvis Earl.
He has a beautiful style. I mean, those 2 first carves remind me a lot of Janita in the opening rounds too. She had, those 2 carves that she brings all the way down from the lip line all the way to the bottom. And great wave selection too, kind of a mid-sized wave. That first carve right in the pocket actually reminded me a lot of Connor O'Leary back when he was still doing with the juniors. Combos it up with the second one, and then times this last turn perfectly. More of a snap float to finish. Should be better than the 5.0, I would think, of Oscar Berry.
Yeah, so nice start for Jarvis Earl, a 6.77, and he's got the early advantage in this all-Aussie matchup.
So what matters here, knowing that if you do make it all the way to the finals, you're going to have to surf 3 times today. Patience, wave selection going to be very important, but also understanding that the lineup is a lot more complicated today than it had been in the last 2 days of competition. You need to go out there with a more and solid game plan, knowing that your physique is going to have to be intact going into that final heat if you do make it there, Kaipo. So, maybe Levi expended a little bit of energy, extra energy in that last heat, knowing that he did need to get 2 scores in 10 minutes. But as of right now, I love the pacing that Earl is at in this heat right here.
And maybe it's just because of my generation. So I thought that I'd see some of the competitors on just even a little bit of a step up. And everyone's just pretty much on their normal shortboards today. A little bit more rail line, I think, would actually be an advantage out here. But not the case. So, that's kind of a theme amongst the new generations of surfers. It takes a lot of swell for them to get off their everyday driver.
Case in point, John Florence.
Yeah.
I don't see him ever ride anything bigger than a 6'2", even when Pipeline's probably like 10 to 12 feet.
Yeah.
And
6'4" is about as big as he goes.
As big.
Yeah.
And he's a tall guy too.
Yeah.
And he doesn't like riding anything larger. But, I agree. I actually surfed this morning. I felt the power out there. and especially with the offshore wind, it was a lot more difficult to get into these waves. So maybe not a ton of length, but at least some more volume, foam underneath your feet, Kaipo, just to paddle easier.
Yeah, I agree. And especially given, you know, the grueling road it's going to be to finals day, like you said, to be a world champion.
You're just facilitating things for yourself, making things less complicated, especially knowing that you have the best 8 juniors in the world on finals day, too. It's not an easy path to get there.
And the way this format's worked out, all the previous 3 days of competition, it was one and done. You surfed one heat, and you went home successful to plan for the next day. But now everything coming to a crescendo here. Finals day at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships. Jarvis Earl already on a back up, throws a layback hack. Dynamic turn for the goofy foot out of Australia. Taking a little bit of a low-high approach. Lip glide landed, smiles at the judges, knows he got his job done.
I think we might be seeing the first perfect score of the event. If it's not, you know, a 10, it's got to be up there in the 9s. That first turn was ridiculous, Kaipo. It was ridiculous. I don't understand. This is an 18-year-old kid. That was a 10-foot face wave. He just attacked that first section with no regard for that board. Look at this thing. I mean, look at the size of the wave. Double overhead, huge layback in the pocket, as committed as he can get. Wraps it back, more of a setup turn right here. And the last turn, just as critical as the first one, straight up into the lip. And boy, I think we're going to see the first 10 of the event here, Kipes.
So we talked about boards and Channel Islands. Jarvis riding, oh wait, you know what? We'll get to board talk because let's talk about numbers. A 10's already in. Judge number 4, 10. Waiting for the remaining judges. 9.8 from judge number 1. It's not going to be a perfect 10, but we still do have potential for a 10 as we throw out the high and the low. Waiting for...
There we go.
Okay, now one more number to seal the deal, and just coming under, a 9.93 for Jarvis Earl.
We're talking about a kid that still has 2 years in this event. Drops the single highest wave score of the event so far on finals day. Lots of pressure going up against a competitor that you know very well, too.
Yeah, Jarvis Earl, like I said, I was getting into his boards. He's on a Channel Islands Fever model, but he did change to off of a squash tail to a round pin, and he's getting a little bit more purchase or grip because of that round pin template, and it was evident in that wave how he was able to push his rail. AJ, you got more on the board?
Right, so this is the first time he's riding this board in this competition. You mentioned he creased his board yesterday, Kaipo, in competition. So the Channel Islands crew got that board repaired overnight. It is on standby. It's the third string quarterback, if you will, for Jarvis in his quiver. But right now he is riding that round tail, different than the squash tail he was riding yesterday. And obviously it's working out. The way we've seen him just attack the lip, lay down those turns, that difference in tail could be making a difference for him today.
Yeah, certainly, AJ, great reporting. Yeah, a round pin, more curve in the back of the tail will give you a little bit more positivity, will give you a little bit more hold through the turns. And that's such a great call, Ryan, that Channel Islands Fever model developed by Pat Gudauskas. This was a really popular board. Here it is. Again, let's take a look at this 9.93.
Yeah, so drops in on the foam and then goes straight up into that hack right there in the pocket. That's a John turn right there at Margaret River. Then wraps it back and gets a spectacular finish right underneath the lip line. And that kid smiles all day long, but he has a good reason for smiling right there, Kaipo. You're mentioning the stability that those round pin tails offer. You're seeing it on point right here.
Hey, Jarvis just went to the top of the list as we look at our top 4 wave scores for the men of the event. Kalivas did get that previous 9, but Jarvis Earl near perfect with a 9.93. He's up and running again. Been building momentum in this heat. Another excellent display of rail work with these open face carves. Looks down the line and gets steep, and you know what? Doesn't want to sacrifice that board because that tool's working.
Or his body either. Smart choice to kick out right there. It wasn't a necessary turn. You already have Oscar Berry in a combination situation right now. Make him work for it, and get out of the combination himself. So as of right now, 13:20 to go. This just seems like it's a wave where he was not only looking to better the 6.77. It was a great wrap to start things off, Another setup right there, but he recognized that he didn't have the adequate amount of speed for that last section. Smart choice to kick out. Wind's picking up though, Kaipo. It went from offshore very strong to glassy in this heat, and now you can definitely see the onshore about to pick up.
Ozzie Barry scratching into this one. Waits off the bottom before a long bottom turn, long top turn combination, fading back into the whitewater again. A little slip up there, makes up for it off the top. Inside section, standing up, whips the tail, but has to kick it loose.
Has no other choice now. He's needing at least a pair of 8s to move up into first place. So don't mind the risk right there, but he's also been dealing with an ankle injury. He does have a boot on one of his feet, so you know, as of right now, it just seems like he's on his back foot the whole time, Kipes.
Yeah, there you can see the booty on the right foot of Ozzie Barry. AJ, you got more on that?
Yeah, Oscar actually told me that boot has been helping him immensely in this competition because he only got back in the water 2 weeks ago. He had surgery on his ankle in October when he tore the front and back ligaments of his right ankle. And so he got surgery. He was walking in 3 weeks, but found himself very sore. And this cold water, he said, made that ankle really stiff. So he actually got some insight from Liam O'Brien, who had a similar injury. And Liam is the one who recommended, hey, put a booty on that, see how it works. And Oscar said it has made a world of difference in this competition because it's keeping his ankle really loose and free in the water.
All right. Thank you for that insight and reporting. Yeah, Liam O'Brien surfed through the Challenger Series this year and re-qualified for the Championship Tour, which was some justification for the young Australian Liam O'Brien. In 2022, before the start of the first event of the year at Pipeline, during the warm-up session, Liam broke his ankle and was out for the season. So Liam worked in the back half of the year when that Challenger Series starts, got the results, and we're going to see Liam when we return to the Championship Tour at Pipeline. Jarvis Earl, our heat leader, now just cruising as he has a big lead against his opponent to the lip there and has to kick that board away, stay out of trouble.
Watch out, kid. You're playing with fire right now. No need to really be going for these waves, Kaipo. You know what Barry's been dealing with in terms of his injury and whatnot. I think the smart thing here would just be wait outside, be a bit patient, let the clock go by, and just let this heat wind down by itself. You know, Oscar needs a couple of 8s. If I'm Earl, I'd be conserving my body, I'd be conserving my energy, and also my board, because that board looks great.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. And you know, as we look at the conditions in this heat, you made that observation, Mitch, in the little bit of ruffle actually is going to make it more difficult for Oscar Barry to get into that excellent range. You know, Jarvis Earl got his waves really early in this heat before the conditions kind of turn. Here goes Oscar. Settles for an under the lip snap on that closeout. You could see by the body language and him letting out a yell, a little bit of frustration from Ozzie Barry because he knows that that wave probably will not get him out of the combination.
Yeah, the break combination right now needing at least a 6.7, and you know, props to Oscar making it all the way to the quarterfinal. Still has a chance. I'm not saying that this heat's over or all, but you could definitely see that it's costing him some work just to be able to get to his feet and actually push off of that back foot too. The one thing I will say though, as the wind starts to pick up a lot more, you can see the conditions 4 to 8 feet, the variable winds for today. So we knew that the swell was going to pick up, but with that swell, there was actually going to be some onshore wind, and it's quite noticeable now, Kaipo.
Yeah, the variable winds will be swirling around today.
You know what's going to happen with this wind too, since the straight onshore, it's the worst kind of wind you could get here for Seaside Reef. It's going to make things a lot more difficult for the athletes to actually listen to the beach announcers too, because the wind's actually bringing that sound all the way back towards the beach. This is the last wave of Jarvis. Lovely style, great bottom turn, a lot of patience. So first 2 carves on point, but once again, just don't think he had the right amount of speed right there. And that dumpy section right at the end is dangerous. Meanwhile, Oscar, this is the 3rd wave. It's actually his best score so far, 5.6. Better first turn, wraps it back for the second one, and then had to meet the lip way early right there. So nothing major, nothing critical, a mid-range score.
Yeah, that 5.6 keeps Oscar Barry in that combination situation, needing that 16.72 wave total. Like you said, Mitchell, it's 8s or lates for Aussie Barry.
Yeah, and props to this kid. AJ covered the NBA and the NFL for a long time, and I can assure you that she'll tell you that I don't think there's been anybody that has surfed a professional event or competed in a professional event 2 weeks after their surgery and competing at the highest level and making it this far. This kid has a lot of heart, Kaipo. He's probably going through some pain right now, but props to him.
Yeah, it's a painful injury to come back. I did a similar tibia fibula snap on my right leg. Mistiming landing in air back in my day when I was still a sponsored surfer, and it takes a long time to get that mobility back, and it's tender for
a long time.
I mean, it sounded like he had more of a ligament injury, but that still takes a long time to heal, to get those ligaments to tighten themselves back up and to surf pain-free.
Yeah, to fortify just that muscle around that area, those tendons, that tissue. And luckily for you, it was on your front foot, being a goofy footer.
Yeah, it was my front foot, yeah.
It's on his back foot right now. So the way he's pushing off of his tail pad, that's a lot of pressure on that back foot right there.
That's true. 6 minutes, 40 seconds to go, and complete control out in the water by the young Jarvis Earl, just 18 years old. And, the World Junior Championships, we know what it's about. It's about seeing your expected young, exciting pro surfers. But to me, it's also about discovering some of the surfers that I may not know a ton about. Yeah. And Jarvis Earl is in that column for me. Now I know all about him, and I want to know more because of just the great surfing that he's been showing.
There's been a lot of great goofy footers from Australia in the past, especially at the World Juniors. There was this kid from Stradbroke Island. I don't know if you remember the name Lincoln Taylor.
Lincoln Taylor, yeah.
But he has a very similar style to Jarvis Earl. And I really like this kid. Great competitor, even nicer person. And looking at the recap here, Kaipo, he's been in complete control. Dropped the 6.77 here, kind of got the ball rolling for him. And has really been very methodical with his maneuver selection when it comes to this last section of the wave. And then drops the single highest wave score of the event. Huge gouge right there. Ludicrous. Luda drops it down and then gets the finishing turn right here. Just as dangerous, if not even more, with the lip line coming down with you. And hasn't been a bad answer back. I mean, most heats, especially on the QS, 10.6 points, getting you out of trouble, especially in a 4-person heat. Not in the quarterfinals here, though. It's been a struggle uphill so far for Oscar Barry.
Just 5 minutes, and the smile looking back to the beach from Jarvis Earl, because he's already probably thinking about the semifinals.
He's going to have a tough matchup, regardless of who he gets in quarter 4. Jackson Bunch or Allen Cleveland Jr. Another great heat that we have. But, I think this kid has gone a long way in terms of his young career, only being 18 years old, being successful at both the junior and the QS level. I expect big things from him in the future.
Woo-hoo. Well, it's 11:05 local time here in California, Mitch, and you know what? That means we're just an hour away from the delivery of some board and brew sandwiches that we've been enjoying throughout the competition days. I like the Italian sub. What do you like?
Turcato. Ooh. Yeah, I didn't have the turkey yesterday, so missed out on the turcato, but nonetheless, been great. You snagged the Italian one from me. It's all good. You even asked me, but I could see it in your eyes. You were like, please don't say that you want this one.
You know what that was, Mitchell? That's non-verbal communication. It's something I also practice. So you knew I wanted that Italian sub.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, great day. You started off with a SAMBAZON acai bowl, and midday we get the board and brew. No complaints here. And you went to see some of the best surfing by 20 and unders in the entire world, along with firing Seaside Reef. It's been a dream event.
We're also staying at one of the best places around here too in Encinitas.
Best Western, right on Encinitas Boulevard. Love it.
Here we go. It seems like Aussie gonna be going on this one.
Oscar Barry Extends the body through his first carve on the backhand. Oh! Vert tapping the lip, gets a little hung up and unable to ride out of it.
Nice attempt. Would have been able to pull it. I think he's right back in the heat. 3 minutes ago, though. Yeah. Jarvie having a look on the outside.
I like that right there for Jarvis Earl. Just, you know, take a look at it, but you got priority. You got under 3 minutes. Defend the peak.
Smart stuff. And especially after catching 5 waves already, you're in complete control of the heat. You know that Ozzy just fell on his last wave, too.
Yeah, you got your guy in a combo. Oh, and he's not. Here we go. Well, Jarvis likes to surf.
He does.
And he does it really well. So he's just going to go through this wave and maybe
come in.
Maybe come in.
It would be the smart thing to do. But it seems like he's going to paddle back out. Check this clock right there.
I'm surprised he didn't just stay out there and defend the peak with the priority.
Yep.
But looking at our screen right now, it might be, it's not even going to be a paddle battle.
No, and either way, what's the point of a paddle battle right now anyways? You know, you have him in a combination. There's 2 minutes to go. There's no way that he's going to get 2 weights in that amount of time.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think the smart thing here would just conserve your energy. Great carve, though. I mean, frothier wave, but his technique is superior to a lot of the other kids in this event, Kipes. If you notice his hand placement, his positioning of his body over his board, it never really moves more than it needs to. And almost bettered his low score on the last one, too.
Yeah, 6.5. So down to 90 seconds. And Oscar Berry will likely get priority in the final minute, but it's just physically impossible for him to catch 2 8s in a minute.
And, you know, has some events coming up in Oz, both on the QS and the junior level, even though he is 20 years old, so I don't think he can really do too many of those after this calendar year ends, because then you go into 2023, 2024, around June, July. So he's still going to have a chance to compete in the early events this year, but going into the QS, smart thing for him would be to get that foot better, kind of fortify the ankle, and work on your strengths, too, because the kid's obviously a great competitor. Now it's just working on the things that make you that good of a surfer and one of the elites. On the other hand, for Jarvis Earl, going to move into the semifinals, you're going to look at the 2 people that have really been dominant over the last 2 rounds, Jackson Bunch and Alan Cleland. The thing here is really going to be able to control your emotions going into such a big heat like that, especially in the semis, Kaipo.
Yeah, you don't want to peak early on finals day.
True. Just be moving through, be the silent assassin. That's what Pete Durbridge used to do, and next thing you know, he's in the final, and he beats Kelly at lower trestles one year, too. Don't call it a comeback, but a lot of these kids definitely have that potential to make it up there and be in the top 10 of the CT for many years. He got up to his feet, right?
Pretty close. We'll see what our scoreboard indicates. It's great surfing, but it's not going to break the combo at this moment, and that's the end of the heat. So it is Jarvis Earl. Look at that giant 2-wave total, Mitch. 16.7 for Jarvis Earl.
Love to see it. He's going to come up in the semifinals, and we got one more heat to go.
Quarterfinal, number 4 in the water when we return. It's going to be Jackson Bunch versus Alan Cleland Jr.
The SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western are brought to you by SAMBAZON, bringing you the delicious powers of acai every day, and by Best Western Hotels and Resorts.
Here's Mexico's Al Cleland Jr. teetering on the edge. One more snap. Backhand flow, airdrop to the finish. He got his number, and he just turned the heat. Here's Jackson Bunch. Just needed 2.17 to retake that lead. He just got that number. How much can he add to it? Quite a bit. Quarterfinal number 4 here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. Seaside Reef is the place, and the surfers, Jackson Bunch out of Paia, Maui, in the red jersey, and in the blue jersey, representing Mexico, Alan Cleland Jr. It's Kaipo and Mitchell on the call here, and your thoughts about this final quarterfinal, Mitch?
We might be seeing the heat of the event right here, Kaipo. We might be seeing the heat of the event. Goofy versus regular, Hawaii versus Mexico. And there you see the surfer from Paia on the island of Maui. Easily one of the best surfers to come out of the Hawaiian Islands in the last few years. Charges pipeline, loves to surf Sunset Beach, but also has an incredible forehand hack. It's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, Jackson Bunch, 19 years old. He's on the red jersey. Open priority at the beginning of the heat. Little scramble between the two surfers. It's going to be Jackson. Late drop into this one. Smooth forehand carve. Eases through a roundhouse cut back into the white water. Setting up on the inside. Pump off the bottom, strikes the lip, throwing a ton of spray, gets the finish. Jackson Bunch, that'll be the first number in this heat.
And it should be a decent start, too, here for the surfer in the red jersey. If you've taken note of what both these gentlemen have done in the previous heats in this event, they both gotten off to a quick start. And the fact that Jackson Bunch can continue to do that right here should elevate his confidence. Late drop, but once he gets to the open face, wraps it back. Lovely hack. Has an incredible style, too. This wave through this midsection, though, really died out. Didn't offer up a lot of scoring potential up until that turn right there. So started off well, finished off well. You know, thinking about that mid-range score again, 6 to 7. But I think in this heat in particular, you got to be needing a couple of 8s to really make it out of it.
26 minutes on the comeback, on the countdown, I'm sorry. And no waves ridden as of yet from Alan Cleland Jr. Waves hitting the shelf a little bit on the inside here, and the wind continues to swirl around with those variable winds as were forecasted, Mitch.
Yeah, and look at the score for Jackson Bunch to open up a 6.5. That's what Al Cleland Jr. did yesterday in his previous heat too. So starting with the upper hand right here, we'd be expecting both of these gentlemen to be looking at the set waves out there, though, knowing the consistency that we have seen with those bigger sets. There's the average, one judge even up into the 7-point range. I think we're going to see some better surfing out of this one in the next 25 minutes.
Yeah, 6.5 is a nice start, but if we look back at previous heats for Alan Cleland Jr., 8.67, 8.73, kept on going into the excellent range, but the person that went the highest in that excellent range, the highest single wave score of this event, a 9.93 for Jarvis Earl, and Jarvis is with AJ. Let's hear from him.
That 993, something that everybody is talking about. I want to get to that, but first, let's talk about the board, because you had to make a switch this morning. The heat, the first time you rode this, so tell me how it felt under your feet.
Yeah, I've just been riding my regular Channel Islands favor, and then this morning, because it was bigger, I decided to swap to my round tail. It felt really good. It was holding in through my turns, so yeah, it was good.
We saw it holding in through your turns, especially on that 993. We're going to show the audience this while you tell us what you saw on this wave and how you took advantage of it.
Yeah, so I was actually under priority, and it was like a solid wide one, and I just got a nice first turn, and then the end section was like huge. I just lip lined it and ended up stomping it, and yeah, I was stoked to make it.
You were stoked to make it. You still have another heat, semifinals. What are you taking from this one to move forward?
I think I'm just going to keep doing the same thing. It's been working for me, so hopefully I can get a few good ones in the semis and yeah, get through the final.
Why fix was it? What isn't broke? Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, Jarvis Earl, one to look out for with that kind of surfing.
He's got a cool smile too, and he's always smiling. I like that about a lot of these young surfers, that they're just always enjoying themselves, travel all the way around the world, and if you're not having a good time, what's the point of even doing this, Kaipo?
Yeah. Most Australian surfers have a nickname, so after we get out of here, I want to find out what Jarvis's nickname is. It Jarvie?
I think that's one of them. They usually have a couple.
Jarvie it is.
It's going to be the official, unofficial one at the moment.
You got a nickname, Mitch?
I have a few. Probably a few that I can't say on air either.
Let's not, then. Alan Cleland Jr. Home break is Pasquale's, a powerful beach break, and he's able to handle that power, and it was real evident in his previous heats here at the World Junior Championships.
Yeah, and there's a couple of waves, few hours south of where he's originally from in Colima, Rio Nexpa in Michoacan, great left. Actually, one of the local guys here from Fish 101, Johnny, was actually just over there with our friend Jorge from Rio Nexpa, said it was firing, and that has honed Alan Cleland's backhand quite a bit. La Ticla is another good wave that's more of a beach break, but has some excellent lefts too. And Al has been able to travel through that area of central Mexico, then even where I'm from originally in Mazatlan too, and experience those kind of set waves when it gets bigger in the summertime too, Kipes. Don't worry, you're coming down eventually. It's fine.
That was my nonverbal communication once again
I
at
can see
work.
your body language again.
22 minutes counting down, and Al Cleland Jr. hanging on to that priority. So nearly a third of the heat has transpired with just one wave ridden. That's 6.5 for Jackson Bunch.
I think this is a very mature decision on Junior's part here to maintain priority, not try to look for something that's already matching the 6.5 of Jackson Bunch, just due to the increase in size of waves and to the increase of consistency of these size in the waves too. So let Jackson do this on the inside and get another wave score that's going to add up to 13, 14 points.
Here goes Jackson. Gouging snap. Another rail turn. Here comes a closeout. Little late there and unable to ride out of it.
Yeah, unfortunate too, because he was on his way to another mid-range score right there. So Jackson just going to have to settle with around a 4 or 5. Two beautiful gouges to start things off, but it seems like we have some set waves out the back, and he's going to take the set on the head right here in the shore break. Here goes Junior, though, paddling for this one, Kipes.
First look at Alan Cleland Jr. Fades that bottom turn, snaps off the top with authority. A little bit of taper in the wave, has to cut back into the whitewater, buying his time, a little bobble, and that's going to be it.
Well, he's got to hustle back out and recover priority right here, and you can see him paddling with a lot of urgency and intensity to stay out in front of Jackson. Missed opportunity right there to capitalize on a big score after that huge first turn, Kaipo.
Yeah. Well, the upside for Alan Cleland Jr. is that he did that slip up, but he did it still further out to sea compared to Jackson Bunch. So he's likely going to regain priority. So that's going to help his cause. Last wave for Jackson Bunch checks in at a 4.5. Still waiting for last score for this wave right here, Al Cleland Jr.
So an incredible first turn. I mean, the depth of that bottom turn and then the combination with the actual top turn slides the fins even a little bit. But right here, it just seems like you got a bit too complacent with those cars back into the pocket. A score that ends up being close to a 5 could have easily been up into the 7s. And then Jackson, on the other hand, he's just had a facility to find these pockets and just carve back into it and mistimes that last section just ever so slightly and puts him out of rhythm to actually get out in front of that whitewater. So he's going to have to settle for an average score. But as of right now, it's still an open heat, Kaipo.
Yeah. Well, before this heat, we asked our fans, you know, who do you think is going to win this heat? And the fans' decision on our best Western fan picks, 64%, Mitchell, went with Al Cleland.
I'm a bit surprised about that, honestly, because I thought that Jackson Bunch had a ridiculous performance yesterday, posted 2.8s as well. I know that Junior's been on a tear, but so has Jackson. Maybe popularity has a lot to do with that. Alan Cleland is more of a household name than Jackson Bunch. But I think this kid is just as dangerous as Al is. And, you know, here comes a big set on the outside. Let's see if anybody's in position for this one. Woo! This is a screamer right here.
You can see Cleland making a beeline to the wider peak to try to get a corner. He's not going to get that one. Here we got our top scores, top 4 scores of the competition so far. These are our top 4 heat scores. So the 2-wave combination, Al Cleland Jr. with that 17.8. And here he goes. Froth on the face. Under the lip snap, has to really force it there. Wave doubles up on the inside with a lot of foam. Got to keep the fins in. Hooks it under the lip and gets destroyed, unable to ride out of that. I didn't want to give up on him because he's done some incredible turns, but now a little bit of frustration you can see on the paddle back out.
I'm just very surprised at that wave selection right there. I thought, you know, he would have understood that he has enough time to get two new waves under his belt. This is just too much of a frothy wave for him to pick out right now at this point of the heat. This turn was difficult under the lip snap right there, especially, you know, having to manage all that white water underneath your feet, but then just doesn't have enough speed for this last section. He went for it, and I mean, he rides out of that big score, but the decision making right here from Junior, 2 waves in a row where he's had unforced errors, Kaipo, he can't let this get to his head. There's still a brand new heat out there. He has 17 minutes to go, and it's still within his reach too. 11 points is manageable. There's lots of time.
Yeah, and he's been really upbeat so far in this competition. You know, every time I talk to him, he's just like
happy.
It's just about having fun. It's just about having fun. But at some point, maybe the realization on how close he is to a world junior title could be playing with him a little bit. Jackson Bunch found a gem here. Let's see how he can execute on this wave. 2 nice carbs to begin with, and cuts it a little bit short under the lip to make sure that he rides out in front of the whitewater and complete. He's certainly going to add to his heat total at this moment.
Yeah, for sure. 16:20 to go, and only looking to better a 4.5. Much more size in this wave, first of all, but just the first 2 carves I think are enough to better that low score that he has. Look at the size of the wave. First of all, incredible first turn. Brings it all the way back. Second one, maybe not as much power, and times that last section very well. It's not up into the lip, but that's still a dangerous snap to do. He could have easily kicked out right there, Kaipo, and not added that extra point that he's going to get. It was very smart.
Yeah, cutting it short that way too, you need to still beat the lip out into the flats, because you could easily take a lip to the shoulder that way and press you straight through your board.
And you could have skidded out too, coming out of it too. So just staying low like that, easily controlling his board. Very smart for a kid this young.
Yeah, controlling that Glenn Minami surfboard. 6.2 checks in, so he did improve upon his position in the lead, Jackson Bunch. Al Cleland Jr. needs a lucky score of a 7.77. Mitchell, there's all the judges' numbers, all 5 of them.
Yeah, you see the average right there. 4 judges in the 6-point range, 1 in the 5.5s. Averages out to a 6.2, which is already in the good range. So, you know, he has a decent total right now, but I still don't think this heat is even close to over. Al Cleland has the 4.93, let's call it a 5. So as of right now, I think the smart thing would really be for Al to get on a set wave, and then eventually not only capitalize on something close to an 8, hustle back out as soon as you can and better that 4.93 that you already have in your score line. But let's see if you can handle the pressure right here, Kaipo. That's going to be really the biggest question. Is he in his head too much, or is he going to be able to surf a wave like he has the past 2 days?
Takes off under the lip. Al Cleland Jr. starts off with a carve off the top again. That fade to bottom turn combination from the surfer representing Mexico. Looking for a big finish here. Glides it, and again the explosion takes him out.
Not enough speed right there, and it seemed like his weight distribution coming out of the turn was a little off as well. Don't know what's been happening with him on these first 3 waves that he's had. Just seems like he's trying to do a little too much for what the waves are allowing for. First of all, late drop, so he's a little discombobulated right there. Gets up into the lip easily though, but a couple of wraps, these aren't very high scoring maneuvers, and then gets up into the section right here, and with that little onshore breeze that you already have, it's hard to really attack the lip the way you want to, and it just seemed like he got there a little early and wasn't able to ride out cleanly. timing is everything right now with that last section, Kaipo. It's too dumpy. You need to be able to get and match the speed of the wave right there.
Here's Al on the paddle back out, and he's going to hear the news that he just got a 3.83, and he's going to take this one in, perhaps doing a run around.
I think just paddling back around towards the right. I don't think he's going to come all the way in, though. But this is actually good. He's going to be able to regroup, breathe. That's one thing that a lot of people forget to do. They don't really intake enough oxygen. You're not thinking the right way. You're not calming yourself down either, Kaipo. Take these few minutes that you have in order to get back out to the peak. Control yourself. Give yourself positive thoughts. And think about the good things that you're able to do out there and not the bad things that have already happened. What's in the past is in the past.
Yeah, and Al's, I mean, just the backhand surfing that he's been displaying is so impressive. The way he's able to quietly tilt the board on rail and keep it on rail on those faded backhand bottom turns, just really a power source that, you know, that Tim Patterson IF-15 looking good with Al Cleland.
And he's actually said that he's done that fade unknowingly and just out of character, so it's something that's been, you know, noticeable a lot during this event, especially going left for him. We haven't seen it a lot when he's going right. A couple of great results on the challengers. Eriseda then went into Haleiwa, made a few heats over there, which I thought, you know, was one of his best performances to date. But right now, World Junior Championship on the line, Kaipo, would be a huge moment for the country, would be a huge moment for him, obviously. But just moving into the challengers, not having to do the regional events if you win this event.
Yeah.
It's a big deal. I mean, it saves you a lot of money, a lot of time, unnecessary travel too. You already have the experience of competing at the highest level, so be a smart thing just to be able to skip that time.
Not to mention, you know, a quiet kind of industry note between Jackson Bunch and Al Cleland Jr. You're both riding for the same company, Quicksilver, and so, you know, you want to impress your sponsor, you know, so.
Well, I think they both have in this event, honestly.
Yeah.
With the performances they've had.
But the only one's going to move into the semifinals, you know. We got Mexico and Hawaii out in the water. We got Mexico and Hawaii right here on the set.
I knew you were going to bring this
up.
I
was going to bring that. We got our World Junior titles. It looks like it's been dominant for Australia with 11. And we have yet to see a World Junior title going to Mexico.
Yeah, and the 4 from Hawaii being on the men's side, Kai Barger being one of them, Finn McGill, the last one to win, French Polynesia, Vagina Fierro, won in 2017. Japan has one up there, Amuro Suzuki, the last women's champ. And how about South Africa, 2006, Jordy Smith winning the only one for them.
Yeah. Well, one of the Hawaiian titles is the late, great Andy Irons in 1998. And I can't forget the mayor of Mililani, Kiko Bacalso. He took out a win in 2005.
Bam Bam. I find it, you know, amusing, first of all, but I think that's an astonishing accomplishment that a surfer from the inland part of Oahu was able to win a world surfing championship.
Yeah.
The determination, the will, the strength of knowing your capabilities, stoked for Bam Bam. And he beat Michel Perez in that final, too.
Yeah. Well, when we talk about Jackson Bunch, you know, he got a message from the 2008 World Junior Champion Kai Barger saying, "Bring one home from Maui. You can do it." So a little bit of reinforcement from the Valley Isle all the way across the Pacific to young Jackson Bunch.
Beating Jadson Andre in the final in 2008 was Kai Barger, North Narrabeen.
Yeah, that was Narrabeen.
That wave, I actually love that wave a lot. The year before, Pablo Paulino defeated Tonino Benson in the final, too. I'm a goofy footer, Kaipo, whenever there's good lefts out there.
There's another goofy footer for you. Alyssa Spencer is going to come up in women's semifinal heat number 1 against another goofy footer in the way of Sawyer Lindblad.
All SoCal affair here, too. Have to say, out of the two, despite Alyssa still being my pick to win, I think that Sawyer Lindblad has been a very enthusiastic surfer when it comes to competing here at this wave. She just looks on point. Free surfed with her this morning. Her wave selection was great. Attacking the waves every single time she could, especially those big end sections too, Kaipo. It's going to be a fun heat. And Sawyer still has a few more years in the juniors. Alyssa doesn't. It's her last chance right here. Junior.
Yeah, just trying to surf under priority. Here we go. That is Sawyer Lindblad. San Clemente surfer was impressive at the final Challenger Series over in Haleiwa. I believe she made the quarterfinals there.
Yeah, nice airbrush too by Ryder Biolos. Matt Biolos' daughter. That Mayhem looks good. Also riding a rounded pin too, Kaipo. Maybe she got the note.
Yeah, we saw Alyssa Spencer also with a round pin at the water's edge. Oh, trying to roll into this one, and it's going to be a rodeo for Al Cleland, just getting bucked down the face. And Al Cleland Jr. really needs to kind of beware of just the noise in the head and the frustration that he must be feeling, because we've seen his surfing earlier in this event, and he's gone above an 8 numerous times. He just needs a 7.77. So
he needs an 8.
If he gets, does that dance again for an 8, he's in there.
We've seen it before. We can easily see it again. It just seems like the last 2 waves that he's caught out of desperation. He isn't normally a person that's in second place. So,
and those late takeoffs as well.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he's out of position for these waves. There's no need to catch them. It would be way smarter to go all the way on the outside, actually sit at the main peak, be at first base, you know, they kind of call it over here at Seaside Reef, that actual spot underneath that boil. But there's still plenty of time, and Jackson's playing a very smart game. For him, the most intelligent thing to me would really be just to wait it out. If a set comes through, better your 6.2. Unless you hear Al actually get a great score underneath your priority. But besides that, I wouldn't even be moving a muscle if I didn't need to.
Yeah.
Here he goes, though. It seems like this is a good wave. Clean face.
Jackson Bunch comes around the corner, carves off the top, gets a little release at the end of the turn. Another beautiful carving turn, catches a rail and goes down. So uses priority, hands it over to Alan Cleland Jr. Al Cleland's going to remain with a requirement of a 7.77.
He just left the heat wide open right there. That's an unforced error. A wave that he did not need to go on, but decided to catch it. Just under 6 minutes to go. If you're Junior and you heard that he fell on that wave, I'd be taking this as a sign of encouragement. Dude,
no.
Again, what, like, such a late drop. He was out of position for that wave. There was no need to go on a wave that late again. Too many mistakes like these are going to cost him passing to the semifinals, Kaipo.
Yeah, that was, I mean, pretty unorthodox for someone like Al Cleland, because he has really good wave selection. He's got excellent ocean knowledge, and he just took off on a straight hander,
and super late too. Like, there was no need to go on that wave at that point. You know, it already broken.
He's probably going to keep priority, but he is burning time off the clock.
But see, again, like, he tried to do the same thing right there. It's this onshore breeze that's making things difficult. You need to be actually catching the wave before it breaks. It's almost like surfing at Sunset Beach. You need to be into the wave, paddling into it, and actually standing up before the lip is breaking. 4 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Still needs the 7.77. Let's call it an 8. And he's still surfing for that, Kaipo, when he's only had, you know, a couple of mid-range scores.
Here's our recap, Mitchell. Jackson Bunch, though, he's getting it done.
Well, when it's the quick start that's kept him in first place so far, getting a 6.5 right here. The beautiful finish. I just really love his composure in this heat. And then on the other hand, Cleland was off to a great start with that first turn right here. But after the second car back up into the pocket, he just lost himself. Wasn't able to get into a rhythm. Nothing better than a 3.83 as his backup at the moment. And Bunch took advantage of that. Great carves on the open face. 6.2 right here for the surfer from Paia, Maui. And under the lip snap, just for good measure, too. A little bit of Derek Ho in the style right there.
3 minutes and 26 seconds on the countdown. Jackson Bunch with priority. Alan Cleland Jr. did ride a wave. And we're going to take a look at it right here, Mitchell.
So he needs a high 7. Beautiful bottom turn up into the lip. Tough section right there for Junior. A better second one, too. Slides the fence. Oh, love the way he grabbed the bottom turn right there. And his rail. And just a violent finish at the end, too. No doubt the best wave of the heat. This will put him easily up into first. Now with 3 minutes to go, how is Jackson Bunch going to answer back right here, Kaipo?
Woohoo! Look at the numbers. It's a 9.43 for Al Cleland Jr. on the comeback.
Look at how many waves he's caught. Look at how many waves it took him to get up in to anything better than a 5. 7 waves total.
Finally put it together.
No, he did. And in a moment when he needed it, too, he's going to get caught inside right here, though. This is the front angle. So the first turn, crisp. Into the lip right there, up and over. Slides the tail right here on this one. I love the elongated bottom turn. Grabs the rail right there. That's beautiful, and it shows variation as well. And just a destructive finish right there at the end. And that's one of the highest waves of the event so far. And, you know, really comes back from the dead right here. He was in a bad position the entire heat.
We were saying, though, he knows how to get those excellent scores. I think this is his 4th or 5th excellent score, you know, throughout the competition.
At least, yeah.
Throughout the competition. I'm just going to go with actually 5 excellent scores. But this is the highest one so far, that 9.43 for Al Cleland Jr. And on the replay, we were talking about that Timmy Patterson IF-15 and how it just is matched to his body. He just kind of like very little kind of upper body movement at all on his backhand bottom turns, just tips it on rail, and it accelerates on that backside bottom turns.
It's also the stability that those John Tech Flex fins from Futures have been providing for him out here. I think excellent fin choice, personally. There's a lot of sliding that could have easily happened on either one of those bottom turns that he had on that wave, and those Johns just really put in the work right there. And if you're Jackson Bunch, remember the one wave that he fell on right at the end of 3.1?
Yeah.
That was the missed opportunity right there to gain some more distance between him and Junior. And now with 60 seconds to go, he's up against the ropes when he was in the lead for 90% of the heat, Kaipo.
Here we go. Under a minute and maybe some desperation. Needs a 7.87.
Not a good enough wave right here.
And Jackson realizes that.
30 seconds. Let's see if he can actually make it back out. Catch one more wave. Give himself a shot. But how about the clutch performance right there by the Mexican? I mean, you know, back up against the wall. Hadn't had anything better than the 4.93 all heat long. Shows the resilience and how much this kid wants it, Kipes.
Yeah, and you know, like we were talking about, he had to shake it off. We could tell he was frustrated mid-heat. We could tell he was disappointed mid-heat. But he came through. Here we go. Our top wave scores for the men. Al Cleland Jr. with the second highest one with that 9.43. And he also has that 8.97. So Al Cleland Jr. 2 of the top 4 waves throughout the entire competition.
Yeah, it goes to show you his dominance and his consistency and great performances. Big props to Jackson Bunch, though, making it to the quarterfinals, 19 years of age. Huge, huge performance by him, too.
Yeah. Well, we're going to take a break right now at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. When we return, semifinal number 1 will be out in the water.
I'm going down fighting.
Beautiful arc there. I mean, that was great for Sawyer. Look at the wave choice, too.
Alyssa Spencer with the sharp rail work, as always.
Nicely placed for Alyssa Spencer. She's staying with it. Just a few minutes into this heat, and Sawyer is ripping her way to the beach. Surf fans, get fired up. We are into the semifinals here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. We're live from Seaside Reef. The waves are pumping. We've got the best juniors on the planet here to decide who will be a world champion. Chris Cote with Pete Mel. We've got the women going back out into the lineup. I like that switch off, men, women all day long. The men have been out there for the better part of the last hour, absolutely going off. And now it's the ladies' turn, and we have a great matchup with a lot of history behind it.
So cool to see, and conditions still holding. We do have the wind picking up, as you guys have noticed online, that there is that breeze. It was forecast to be pretty light, and sure enough, swell, weather, you just can't forecast it to a T. It's got probably a bit, 12 miles an hour probably, so a little fluff on there, but it's supposed to go the other direction later, so fingers crossed it doesn't get much stronger.
Well, one thing that I like about this wind direction, feels like air wind. And we've got some incredible aerialists still left in the draw, so fingers crossed to see some high flying. But right now, this is going to be power versus power. Alyssa Spencer going up against Sawyer Lindblad. You've got Alyssa from right here in Encinitas, Sawyer from just about 20 minutes up the road in San Clemente. You look back at their past matchups, they've had 3 heats against each other on the QS, and Alyssa has won all 3 of those. On the junior series, Alyssa got the win at the Roxy Ronjon Pro Junior over Spencer. So, some history, probably a little bit of a friendly rivalry. I mean, there's been something between Encinitas surfers and San Clemente surfers for a long time. And it's a good rivalry. It's not an angry rivalry. It's a friendly rivalry.
It's just a performance rivalry, let's say, right? Like, you want to beat the competitor, especially the one that lives down the road across the county line.
Yeah, Sawyer's surfing for revenge,
Encinitas board it's San Clemente board riders, champions, 2 years running now. Encinitas board riders, budding new great group of surfers. Alyssa, obviously part of the San Clemente.
She helped us beat the San Clemente team right here at Seaside.
Right. I mean, the home break advantage is huge. And then you've got... right up the road, you've got Sawyer Lindblad with San Clemente. So you love it. It's actually what that does is it inspires good surfing. Even look at their equipment. Channel Islands against Mayhem, Matt Bihildis. So it's really, really cool. Matter of fact, Alyssa is on a step up 5.5. So she's had this board for Haleiwa in her quiver. Happy traveler.
I like that. The Haleiwa board coming in clutch at her home break. Here we go. Alyssa Spencer not wanting to repeat what she did in her quarterfinal where she sat for the first 18 minutes. That memory is gone. Alyssa Spencer dropping the hammer on that inside section. So a completely different type of start to this heat for Alyssa. Gets involved early. We did see one ride from Sawyer Lindblad straight off the buzzer, which came through at a 4.33, but I like Alyssa switching things up a little bit, trying to get active immediately. We have had 6 minutes go by, but that's a nice, effective start to this heat for Alyssa Spencer.
Yeah, and you see there, good technique and getting out of the way of that. And you try and punch through in that type of situation, you could buckle the board, you get blown back into the beach. As you see a replay here of this nice size set wave. And what that bigger board's going to do, it's going to smooth out the ride, especially when you've got to deal with all of these lumps and bumps from this west-southwest wind, which, again, was forecast to be under 10 knots. This is a little bit over. But it doesn't matter for Alyssa because she hammers that final section and, again, doesn't want to deal with the stress of sitting it out. She definitely got the ball rolling much earlier.
Yeah, that was one of the biggest nail-biter heats of this entire event, not just for Alyssa Spencer fans and friends and family on the beach, just for everyone watching because it was a slow burn. Both surfers kind of working their way, and then at the very last couple of minutes in the heat, everything blew up. And
she's had a couple of those heats too.
Yeah, her backup was a 2-1.
Past 2 heats been stressful.
So 23 minutes on the clock. That's plenty of time for both these surfers. There you see the chops starting to perk up a little bit, but I wouldn't worry about anyone left in the field. They're all well versed in surfing all types of conditions. So this will be just another day at the office for these surfers in the lineup.
Which is super weird because if you look out 120 miles at the Tanner Banks buoy, that is registering 2 to 4 knots out of the light south, right? So this is a west-southwest wind, which it snuck underneath that area, and so there's glassy moments somewhere in the Pacific here. It's just not right in this moment here.
We'll see. Things have been changing all day long. With 22:40 on the clock, our surfers getting themselves reset in the lineup. That gives us the chance to catch up with a guy who just belted his way into the semifinals. Big surfing from Al Cleland, who's standing by now with Rosie Hodge.
He has been outstanding throughout this event. Al, you didn't have it all your own way in that one, though. It seemed super tricky. You had a couple attempts. Talk to us about the conditions and just how hard it is out there.
I mean, yeah, I definitely had a couple beatings before I got any waves on the board, and I mean the swell picked up a lot compared to yesterday and the day before, and there's a full new different swell direction as well. So it's full current going the opposite way. The waves are fully shifting to where you don't want them to go, and it's just full opposite of what it's been. So that's why I kind of got a little lost at the start, and then I just had to kind of take a breath and kind of put myself back in my the ground and just find a good one and get it done.
You persevered. You got that 9. Talk us through that ride.
Well, not gonna lie, it was probably the most exciting, stressful, kind of everything in one wave I've ever had, because I literally just made the paddle back out and I was not breathing hard, but I was definitely a little tired. So I was okay, and that wave came in, so I was just took a deep breath, and on the bottom turn I actually kind of yelled to kind of put more power into it, and it just felt like it worked out, and then the end section felt gnarly but came out and made it, so stoked.
Walking with you through the parking lot, you're super popular, lots of high fives and hugs. Are you feeling that support?
Yeah, definitely. I have a lot of friends from all over the world and a lot of friends from San Diego, and there's a lot of people that came support, so I'm super stoked, and I just want to keep surfing, having fun, and yeah, stoked. There's plenty of waves, and happy to make it and hopefully keep it going.
You'll be coming up against Jarvis Earl in that semifinal. Look out for this guy, Al Cleland Jr. Chris?
Yeah, he is definitely on a lot of people's list of favorite surfers. Watched him in the new Quicksilver movie Saturn, where he just went off, surfing a lot like he just surfed in that heat, getting one of the highest single wave scores of this entire event. Alan Cleland on the board into the semifinals. Here we go. Alyssa Spencer trying to back up her opening wave, which was a 5.5. Nice open face to work with there, but just a weirdly timed chop comes up right underneath her board. She did some work on the outside section. So the tail of the tape so far, 5.5 for Alyssa Spencer, with Sawyer Lindblad opening up with a 4.33, backing it up with a 2. Even though there's some chops out the back, it looks like it's pretty clean when these surfers take off the face of the wave, especially that middle portion. A nice canvas for these surfers to do what they do.
Yeah, and especially if you're catching probably wave number 2 in the set or 3 in the set. There's going to be plenty of waves in the set. Look again at Sawyer Lindblad. Drops in and just a pretty deep, and had to get all around it, so waited a long time and then never really got there. Yeah, it is a big wave. Yeah, it gets this turn here and then has to kick out, so only a 2-point ride there. And then Alyssa Spencer behind, and this wave a little smoother on the face, as you had mentioned. Beautiful first snap, keeps it together here, and she chases this portion of the wave, gets the snap and tries to fit it in right when that chop, yeah, you can see right before the whitewater there, right where it's going to go into that closeout section. Water's moving out, and of course that gets a little slippery at times.
It's going to get radical when the tide starts really dropping. The outside boil is going to start to present itself a little more, and at this size there's going to be some ledges coming through. So with 19 minutes to go, Alyssa Spencer's second wave on the strength, that one big turn out the back, gets a 4.07.
Big spout whale right there. Look at again, see?
Everybody loves Seaside.
Right. So do the whales.
1850. So Alyssa Spencer in the lead, albeit slight. 5.25 is the requirement for Sawyer Lindblad. She's sitting out the back with priority. Alyssa Spencer has had her best year ever competitively. Started off strong with a 9th place finish at Bell's on the championship tour, where she won the Rip Curl Trials. Came through as a wild card. I think she was knocked out of that event by Carissa Moore. So that shows you the stature of surfers that she's now used to surfing against. 4 out of the 6 North American QS events, she won. So her winning record in 2022 is among the best of the best. And it all started right here at Seaside, where she learned to surf from her dad, and it quickly went to the push-in division of her first contest, where, you know, mom or dad or a friend of the family is pushing the little surfers in. Her first major contest memory was taking out Jet Schilling and Cade Matson in an event. She still has that picture on her wall where she won that contest. An early win for her. Talking about that Encinitas San Clemente little rivalry, Will. She's got the lead in that one. Sawyer Lindblad now, surfer in blue. Taking a look at this one. Frothy on the start. Most likely will clean up through this mid portion. It's a good glassy face, even though there's some white water coming up, and she did make the most of it. 2 big turns there. Takes the pencil dive. And Pete, when you see people do that, the pencil dive, I always like to hear the explanation as to, you know, it looks kind of funny, but it's actual maneuver
very
you
effective.
can do, right?
No, it's very effective. I never got into it. Like, it wasn't something that when I grew up surfing, it was something that I, you know, had used. The first person I ever saw do it, actually, as we get back to it for this replay here, but taking those mid-size waves, set waves, are going to give you a cleaner face. And, you know, even though there's foam on it, it definitely was a little smoother. So she was able to give a little bit more into those turns. Definitely going to improve her situation.
Right behind her, Alyssa Spencer, up and out real quick. Just having a look, didn't like what she saw. She's out.
What were we talking about again?
Just the pencil dive that she
That's
did.
right.
I mean, it's a
Barney.
functional maneuver, right? You dive under, and then the wave passes you quick.
And you get anchored into the zone, right? And when you do that, you're able to, you know, not get sucked over the falls. So you see it very effective in waves that are very steep barrels, and that's where I saw Barney do it at Pipeline, and I was like, whoa, that was kind of crazy. But he popped right out the back.
Grabs his board, paddle.
And then, yeah, I actually just recently had my first major pencil dive at Mavericks, of all things, and it was very effective. You know, you don't hit your head, you don't get knocked silly, you push your feet right on through. The only issue with it is if the wave's big enough and your leash ain't long enough, it's going to rip your leg apart. So you got to go with your board. But it ultimately is a very, very functional maneuver, because if you're trying to keep yourself in the lineup and not get blown in with the wave, it works. It works really well.
I'm going to take your word for it that it works at Mavericks. I've never done that. I've done a pencil dive at Seaside.
Yeah, and they work. I mean, it's in the closeout section, you use them, right? It isn't the best looking thing, though. That's why I was like,
well, it's funny, just the little subtleties that can make or break your heat. You know, looking at earlier this morning, Sol Aguirre's heat, where, you know, she was basically finished her wave and then was washed in, and the wave just kept washing her, so she kind of was flat on top of the water and rolled.
Cleveland was pounded.
Yeah, it's the difference between a 2-minute paddle out and a 10-minute paddle out.
Exactly. And he had to come in and use the current and go around the right. And so it did. It was about a 5-minute turnaround. And he mentioned it in his interview about how windy he was. And it was because he had been paddling hard, you know, and it's stressful. You're like, oh, I got to get back out. And you're losing. You know, like he was pretty far behind in that heat.
That's saying a lot from a guy born and bred. One of the gnarliest beach breaks in the world is Alyssa Spencer, the beautiful opening snap there. Comes around this big section. Nicely placed second turn. The wave just kind of runs away from her, but 2 nice turns out the back on a big wave, right in the critical spot of that wave. So she's sitting on a 5.5 and a 4.07. She just got bumped into second place as Sawyer Lindblad got just what she needed, a 5.57. So now Alyssa needs a 4.41. I feel like she got it on that wave, but it's not going to be by much. This is still going to be a tight heat after the judges lock in that score.
Back and forth. Like I said, these two are standouts, not only on the junior tour, but on the Challenger Series. So they've both had success in the major events. And this would mean a lot, though. I mean, Alyssa, probably her last chance here in the juniors. Right? How old is she? She's should be graduating, I think.
Yeah, I believe 18 or 19.
So maybe one more year. But ultimately, yeah, come out of this one with a world title and a seed into the Challenger Series. Waiting on that score. There it is.
6.27 for this wave from Alyssa Spencer. So what was it about this wave that was better than her opening ride, that 5.5?
The 2 turns held the rail through it with a lot of speed. That was the difference. You know, she wasn't tentative. She was driving the rail through those maneuvers, both of them. And that's why you saw that score get elevated into the good range.
13:20 on the clock. Sawyer Lindblad out the back with priority, now needing a 6.21. So not a huge leap in terms of requirement. Her last wave was a 5.57, so she can kind of look at that wave and go, all right, just do a little bit more. But of course, both these surfers, they know at this level, you're surfing for 8s or 9s because the totals after these quarterfinals have just been skyrocketing up.
I don't know what happened here. Uh-oh.
Oh, this is not a good situation. Yeah, we're seeing...
Oh, shoot. So
yeah,
she's coming in.
This is bad. Holding her face right there. Obviously, we don't know exactly what happened, but Alyssa Spencer coming in. And yeah, she's in some pain right now and some trouble. This is not what you wanted to see happen. Scary moments right now as Alyssa Spencer coming in. Something happened on the paddle back out. Maybe.
You saw her bail too. Like, I mean, you punch through the closeout sections, that board can come right back into your face. I'm sure we'll get a understanding of what happened there, but at least she's on the shoreline here. That keeps things all right, but yeah, definitely something to the face there. Take a look at the replay. Doesn't feel like it happened on this wave. Beautiful arc here, but... And the second, that was the layback carve, right? Carries the speed and then just jumps off.
I think it happened on the paddle back out because she looked
there was no
fine.
way
Yeah, when she was right after that. So, I mean, there's so much water and turbulence moving that, you know, we've all had it happen, trying to duck dive, your hands slip. You know, there's a million things that could have happened. We'll, of course, wait for the official report to hear exactly what went on with Alyssa Spencer paddling back out. But meanwhile, Sawyer Lindblad, not knowing the situation, is sitting out there wondering,
where's my
what
competitor?
happened to her competitor.
Yeah. I mean, you think in your mind, you're like, oh, broken board, you know, something is going to switch. So you basically have to keep your head in the game and get the number needed. She's looking for the 6-2-1.
All right, well, the heat goes on. Sawyer Lindblad up and out real quick. Didn't like the looks of that. Maybe a little hung up at the top, but that's a no-go. 10:35 to go. And you look at the positive for this bad situation for Alyssa Spencer. She does have a lot of friends and family on the beach, and of course, we've got our lifeguards and emergency staff right on hand, so they're sure they quickly jumped into action.
Yeah, no, she's in good hands. It's just a bummer, really. I mean, there's still 10 minutes in the heat, and you know, you would say that she's probably not going to be paddling back out. And ultimately, if she even keeps the lead for this next 10 minutes, do you think she could even paddle out the final? I don't know. So we'll have to see how extensive the injury is.
Inside of 10 minutes now, Sawyer Lindblad needs a 6-2-1. So as it stands right now, we're waiting confirmation as to exactly what happened with Alyssa Spencer, but we can take a look back at the paddle out, which we suspect was where this injury took place. So here it is.
Well, this is, I mean, I think she would have been bailing at that point, going now, realizing, yeah, because I was just going to say, when I saw that on the screen, I was like, hey, it's a very effective way to get back out there, although she would have felt it. Maybe the board came back and bonked her. That's kind of something that can happen. You know, the board gets underneath and shoots at you.
Oh, that's not how you want to see anyone's run. And as now we see Sawyer Lindblad, I mean, to her credit as well, not knowing what's going on, she just has to keep her head in it, keep surfing. She does need a 6-2-1, which is no easy score, but with turns like that, she's just earning more and more points down the line on this wave. Big finish there. So Sawyer Lindblad looking for a 6-2-1. That's going to be right there. Great surf. Great. She surfed that wave really well.
Well, the 6-2-7 is a great comparison that the judges can look at. Different. You know, you saw Alyssa Spencer had those two solid turns with two big carves. This one a little bit smaller, but she was able to mix up her maneuvers. So there was that ability to mix up the moves, drives here through that snap, and then the finish was important. So 4 major moves to finish this ride out. That right there, gliding over, making sure that she rides out.
So Alyssa Spencer's last wave was a 6-2-7. So was that better?
Well, that's where I mean, they're different, right? So it feels like right at the same kind of level to me. Either way, it could go just slightly above or just slightly below. That's why there's 5 judges, different opinions.
Sierra Kerr getting ready for her next heat. She's going to be going up against Francisca Vaselko. Australia versus Portugal. It's a solid heat right there, and you know, that's the last thing you want to see right before you paddle out is one of your fellow competitors coming in. And you know, we saw Alyssa with looked like blood coming out of her nose region. Can't speculate. Just from what we saw, it did not look good. The good news is she was walking, and you know, she was obviously in control of what was going on.
Coherent for sure.
7 minutes, 10 seconds ago. We're still waiting for that score for Sawyer Lindblad. It comes through, and it's enough. A 7.5. So I think just the electricity, the energy that she had going down the line. I think Alyssa's wave might have been a little bit bigger, maybe better, but Sawyer just had a little bit more opportunity, and she maximized every inch of that wave to full effect for a 7.5 and the lead.
Well, job done for Sawyer. And I mean, right now in this moment, you don't see your other competitor. It kind of alleviates some of the stress of trying to get back out into the lineup. I mean, and it's hard work. We talked about yesterday the fact that we were going to have this building swell and how hard it's going to be for the finalists going into 3 solid heats in major conditions like this with, you know, cold water. All of the energy just gets depleted from you. You know, Cleveland, for a prime example, he just was like in this heat 1, got back out outside, and he was like, I was feeling it, you know, when he got there, and had to bear down, take a deep breath, and grunt his way through his first bottom turn and got it done. Got himself the 9.43. Man, he's been putting big numbers up all event long.
Been riding a lot of waves too. 6 minutes now.
Well, it feels like the brunt of that wind is kind of already moved through, so let's hope that it is, like I said, it's forecast to kind of back off, and fingers crossed that that's the case.
Yeah, you see some extra current moving around as well, the swell and just everything kind of converging. Watching Sawyer get back out into the lineup. She's got a nice, clear, easy path to get into the takeoff zone. .525 on the clock. We got our California State lifeguards right on top of the situation. More than enough help there for Alyssa Spencer. And you'll see most of these guys in those blue shirts. If they're not wearing those blue shirts, they're out in the water. A lot of lifeguards around here, incredible surfers, I'm sure, like everywhere else in the world. But
I would think that's like a kind of a
prerequisite
for
part of the test,
right? Well, and I mean, example, Derek Peters, who's from Huntington Beach. He became a lifeguard, and I remember he was like in a moment of, you know, professional surfing, and he went to lifeguard tryouts, and with that, you know, that got him the job.
And speaking of doing that job, we had the lifeguards right on it when Alyssa Spencer came in injured. We do have an update from Rosie Hodge.
That's right, Chris. Well, I just ran down to where Alyssa was with her dad, and also being seen to by the lifeguards, obviously visibly disappointed with sustaining that injury. Her nose was obviously bleeding quite a bit. She was being seen to, but then also watched her walk up the parking lot and kind of, you know, handing over that heat. Not going to go back in the water, unfortunately, for Alyssa having that injury. Sawyer Lindblad, she did get that score. She's in the lead at the moment. So a really, really unfortunate instance to take place in this heat for Alyssa. Yeah, and it's just really tough to see someone who's gaining momentum forced out of the heat due to injury.
Yeah, a tough situation. You know, Alyssa Spencer coming in this event as the event favorite. Not the way she wanted to end, but you know, she's very tough. Showed a lot of grit, and that's a rough way to finish your run.
And still, you would think that that information isn't getting relayed to Sawyer. She's out there by herself. She's going, what's going on? Yeah, has no idea about, obviously knows she's in the lead. So at this point, she doesn't need to even ride a wave. She can just hang out there. That, I mean, if you didn't know the situation and you were out there, would you ride another wave? I mean, I guess if it's that good looking, you might want to.
Yeah, well, with 2:58 to go, she does have time for another ride, and she is building momentum, and it's not just due to the fact she's out there alone. She started off with a 5.57, and her last wave came through at a 7.50. So either way, she's surfing a great heat, and I'm sure she will address that that's not how she would want to win. But for Sawyer Lindblad in the lead right now, and with the news that Alyssa Spencer will not be able to get back out there, it's sad to say that Alyssa Spencer's run is done here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships. But for Sawyer Lindblad, that's a clean victory there. 5.57 and a 7.5.
Well, look at her
she
scores.
did the work for sure.
Look at her scores she's been able to produce. The top heat scores have been owned by Sawyer Lindblad, so she's been producing very high heat totals very consistently, and just kind of flying through these heats each and every time. We touched on Alyssa Spencer because she's the local. She's been producing such amazing results. She was going to be a favorite. We've been touting the youngsters and Sierra Kerr, Aaron Brooks, but Sawyer, very, very accomplished and knows how to win heats.
Yeah, she definitely earned it there as well. And, at very least, Alyssa Spencer put up some big numbers, showed us how good she is. It's a total bummer that she had to bow out like that. And this was an injury sustained paddling back out, which, not that it matters. However you get injured in the lineup is not going to be fun. So for Alyssa Spencer, of course, we're sending her our thoughts. And, the good news is she's home. So at least she can kind of take solace in having her friends and family around her. She'll be back. We know how tough Alyssa Spencer is. She's been through the ringer on the QS and the CS, has had emotional highs and lows. This will just be another experience for her that she'll most likely use to motivate her trajectory towards the championship tour where she belongs. So 45 seconds on the clock. It's going to be San Clemente's Sawyer Lindblad getting the victory with a 5.57 and a 7.5.
She might be able to do a victory lap in this last set here. She's got some time.
Big set coming through.
Yeah, and it's not going to stop. It's going to get bigger throughout the day. And I was hoping for that wind to back off, but darn it, doesn't look like it.
Maybe if we say the wind's going to whip up.
It'll go the other way?
Yeah. So the wind's going to whip up for the next few hours. Still air wind.
There she goes.
Sawyer Lindblad, victory lap here. 7 seconds left. Oh, she's not going to cruise through. She's going to rip this one. A couple nice turns there for Sawyer. Straightens out. That was a big, scary section. She got out of it. So that's going to be it. Semifinal heat number 1. Taken out by Sawyer Lindblad. Alyssa Spencer, unfortunately, coming in due to injury. We send our positive thoughts and wishes to you, Alyssa. But we'll be right back with more action. Coming up next, Francisca Veselko goes up against Sierra Kerr. We'll be right back. I loved the look of those 2 turns by Vaselko.
That first turn, amazing.
Sierra Kerr, 917, our biggest score of the event.
Look at the size of this wave. Holy moly, look at that thing.
Here we
look
go.
at that. She's in the spot.
Oh, patient off the bottom hooks. And
perfect timing.
That's it.
Welcome back to the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western. Chris Cote here with Pete Mel. We've just witnessed an unfortunate incident in semifinal heat number 1. Alyssa Spencer having to come in about 10 minutes left in the heat due to an injury, but Sawyer Lindblad gets the victory, 13.07. Now we pivot to semifinal heat number 2, representing Portugal, Francisca Kika Vaselko, going up against Australia's Sierra Kerr. Both of these surfers have been on fire throughout this entire contest. You had Sierra Kerr dropping 9s earlier in this week, and I will tell you, if you have been watching this as closely as we have, you can easily say that these 2 surfers right now have been among the most in-form athletes in this whole draw, so it's only fitting that they wind up facing each other here in semifinal heat number 2. So our first finalist is Sawyer Lindblad from San Clemente. Who will be next? Will it be Vaselko? Will it be Kerr? Pete,
you put
who's
me on
your
spot?
pick?
Well, I will say that Vaselko, with the size and conditions, has been very comfortable, especially we saw in her quarterfinal heat this morning. I would say that she's going to feel a lot more comfortable. Sierra Kerr, still young, still dealing with the big style waves, but Sierra's got that X factor. She really, truly does. She can, she's not scared either. She'll put it right into the lip in big sections.
Yeah,
so I'm dancing around it.
Yeah, you are dancing around it.
I'm not going to make a pick. I'm just going to let it unfold.
All right.
I will say, though, that I want to see someone go big. And I think in semifinals, and you were touching on the fact that these 2 are in form, and that's why they're in the semifinals, right? I mean, it's pretty clear. They've been performing throughout this entire event. It's not easy to get into finals day, and let alone perform on finals day.
Sierra Kerr in the blue jersey, hometown of Coolangatta, Queensland. Kind of shares that hometown with Coolangatta and with Carlsbad, just up the road here. She's had her best year. I would say she'll probably tell us the best year of her life. Won the Stab High Ladybirds division, won the Stab High Monster Air, got the invite into the Vans Pipe Masters, got super tubed. All the videos that she puts out get hundreds of thousands of views. Her list of firsts from a very young age. First girl to land a rodeo in a skateboard contest. She was doing 540s in park events and skateboarding at age 10.
You know what's interesting about young surfers and the upbringing of young surfers? Like, there's 2, very accomplished professional surfers. One being Josh Kerr, Sierra Kerr's dad. Also Jackson Dorian, Shane Dorian. And one of the things I think that they instilled and made sure that they had around the home, a ramp, a skate ramp, and mini pipe. But like Sierra was dropping in on 10-foot vert ramps.
Yeah, when she was
before
6.
she was really even truly known as surfers, right? So I feel that, and this is a discussion we could have here, is you skateboard a lot, but like, do you think that like the skating in an early age gets you in a really good space to be able to do your maneuvers with high speed? Because in skating, you are doing, most of your maneuvers are best done with high speed, and you get comfortable with that type of style and approach.
Yeah.
And it translates to surfing in a way that, like, you can see Jackson Dorian, same thing. He's just not afraid to go into the lip, going really, really fast, going into aerials, and it trains you to have good technique in the styles and aerials that you're doing on a surfboard. So it feels like that's a really good thing to start out at on the skateboard.
I think for sure. I mean, the speed, the balance, similar movements, and
the grabs,
then the repetition that you get. I mean, I remember seeing some Jackson Dorian's early clips, when his dad was controlling his Instagram. I was 7 or 8 years old, barefooted, doing giant airs on the mini ramp in front of their house.
Yeah.
And, you're watching that, you're going, well, this kid's going to be really good at airs. Same thing for Sierra Kerr. Like I said, she was doing 540s in cement skate parks at age 10, which is unprecedented. Now
she
a little
even
bit
took
more
up the
common.
golf club.
Oh, yeah, she's
right,
a +6 handicap, which I don't know much about golf, but that tells me she's very good.
That's she's better than you and me.
23 minutes on the clock. Well, a wild finish to semifinal heat number 1, but coming through victorious, earning the victory was Sawyer Lindblad from San Clemente, standing by now with Rosie Hodge.
Yes, our first finalist is decided. Sawyer Lindblad, unfortunate with your competitor having to leave the water, Alyssa Spencer. You were out the outside. What were you thinking? Just waiting for her to paddle back out? Did you know what was going on?
Yeah, I had no idea what was going on. I didn't see her paddle back out, and it wasn't until like 1 minute left when I saw Kika out there for the next heat, and she's like, yeah, Alyssa got hurt, and I was like really worried for her. I didn't know how bad it was, and I'm really glad she's okay because she's one of my close friends.
She's one of your close friends. I noticed that you walked straight up the parking lot looking for your friend Alyssa Spencer. You checked in on her. You know, that's such good sportsmanship. She is one of your good friends and someone that you travel with.
Yeah, definitely. She's a little bit older than me, but we've grown up surfing against each other since we were little kids. So, yeah, I'm just really glad she's okay.
She did leave you in the lineup needing a score, though. So to answer back with that mid-range 7, how good did that feel to get that wave and make sure that you close the heat out?
Yeah, I was really happy that I got that wave and that I was finally able to time the end section. It's really difficult out there to do that, so I'm really happy I got that.
Into the finals, how good does that feel?
So good. I'm so excited.
Good luck.
Sawyer Lindblad into the finals here at the World Junior Championships. And
Chance for a world title, dude.
It's amazing.
Incredible.
She's going to be going up against one of these surfers in the lineup. Will it be Vaselko? Will it be Kerr? We did see a wave during that interview from Kika Vaselko, and it's going to be a pretty decent number. She had a big, strong finish, and I like that Sawyer right there kind of addressing the difficulty in finishing the waves out here. Big, gnarly section, uphill landing, shallow, thumping on that sandbar. So no easy task finishing off your waves here.
With a high energy swell. And so that lip is going to be coming back at you very quickly.
Extra spicy.
Yes.
Well, here's a look back at that 5.83, Pete.
Yes, so she drops in. She wasn't able to really get a maneuver done on the outside section. She chased it for a very long ways, but it was a sizable set wave. And the section she hits, massive. Underneath, carries the speed through it, holds it together for a 5.83. And that's what she's been doing all event long, is attacking that final section. And it's been paying off in a huge way.
That was a huge turn. And done in the scariest part of that wave. So well-earned 5.83. Francisca Vaselko has a pretty cool story. She's actually born in Irvine, about 45 minutes to the north of Encinitas. Moved to Portugal when she was about 6 years old. Started surfing, started competing, family surfs. She's been around the world and back. 2018 and 2019, she spent competing and living in Huntington Beach. She was the vice European champion, so she bounces back and forth, just winning and surfing wherever she is. Recent trips to the North Shore, surfing and training with Barton Lynch. Did get a 9th place on the Challenger Series in Brazil, and she's made her goals known. She wants to compete in the Olympics for Team Portugal.
And
she's got the skills.
Yeah, I was going to say, she probably will. She's got to qualify. There's a lot of different ways you can qualify. Obviously, the big one being the Championship Tour, but there's still plenty of slots out of the ISA. They'll get you an invite. And this year, you think about where it's going to be, one of the best waves in the world. Tahiti.
That's right. Inside of 20 minutes now, Francisca Vaselko getting the word that she is in the lead with the 5.83. Both surfers back in the lineup. Gives us a chance to catch up with AJ McCord.
I got a chance to touch base with Alyssa Spencer and her dad after she had that injury in the previous heat. She was in decent spirits when I saw her at the car afterwards. Appeared to have a cut on her nose, but otherwise, lifeguards attended to her really quickly. And of course, you guys know, it's one thing to get hurt, it's another one when it impacts the results of an event. And so I know, as a former athlete, there would be some emotion for me as well.
Yeah, you got to feel for Alyssa Spencer. She really was looking like she was winding up and building momentum. Her scores were improving. So a sad ending there for Alyssa, but again, congrats to Sawyer Lindblad. She surfed her way through that heat nicely. So inside of 20 minutes now, Sierra Kerr dropping a hammer of her own, a 2-turn combination there with a really critical finish to that wave.
Dude, that section was massive.
I love it. They know what's coming at the end of these waves.
Like, yeah, you've got to anticipate it. And she gets the carve on the outside section here too, waits for it as it starts to double up, and she keeps her speed up. And look at the timing that she has here. It's just a big, huge section, and she just nails it. That was awesome, Mimi. And that's how you have to hit that kind of a section. You go up and you tag it, and you carve off it and let it the momentum push you out into the flats.
I mean, you have so much time to think about what's about to happen to you. We saw she had full, 3 full setup carves just looking down the line going, oh no, what am I going to do? Here it comes. But that's the difference between Sierra Kerr and most other surfers. She's going to attack. She's going to hit the lip no matter what. She is fearless. And that right there was another example of how good and strong she really is in waves of consequence.
And another, I think, a good thing that Josh had instilled is that she used to go toe surf with Dad, and he'd whip her in going 100 miles an hour. That gets you comfortable going that fast and hitting sections at that kind of speed.
Yeah, and kind of dipping back into her skateboarding history. It wasn't like she was just a kid, pushing around in the skate park. She was dropping into proper 10-foot bowls and vert ramps and doing 540s and rodeos. I mean, she really almost had to choose. What do you want to be, a pro skater or a pro surfer? You want to go to the Olympics for skating or for surfing? She's really that good. And you put her with a Sky Brown of a total phenom. Sky went skating. But these two, Sierra Kerr and Sky Brown, similar age, similar skill sets. They're both just, athletes like we've never seen before. So for Sierra Kerr, taking the surf path is panning out quite nicely. A huge year behind her and a huge year ahead of her. Well, she did drop a 5.77 there, so she's right into this heat.
Solid sponsorship, right? You see Red Bull on her board. She's got Volcom on her board, Oakley, so major brands backing. And that's always nice. Keeps things comfortable. Get to go on, there's a lot of support when you have global brands like that are able to help you all around the world.
Yeah, when you don't have to worry about where you're staying, what you're eating, and how you're going to get to the contest, that definitely takes a lot off of your plate. We see that oftentimes from journeyman QS surfers that have been both sides of that. Sometimes you're sleeping in the penthouse, sometimes you're sleeping on the couch.
Either way, you're having fun.
True. The more you win, the more likely you'll be in the penthouse as well.
That's true too.
Halfway through here, Veselko in the lead slightly. Sierra Kerr just needing a .07 to get into that top spot. So a nice even match here. Let's say if you're looking at strengths and weaknesses, I would give Veselko the edge just in the power department. But in terms of, electricity, excitement, Sierra Kerr is one of those surfers that when she takes off and stands up, you don't know what's going to happen. Which I know fans, judges, everybody likes that aspect of Sierra Kerr surfing. The unpredictability.
The X factor, right? That's something that if you have it, you have it. If you don't, trying to find it. Definitely, you just don't know what's coming with her. I mean, and the fact that she has this fearlessness in these huge sections like that. Both these surfers do. I can't wait. I mean, I want to see some pumping sets here to finish out this next 15 minutes. It's a very even heat right now. Look at that. Scores are basically separated by nothing, by one check turn.
This mid-sized set rolls through. No takers there. Pretty chunky looking wave.
I mean, we did hit peak high tide. It's not very high of a tide, but we're now starting to see it go the other direction, and that's where we'll start to see hopefully some improvement on the reef.
And it's going to be red. Veselko with priority. Second wave of the set. Trying to fight her way around this big section. One beautifully placed turn there.
You can see she's a little frustrated. She wasn't able to get back up and finish that one out.
Right into the dog pound. I mean, that spot right there is getting gnarlier and gnarlier by the minute. All of these surfers too, knowing that they have to deal with it eventually in their heat. Nothing she could do there at the end section.
It's like 4 feet
I don't care
deep.
who you are. You can't hit that and come down with it clean. That was a big wave.
Yeah, and she was trying to time it so she could get 2 maneuvers done here. She was able to get around it finally and goes, okay, here's some clean face. Let's get a turn done, and then can I get back up for the finish? No. Would have been a very dynamic up and over if she had gotten there. Good choice.
Well, the score comes through, and it's meaningful. 4.5 for Veselko, so that one turn was really nice, and the judges rewarded her with the mid-range score. And now she's going to have to battle through some sets to get back out into the takeoff zone. Another sizable wave coming through. That is a nice looking left right there. Look at that power pocket.
Oh, you dreaming, huh, Cote? You've been watching your
semifinals. All right, we've got 2 more hours.
Yeah. Now you've been watching, your home break. Really, I mean, one of your home breaks. Let's get back to the action.
Sierra Kerr now fading on a nice looking left, clean glassy face in front of her. Bides her time, gets right up into the lip. They're carving snap. Watch out. Here comes the big finish for Sierra Kerr. I love that she just has that ability to add a little bit of dramatics to the end of her turn. You saw the snap. It was nice and smooth, and then just almost like a little ollie to get down to the flats. So rides out clean. Sierra Kerr looking for a 4.57 to pair with her opening 5.77. Again, another nice even matchup. This is probably going to be a score right in the same zone as those opening waves, but well done.
Yeah, the 4.57 is what is needed on this one, and you feel pretty confident that it's going to be enough. Just good choice of wave, nice and smooth on the face, kind of after a set, so it was smoothed out. So now she's got 2. I mean, it can build from here. But yeah, I'm pretty confident that it's going to be enough to turn the heat, get herself into the lead.
It's going to even things up too. I mean, it's going to be real tight all the way to the finish.
Paddle race, kind of. Well, Sierra's like, yeah, I'm not going to waste my energy. I got to surf the final. But it's an important part right here. Is that that last half of the heat having priority? Yeah, Vasilko definitely has the beat on her at the moment, so she'll probably end up with that priority. Here's the score starting to post.
Big number coming through. Sierra Kerr jumps into the lead with a 6.73. So improves on her opening wave. It's a sizable chunk of points right there. Highest single wave score of this heat so far. Now Vasilko needs a 6.68, so she needs to get a wave as good, if not better, than that last wave Sierra Kerr got. Still love this matchup. So close. And here we go. Vasilko having a look. So that was with priority.
That was an error. Unfortunate error.
Yeah, that priority easily flips. Basically, you need to make an effort to try to catch the wave, and Vasilko did that and more.
There's a specific judge up there in the tower that is paying attention solely to the paddling. Your takeoff zone is where you're going to be allocated priority. And then when you have it, if you put that arm down and show that any inclination that you actually wanted that wave and don't catch it, sorry, you're getting flipped. Unless second priority hasn't been given yet. So if the other surfer hasn't all the way made it out yet, you can still stay back and get to the zone again and get given priority back.
10.5 minutes to go. Sierra Kerr out the back with priority and the lead. Francisca Kika Vasilko, representing Portugal, needing a 6.68. We do have our first finalist for the women. That is Sawyer Lindblad from San Clemente, California. No surprise there. She's an incredible surfer. Came in, definitely noted as one of the favorites. The men's semifinals coming up next. Eli Hanneman versus Levi Slauson. I'm not even going to say it. We know that all these matchups in the next semifinals are going to be incredible.
Yeah, he stepped up today. Had his best performance in this event so far was this morning. And that's what you want. Finals day, you want to be on point.
Well, these two surfers have only won in this event. They've won all their heats to get to where they are now. See if Levi Slauson gives us a nervous breakdown with the way he waited in his past 2 heats. I think the first, his round before the quarters heat, he basically got the win in a span of 60 seconds. And then in his quarterfinal heat, he got the win in about a span of 30 seconds, 2 waves. I mean,
pretty cool.
The whole crew on the beach was just
feels like
pacing
destiny, right?
Yeah.
When that kind of stuff happens, in those moments when you need something to happen for you and you get it done, you're like, oh, it's meant to be. It's meant to be. That's that confidence that you can build from that. The ocean's giving it to me.
When you look at the list of names, it would be tough to not be intimidated by the surfers that you're going to be competing against in this event. And I think they all have a lot of mutual respect and admiration for each other. They're not going to fear each other necessarily, but you can't help when you look over And you see a guy like Eli Hanneman, Jackson Bunch, Cade Matson. You know, these are world-class surfers, so you know that every heat is going to be a battle for sure. So with 8:20 to go, thanks to some of our local sponsors, including Board and Brew. Awesome sandwich spot. Locations up and down the coast here in San Diego. Thank them for feeding us lunch every day.
That's awesome. I like the Turkey Club.
Yeah, that's a San Diego classic, the Board and Brew sandwiches. Under 8 minutes to go now. Francisca Veselko needs a 6.68. And we know that number is out there. Plenty of waves coming through. She's surfed well so far in this heat. 5.83 and a 4.5. Caught one of the biggest waves we've seen in the last hour or so. That 4.5 just didn't really give her much opportunity. Full credit to all these surfers in the lineup. They're showing a lot of bravery. I mean, it's pumping out there. Here we go, Veselko looking for a 6.68. Good start. Nice bottom turn straight up into the lip. A beautiful pair of backside turns. She's loving it. And that right there, my immediate reaction says 7, which would be enough. But of course, when you look back at the replay, things can change. But I just love the effort, the energy Veselko showed. Again, fearless, straight up and lip, no hesitation through her bottom turn. This is a great looking wave.
Drops in here, holds her speed through this rail, times right there in that clean pocket, hooks it, and then the final move here, again, very clean on the face, executed nice and early, big fan of water and a fist pump. You'd have to say this is going to be her best wave in this heat, but is it going to be enough to turn it with 6:40 to go?
Thinking back at Sierra Kerr's wave, couple carves, big finish. Veselko, I think the second turn was kind of the obvious hammer on that wave.
I mean, there was only 2 real turns on that wave. It was the first one that was nicely placed. You know, she's anytime you can get that board to kind of hook through the section rather than just kind of go up and glide down, and you're pushing in that hooking section, judges love it and they'll eat it up.
Well, the judges are convinced. An 8.5 for Francisca Veselko. So the energy and effort that she put in, and also, putting herself, her board, everything at risk by going up into the lip on a giant wave like that, earned every bit of that massive score. Now we're looking at another one of the highest single wave scores of this event, the 8.5. And that just sent a shockwave through the lineup. Sierra Kerr now needs a 7.61.
I love that she's been put against the wall here for Sierra, because now we'll see what she has to offer us, with that X factor. Will she just go completely ballistic? I would say yes. Confidence is high there that she'll, if she gets the opportunity, she's going to give it 100%.
Love to see Sierra Kerr find a ramp.
Yeah.
She's one of the best aerialists in the world. And I would say if you're looking at the, the tail of the tape between these two, I'd give her the edge in terms of just high performance technical surfing. Now it's just about the opportunity. So with 5 minutes to go, Sierra Kerr's out the back with priority. She definitely has a lot of support on the beach. She's a local. She surfs here all the time, so we do see a lot of Sierra Kerr on any given day here at Seaside. But right now she's going up against a hard-charging Portuguese surfer, Francisca Veselko. We just got the best news of her day, an 8.5 for a massive 2-turn combination. Another local favorite there, Levi Slauson. Look at these semifinals. Hanneman, Slauson, Earl, Cleland. No surprises on that list.
Well, Slauson took out, one of the standouts from all of the early rounds, Kaoli Voss. I would say that, going into today's condition, not to take anything away from Slauson and what he can do out here, but you would think that Kaoli would relish the fact that he'd have a little more size, a little more energy. And he was one big turn away. I mean, if you think about that heat and go back to that heat, there was that one wave where he did that huge carve and then just the massive frontside hit, and he didn't pull it off for Kaoli. That was the difference. And then, of course, the big 9-point ride for Levi Slauson. That was somebody that he had every one of his turns on that 9-point ride was of high quality.
Yeah, Levi's already taken out Cade Matson, Adur, Amatrien, Noah Dupois. and Calivas, like you just mentioned. So some big names in his wake, but definitely the biggest name he has faced yet in Eli Hanneman. That's coming up in 3 minutes, 26 seconds. For now, we got to figure out, will Vasilko fend off Sierra Kerr? She has the lead for now. Big section to work with there, hammers it.
A good choice by Sierra to not go on that wave. You know, and Francesco trying to sell it too, like, you know, making a look at it, having a look at it. But I think right now Sierra needs a major set. And with 3 minutes to go, you would hope that that opportunity comes for her, but it's got to be a major set wave if she really wants to get into the excellent range, which is what she's looking for. You know, 7.61 needs to be a certain style of wave. That wave just didn't have the scoring potential on there, on that. So
Well,
very conscious of that.
The wave Francisca got, the 8.5 on, double overhead. I mean, it was a freight trainer all the way from the outermost part of that reef. And the judges fully giving her the credit for the fearless approach with those two big turns.
Yeah, look at the winds backed off. We said it was going to come up.
Well, don't say it again.
I know, sorry. I was thinking about it. I'm like, should I mention it? Well, it's...
No, it's pretty clear that it's glassing off.
Yeah.
It's going to be an epic afternoon. I don't even have to knock on wood. No cap. It's happening. Semifinal heat number 2 coming down to the wire. 2 minutes left. Will a set come in time for Sierra Kerr to at least get a chance to catch up, if not eclipse what Francisco Vasilko's done?
Well, looking out there, there is some corduroy looking stuff, right? Doesn't look like kind of a set.
Something's happening. There's paddling. There's energy in the lineup. There's movement.
Okay, remember, Sierra, you got to wait it out. I know it's 140, but it's got to be a major set wave, unless she's going to go to the air. Oh, look at this, maybe.
Having a look, and she's taking it. Sierra Kerr looking for a 7.61. Kind of a chunked up section to start. She's got to do something wild on this inside. She's winding it up. That wave had so much bounce to it, blows the tail, but it just never really gave her any room to move.
Had a little more patience. She's going to get, you know, next wave or wave after is going to be cleaner because, yeah, pulled the trigger a little early for Sierra.
Well, I would put this on a list of upsets as Sierra Kerr has been blitzing through the field, but Francisca Vasilko has been doing it with power, form, consistency.
And now a chance to win a world title. Pretty amazing.
Well, with 40 seconds left.
Yeah, Sierra's not going to be able to get back out and get an opportunity, so she's going to have to call it a heat.
You know what? A third place finish in the World Junior Championships is pretty amazing.
At 15?
Yeah.
Yes.
So she's got 4 more years to compete in this thing.
Exactly right.
So a solid go for Sierra Kerr, but congratulations to Portugal's Francisca Kika Vasilko, your second finalist here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships. She will be going up against Sawyer Lindblad momentarily. Coming up next, we've got the semifinals for the men, starting with Eli Hanneman and Levi Slauson. We're going to take a quick break, and I know you're not going anywhere. The semifinals for the men coming up next. This is the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. We'll be right back. The GOAT, Kelly Slater, straight into the pit.
Leveling up,
He's
doing my
coming
thing,
out.
yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, 'cause it's that time again.
You can just see the confidence that Eli has.
We haven't even gone through half of the heat, and he's already going to have 15 points on the board.
Levi Slauson utilizing that outside section to full effect.
Wow.
Spray to the sky, another massive hook. He's got a big section here on the inside. Nails it. Free falling from the lip.
Welcome back to the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. We're getting ever so close to crowning a World Junior Champ. We have our women's final established with Francisca Veselko versus Sawyer Lindblad. That's going to be our women's final. Now it's time to establish our men's finals. Semifinal number 1 out in the water. Eli Hanneman from the island of Maui versus Encinitas' own local boy, Levi Slauson.
Been a few years since the local boy has won this event too, Kaipo. First wave goes to Hanneman.
Eli Hanneman whips through that first turn, medium-sized wave. Another vert attack. One more time, great tempo down the line, and just a little late to the final maneuver, but goes complete, and a nice little, I don't know, goblin claim there. Levi Slauson has to clear some whitewater before he starts swinging his board around. The sharp eye looking sharp under the feet of Levi Slauson. Punches it for the finish, so nice opening exchange between the two regular footers.
Perfect start for both gentlemen, Kaipo. Hanneman probably going to get the upper hand with the first combo that he had on the backhand. And then the local boy, Slauson, also with a great wave. I just told you that it's been a few years since the local boy has won this event. That was Vasco Ribeiro winning the event in 2014 at home in Portugal. As we see the replay of Eli, great first carve, straight up into the lip, up and over that section. Kind of trips the fins, and then a snap floater on the third. A little bit of an awkward finish at the end, but rides out cleanly. And then with the response, Levi, kind of a wider stance. Love the way he really engages with these rails right here, with these carves. Second one even better than the first. And gets a strong finish right here at the end. A little bit of a frothier section. Not a huge risk maneuver, very high risk, but nonetheless a great finish. And I think getting wave for both of them in the first 3 or 4 minutes of this heat, essential to getting off to a great start and also capitalizing on the few opportunities that we have seen in the last 2 semifinals.
Yeah, and a really evenly matched semifinal number 1 when you look at the overall surfing and skill set of these two surfers.
I feel like both of them are really. Jarvis Earl and Alan Cleland very evenly matched over the last few days too. But you're absolutely right, especially being both regular footers, these gentlemen. The one thing I will say about Levi Slauson is that he's been, in some positions that have been uncomfortable before, especially today against Kaoli Vost in this quarterfinal. We haven't seen that too much from Eli Hanneman so far this event because he's gotten off to such a quick start. And great ones too, Kaipo.
Well, another quick start for the surfer from Lahaina, Maui. A 7.33 drops for Hanneman. So likely he's going to have the early advantage on that exchange. Here's all the judges' numbers, Mitch.
Yeah, and one even going excellent. Totally understand that. The average comes out at a 7.33. Great start for the surfer from Lahaina. As you were mentioning, Lahaina's had some incredible surfers in the past too, some great competitors. One of them being former CT surfer Dusty Payne.
That's right. And you know what? You can think about maybe it's Lahaina Harbor lefts right now.
Yeah.
On the in-between ones. Eli Hanneman with a tremendous air game as well. So it's going to be interesting to see if he's going to pull that out in this semifinal if he needs to. Well, we got both finalists established. Let's hear from our second finalist, Portugal's Francisca Veselko with AJ.
Conditions changed a little bit from your quarters to your semis. What were you looking for in your waves?
Yeah, the waves feel like they got way bigger now, and this morning was offshore, now it turned to onshore, and it's really hard to read the wave because it's so bumpy. But yeah, I was still trying to get the seconds, the thirds, and the fourth wave. It's always the best one, and yeah, that was my strategy.
So now you have to regroup again, get ready for finals. How do you do that?
Yeah, I'm just going to take my wetsuit, chill out, maybe eat a banana. drink some water, rest, and keep the same strategy. It's been going well the whole event, and maybe I think the only thing I could change is try to do more pocket turns instead of always like kind of carving down the lip. But I don't know, it's been going well, so I'm not going to try to change much.
Fair enough. Você quer dizer alguma coisa para familiares e amigos em volta?
Obrigada a todos os portugueses e a toda a gente que está em casa a apoiar. Passei para a final, estou super contente. Agora é descansar e preparar. Bora.
See you in the finals.
Thank you.
Bora, Kaipo.
Bora. One step away from a world title. Kika Francisca Veselko. Numbers are in, Mitch. 6.33 for Levi Slauson and a 7.33 for Eli Hanneman. 1 point separating the two surfers on that opening exchange.
A very even opening exchange, though. Just a point differing between both of them. And, you know, with 22 minutes to go, this could easily be either their best waves or their backup waves. As Kika mentioned, it got way larger out there during her heat. And I was telling you about the lack of scoring opportunities there are out there. The only reason I mentioned that is because it's very hard to be in the right position for a lot of those big sets. They catch you off guard. You tend to be further on the reef. You're a lot deeper. And as of right now, it seems like these medium ones are really being the best waves out there to select.
Yeah, not to mention, you got to play a little Tom and Jerry out there. A little cat and mouse.
Ooh, okay,
where you got to go outside, avoid those closeouts, and then dart back inside for those medium ones, like you said, that will actually have a rideable wall, because, you know, the bigger sets are just straight handers closing out all the way down the line.
And it's hard to select them, too. You don't really know which one's going to break further into the channel, which one's going to break a bit further deeper, or which one's going to break further outside. And, you know, one thing we haven't even mentioned about these two gentlemen, they have an incredible progressive game, too. Not to say that they're really going to need it right now with these size of waves, but imagine if you're able to do a maneuver of consequence or add some variation to a size like this wave right now. It would be very impressive, and it would be a high score.
Yeah, we've seen all the clips of Eli Hanneman and his huge airs that he's able to do. Levi Slauson coming off of an impressive clip. He just got back from Hawaii, surfing rocky lefts, did a ginormous backhand full rotation air there that set social media on fire. Here we go with Eli Hanneman, our heat leader. Vert on that first backhand re-entry one more time. Looking smooth on that mayhem. Into the lip and finishes it off.
Geez.
That felt good.
Oh, the Kobe claim, too. Dusting off the shoulder.
Levi Slauson right behind him. More of a carve off the top for Slauson. One more carve right under the lip. Loading up for the finish. And can he pull it down? Nice exchange between the two surfers. And we're going to see how that sets up the situation here. We're 1/3 way through semifinal number 1.
Yeah, 20 minutes to go on the clock. Got to be thinking that Eli Hanneman going to have at least another 7 on the board with his last wave. Great surfing right there. He just seems composed. And every single heat, it seems like he still hasn't peaked. So this is the entirety of Levi's wave. You're mentioning has to lay things more on rail because the wave is only allowing for that. Second setup carve. And gets straight up into the lip. Slides the fins up and over the section. Huge maneuver to finish off that wave. Boy, you talk about major maneuvers. That was one of them right there. On the flip side, though, Eli, a little late to the party on the first one. I love the second one, though. Deep bottom turn, up and over the whitewater right there. And it gets a strong finish, too. So I think the combination at the end for Hanneman, he won that exchange. But in terms of the best single turn out of both of those waves, no doubt goes to Slauson. This is a fun heat already, Kaipo. I'm enjoying it a lot.
It sure is. Numbers in for Eli Hanneman, an 8-point ride. Eli goes excellent. Waiting for last wave score for Levi Slauson. Levi at the moment to take the lead needs a 9-point ride.
So as I told you, the combination at the end for Hanneman really got him that score. Now let's look at the average that comes out for Slauson here as we see the average for Hanneman. One judge all the way up to an 8.5, comes in as an 8.0. We talked about the criticalness of certain maneuvers, certain sections, how difficult they are, and how risky they are too. I saw a lot of risk in that last maneuver from Levi Slauson. Did not need to go for that last turn at the end. But in order to recover some of the momentum that he had lost in the first 2 carves of that wave, he did extremely well right there at the end, Kaipo. Shows local knowledge right there.
Yeah, and judges are chewing on their decision right now for Levi Slauson because it's an important number, and it just came through a 9-point ride, just what the doctor ordered.
They're tied.
For Levi Slauson, and Levi takes the lead. They are tied on a 2-wave total. How do we break that tied 2-wave total? We go to the single highest wave, and that's why Levi Slauson is in the lead.
This heat's been the best one we've seen all event long. 15-3 heat total for all both of these gentlemen. You see the average right there comes out to a 9-point ride. And I think the biggest difference right here has been the finishes from the local boy Slauson. Not only am I impressed by the wave selection both of these gentlemen have had, but also looking at their score lines and the effectiveness that they have had with only catching 2 waves, already getting something close to an excellent heat total. This is looking like it's going to be not only, in my opinion, the heat of the event so far, maybe a very early final in consideration of what we're going to see in semifinal number 2.
Yeah, big numbers. And again, the explanation, 15.33 for each of the surfers in their score line. At that point, we go to the single highest wave to establish who the leader is. And in this case, it's that 9-point ride, the golden 9-point ride by Levi Slauson.
Well, I think it's going to be imperative for both of them to really better their low scores too. Even though Levi does have the 9, a 6.33 right now as your backup score ain't really going to cut it. Same thing goes for Hanneman. A 7.33, any other heat would be fine. But right now in the semifinals, you really need to get up into that excellent range in order to establish positioning within your score line, but also add some more pressure to your opponent. Still plenty of time though, Kaipo. We're not even halfway through the heat.
And as you were calling that wave by Levi Slauson, what impressed you, and it impressed the judges as well, is that high-risk finish that Levi did on that closeout section.
You're putting your body at risk, you're bored. There's no necessity to really go for something like that if you don't have a good score out of it based off of the first part of the wave. But out of those 9 points, realistically, 7 of them came off of the last maneuver.
Yeah.
And that's saying a lot.
And Levi, you know, we're going to take a look at this again. This is the 9-point ride.
Well, it's just crazy to me that these kids have really stood up to what the game plan has been, attacking these last sections. And they've gone out there with no regard for their bodies, for their boards. Huge tail waft right there at the end, up and over the section, slides the fins. And we talk about rising to the top. These kids are doing it on a very difficult day of competition at finals day.
Yeah, as we take a look at our top 4 scores of the event, and Levi Slauson just slid into that top 4 with that 9. You talked about boards. We see Levi waving his arms. Levi with a trusty sharp eye in his opening round heat. His leash string pulled through the tail of his round pin sharp eye. And he had to, you know, I pointed out to him, he had to go get it repaired, you know, and take care of his best friend right there. It's all patched up, it's ready to go, and it's treating him good.
Yeah, and maybe a lesson learned, Grom. Don't have your leash string too long. You need to keep that thing as short as possible so that way it doesn't go through a rail line. You've done it before, Kaipo. It happens to everybody, but that's one thing that's a rookie mistake, and especially at a wave like Seaside, you can't let it happen. It has too much power, especially at the shore break section, too.
I double loop my leash strings. We'll release an instructional later for all of you fans and surfers who don't know about the double loop proper leash string installation, because it keeps it short and you have twice as much leash string there for strength.
Twice the strength, yeah. And what the rule is that it shouldn't go over your tail, right?
Ever. Yeah, because that'll pull it through. But then, you know, sometimes, not to go off on a tangent, but sometimes boards, you know, the guy who's plugging the board, the guy who's putting your leash plug in, if he puts it too far back on the tail,
it's almost impossible.
It's almost impossible. So, you know, all you guys installing leash plugs at the factories, keep it a couple inches up from the tail.
And we love you guys too, but seriously.
Jarvis Earl coming up in the next heat against Alan Cleland Jr. And I've been loving the surfing from this goofy foot here. Let's see if he can continue on to a World Junior title.
Has the single highest wave score of the event so far, a near 10-point ride, a 9.93. What's even more impressive is that he got that score on a board that he rode for the first time ever.
Yeah.
Round pin.
Channel Islands fever model there. There's Brent Power from Channel Islands.
Fellow Aussie too.
The pit crew.
He's been here every day from the get-go in the morning too. Great job by him. Gotta give a lot of love to the surfboard team managers too. Gian Bernini from Mayhem. Yufu Penrose from Sharp Eye, always around. And obviously Brent Power doing an incredible job with the Channel Islands crew too.
Yep, and you know, that pit crew team is so important. It gives you a lot of confidence. Here we go with Levi Slauson. Swings through that first turn. Carves through the second. Looking down the line, lip glide, and goes complete. And he's going to extend his lead right now.
Well, seems like Bernard Hopkins is in the house because he's definitely landed an overhand right there that's going to knock Eli Hanneman into an even deeper hole. 12 minutes to go, Kaipo. I love this wave here by Slauson. Takes his time, methodical, understands this wave better than anybody else. It's showing right now. Out of his 3 waves, he's going to have 3 scores better than a 6.33.
Judges taking a look at the replay before posting the numbers. 11 minutes and 40 on the clock.
I don't know if my stats are off here or not, but I'm just going to throw it out there. I don't think there's ever been a world champion at the WSL level from San Diego. So if Levi Slauson does end up winning this event here, he would be the first surfer ever from San Diego to win a WSL championship. We're looking at the replay here. Up and over the first section, wraps it back. And nice snap floater to finish off cleanly too.
Yeah, he'd be the first Californian on the men's side to ever win a World Junior Championship.
Yeah, World Junior for sure.
Yeah.
Last Californian to do it on the CT was Tom Curran, right?
Yeah.
1991. Well, that's got to change soon. Hopefully. I mean, for Californians' sake, obviously.
Hey, there's always Kolohe Andino and Griffin Colapinto. Look out as we anticipate the start of the championship tour. Numbers are now trickling in for Levi Slauson on his last ride. Needed to improve upon a 6.33 to further distance himself from Eli Hanneman. And here comes the scores, Mitch. Judge 1 says it's up, 7.5. It's another 7.5 from Judge 4. An 8-point ride from Judge number 2. And let's round it out at a 7.6.
So now Hanneman needing an 8.61 to take the lead. Just over 10 minutes to go. 3 waves, Kaipo. Very efficient, very effective. Replaces the 6.33. We talked about pressure and how it creates diamonds. Right now it's creating a diamond in the rough in Levi Slauson. And look at the crowd that's here supporting him. You know, I was talking to Chris off air this morning, and it truly is an impactful community here in Encinitas. You know, having these locals here at Seaside Reef, the true law trolls, it's beautiful to see, not only from the support side, but also the appreciation of having the world's best junior surfers here. Top 24 women from the world, top 24 men. And you have 2 of the best junior surfers out there, and 2 people that last year were also in the Challenger Series too.
There you go with the need for Eli Hanneman with that 8.61. So he's going to have to surf up from what he's already done, Mitchell.
He's done it before, though. He's done it before this event already. Whether or not he can do it in the next 9 minutes, obviously capable of doing it, but I think he needs to be on a great wave, first of all. He needs to really attack that first section and get a completion at the end, too. Wouldn't mind seeing Eli bring out a little bit of variation in his maneuvers, too, Kaipo. Big set. Levi's caught inside. Hanneman's clearly out there by himself, patiently waiting for a wave to actually be in position for him. This one seems like it's going to swing inside, though. He's up.
Ooh, and he just gets bucked on that takeoff. That's the bad news. The good news is he'll remain out the back and hang on to priority, as we saw Levi Slauson further in having to jump off his board and do the dive under.
Yeah, what's the tide doing right now? I think it might have just peaked an hour ago. So seeing that receding tide going out now, and that last section with the onshore wind has gotten a lot more difficult to manage. And as you can see, the drop's not getting easier at all either. Although it has cleaned up just a bit. See, Eli, 2 waves in a row that he's had difficulty just getting into position and up to his feet, Kaipo.
Yeah. And the progression, naturally as we go through the rounds in competition, if you look back into the round of the opening round and the elimination round, where an 11.2 wave total or a 12.2 wave total would get you through those heats, not the case anymore.
No.
Look at the numbers up on the board. Even 15.33, 16.6.
You talk to anybody out there at any given point, a 15-point heat total, you're probably going to win 95% of your heats that you're surfing over your career.
Here's Junior. Stretching it out. Al Cleland Jr., clear standout at this year's World Junior Championships.
Throwing some shakas to some people over there in the parking lot.
There's those JJF Tech Flex fins you were talking about on his board.
Yeah, I like that selection of fins. Personally, just adds a lot of stability, and driving off the bottom too. They flex just enough to get enough drive off of your bottom turn right here at Seaside.
Pretty grippy though.
Yeah, no, for sure. Be a fin that I'd personally be riding. Got a wave like the Pipeline too. Pascual is where Alan's originally from. That's a wave that just really gets you in a better position in the barrel and in the steeper section.
There's our tides. The high tide was at 12:31, so we're just past the high tide mark. We're at 1:06 local time here in California. The tide's going to be drawing out till 7:10 p.m. By then, we've already crowned a men's and women's World Junior Champ.
Yeah, and with 6 minutes and 20 to go, it seems like there's some lines on the outside here. Hanneman with priority still. He got lucky that he was able to recover priority after both wipeouts. And if you're Slauson right here, don't know how close he is to him. There you see a little bit of distance between both of them. I think this is a good time to be applying pressure and try to force Hanneman to go on a wave that isn't going to provide the scoring opportunity for the 8.61, and kind of force him to go to that progression, Kaipo. Try to land in there, try to go for something big. But unfortunately for Eli, if that section isn't there, it's going to look a little forced. I think right now this is a smart decision to move on Levi's inside, though, and have the upper hand the whole time when it comes to wave selection.
We'll take a look at the positioning of our two surfers as they clear the waves in the foreground. And you can see at least Eli Hanneman, and look, because Levi Slauson has snuck down the beach, got this wave under priority, and just staying busy.
Well, he tried to force Eli to go on that wave, and smart decision there from Eli Hanneman to not take it. I'm just looking at Slauson's heat total so far since the round of 16, 13.77 heat total, 14.5 in the last round, and he's peaking at the right moment, Kaipo. 16.6 heat total. He's bettered every single one of his heat totals in the last 2 heats, and I think he's peaking just when he needs to, and it goes to show you that that local knowledge has prevailed when it comes to the necessary moments in competition. 4 waves ridden so far in this heat, 3 waves better than a 6. You ask me, at the moment, he's surfing a perfect heat.
Not to mention, you know, the collective support that he's feeling energy-wise by this local crowd who have been pulling up, and the crowd's been growing in the parking lot here at Seaside. All of the town supporting Levi Slauson. So there's that, you know, energy or kind of spiritual X factor there that is certainly in the air.
Yeah, and they don't even have to be on this little boardwalk we have right here to watch the heat. They're watching the heat from down in the parking lot, too.
Yeah, they got the parking lot. They're up on the little hill right here.
On the cars even, too, a couple of them. Like, this is a great setup we have right here at Seaside. But for real, he's feeling that energy. It's positive, obviously. I saw him just before his heat when he was about to pal out, putting on his jersey. Just kind of like gave me a little smirk, like, yeah.
I got this.
Yeah.
I like it. Well, he almost has this. We got 3 minutes and 36 seconds. A set coming through here. Hanneman with priority. Let's see if the Maui boy will go. Taking a look at this one. Eli Hanneman drops in. Tucks the heels in on that bottom turn, carves off the top on the backhand, has to throw it away. Wave just closes out, and now true heat control to Levi Slauson with a lead as well as priority and a clock running down to 3 minutes.
Did you notice Slauson's positioning right there, though? He was basically on top of Hanneman, and if Eli wasn't going to go, Slauson was going to take that wave. So good pressure there by Levi to force the upper hand from Hanneman to actually use his priority right there. And unfortunately for Eli, just a 2.93, so a small score. And looking outside, it seems like Hanneman might even break some distance and break away, try to get something on the inside. One of those rights, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see him go for one of those ramps and go for a huge air on the inside. I still think that the left, like this one, is the better option, though.
Let's see, he's going to scrap this one. He is, so he's going to need to do something. Oh, not even getting into that one. I was going to say, with that wave, he would have had to just do something crazy acrobatics to even hope to get that score.
And to land an air right there, how dumpy it is, how crazy that last section is. Good luck.
Yeah.
You know, just first of all, staying on top of your board, the board not breaking with how light they are and how light they make them for these athletes, and then just controlling the impact with both your ankles and your knees. It's going to be quite difficult. Still time, though. I mean, 2 minutes. I'd be moving outside and live and die out the back, Kaipo. Give yourself a shot at winning this heat. And if you're Slauson, be very aware of where Eli Hanneman is right now in the lineup. He's a dangerous competitor, and he's obviously posted great scores. There's a reason why he's in the semis. Been very consistent, posting close to 15 points, if not higher than that, in every single one of his heats.
Here we go. Levi Hanneman looking down the line, eyeing up something, throws the air, and fights for the finish. We talked about it. We saw the intent. He knew what he had to do. That was an incredible attempt. Got the board kind of back underneath him. Just trying for the recovery. That was brutal.
He had basically landed it. I mean, he proved me wrong right there.
Well, he just sacrificed everything. Just take a look at this.
Well, first of all, the fact that he's going for it on the send section is crazy. Goes up and over the section and literally upside down. Dude, that was crazy. Like, he did land on his feet. If he would have ridden out of that, we're seeing the first perfect 10 of the event. Just the fact that he was able to get into the air on that last section, generate enough speed. This kid's special, Kaipo. We're going to see some big things from him in the future.
Yeah, truly inverted. And now just, you know, feeling the reality of bowing out in the semifinals.
Keep your head up high, kid. You went for it right there. You were forced into a corner to have to do that. And he went out there and at least tried, Kaipo. I mean, props to this kid.
Well, we got our first finalist for the men. This guy right here, Levi Slauson, is in the final. Semifinal number 2 on the way right after this quick break. Stick around. notice Mexico's Al Cleland Jr.
And just a violent finish at the end, too.
Jarvis Earl already on a back up, throws the layback half, taking a little bit of a low-high approach. Lip glide, landed, smiles at the judges. Welcome back to the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western. We're live at Seaside Reef, North County, San Diego. And the men's semifinal two is out in the water. The Australian Jarvis Earl has been spectacular in his performance here. And Alan Cleland Jr., representing Mexico, has consistently put up excellent scores. This is going to be a great semifinal. I'm Kaipo along with Mitchell Salazar. And what about this kid from Cronulla right here? 18 years old, Jarvis Earl, coming out last heat. Scored the highest single wave so far in competition, a 9.93.
Yeah, on a brand new board too. Even more impressive right there. Wave selection been on point, Kaipo. The only goof photo remaining in the draw too. Let's see if he can do it against Pascuales' own Al Cleland Jr. If the first heat was any indication in these semifinals, we're in for a treat with this one.
Alan Cleland Jr., as you know, representing Mexico, 20 years old, and has been putting down big numbers. His last heat, he dropped a 9.43.
Right at the end, too. Clutch performance from him. And this is going to have to be his best heat surfed in order to move through and against Earl.
Well, Encinitas, the Flower Capital Surf Center, is proud of this young man. He's in the finals. Let's hear from Levi Slauson.
Levi, you told me after the last heat that you didn't want to wait so long and be forced into a buzzer beater. You caught your first wave much quicker. How did that impact the way you attacked the rest of the heat?
Yeah, I think I'm done with the buzzer beaters for this event. But yeah, that was a fun heat. Eli is like, I always have viewed Eli as the best surfer our age in the world, and I mean, for good reason. He's so gnarly. But yeah, what a sick event it's been. I'm into the final. So happy to have my hometown here, and yeah, I mean, making the final is huge, and yeah, I'm ready to win this thing for my hometown, and yeah, bring those scores back into the final, and yeah, just catch some good waves.
You put on quite a show in the semis. Tell us what was going through your head on that 9 you rode.
Yeah, it was a big wave, and Eli had got the wave before, and he had priority over me, and I knew that any wave Eli takes off on is a big threat to me. So yeah, I knew that 9, I just had to get a big turn on the inside because I didn't have much at the start. It's been a big thing for me this contest is if I don't have a turn on the outside, finish strong on the inside. Yeah, I'm ready for the final.
What's your biggest takeaway from semis that you want to put into the final?
Yeah, just I feel super comfortable. I'm so happy. Like, that's the biggest thing of this event. I've just been woke up every morning, felt so happy to be here, and yeah, it's an amazing feeling. So hopefully I can win it for the hometown.
Congratulations. We'll see you then.
Thank you.
There you go. Hey, Mitchell, I love the intent where he's like, I'm ready to win. I mean, say it, manifest it, put it out in the universe. You got to be able to talk about it first before you can do it.
Achieve, believe, conceive, Kaipo, and that's what Levi's been doing all week long. Just winning that first heat in the opening round of the event has really put him in a good spot all event long afterwards, just finding consistency and hard work, really. We're talking about a kid that did not have a good year on the Challenger Series in his first one. Qualified through the North American region for their CS due to the last 2 events, too. And is now really living up to the hype that we've seen before on social media. Props to Levi for doing it.
Well, a win here would be invaluable for him because that would get him onto the Challenger Series. Like you said, he did the entire Challenger Series last year, had a lot of tough losses, ended up the year rated 95 on that leaderboard. So he wants another chance at it, and he can get another chance by winning this World Junior title.
And the biggest thing that's changed, at least for me, seeing from an outsider's perspective, is that he's really been clutch in those moments that he did not have during the CS. There was one moment in Brazil, needed a 4 at the end. He had a priority. He let Carlos Munoz go on a wave and didn't even give himself a shot at making it out of the heat. And now working with Matt Myers, I think that's been a great relationship between both of them. And Matt's become one of the premier coaches in terms of professional surfing. So props to Levi. He's at home. He's in the final. but he has one more heat ahead of him, and he's going to face the winner of this one.
Yeah. No paddle, no waves, open priority at the beginning of semifinal number 2.
They're playing some mind games out there, too.
Well, we talked about the Tom and Jerry, the cat and mouse game, the mind game, and the 3 Ps. Paddle, pick, and perform.
Thought you were going to do like the 70s in dodgeball, like duck, kick, dive, dip, and dodge. But no, that's a good analogy to have, actually. I hadn't really thought of that, but I think at this point of the event, everybody surfs so good. If you're not on the best waves in the heat, you're just not going to make it out of it, Kaipo. It would really have to be something radical in order for you to get an excellent score, or even something in the good range. If you look at the heat totals from both Levi and Eli in the last heat, it really came down to who was on the best 2 waves, and that was Slauson. Hanneman put up a great fight, too. This heat, though.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Levi Hanneman, like you said, 15.33 and still taking a loss.
Yeah, but this heat, I mean, both of them a bit too deep for the actual waves. There's been a few sets that have broken a bit further towards the channel, and they're pushing themselves so deep right now that they're basically on the right. You can see right there the boil. That's not a place where you really want to be at the beginning of the heat. I think, personally, for myself, I'd be looking at just starting off with a 6 or anything better than that. That's what really gave Alan Cleland the spot in the semifinals, except the quarter. You know, he had his back up against the wall, came up clutch with the 9.43. But Jarvis Farrell in his quarterfinal did start off with a 6-point ride. And guess what? Paddling back out underneath Oscar Berry's priority, got the best wave of the event.
Yeah, we can see, look at the back and forth between the 2 competitors on the takeoff zone. You talked about the boil, which is an indicator of the reef underneath and where that little slabby reef is to kick the wave into gear. And as you see this one kind of peel off more towards the corner of your screen, both of them, like you said, Mitch, sitting too deep.
Yeah, well, nobody wants to knuckle under right here, and it's bad for us because we don't get to see them surf. It's good for them, though, because when you have that kind of constant battle with your opponent and you're letting them know that you're in this all the way to the finish, it's just as physical as it is mental out there. And I like to see this from 2 very young surfers. You were mentioning the ages, 20 and 18. Combined age, I mean, very young, 19 years old between both of them, the average would be.
And mind you, our competition director, Travis Logie, sent out a message this morning to all competitors today: no restarts. So if we did have the restart rule in effect, we'd have a new clock right now. But it was clear to every competitor at the beginning of the day, no restarts today. So now Jarvis and Allen have a 20-minute heat.
Right. You want to play with fire, go ahead. But it plays for both of them, you know? And sometimes it could go your way, and many times it won't. So we'll see who gets the upper hand with the first exchange. Probably have to say, you know, out of this event, 70 to 75% of the people that have gotten off to the best start within the heat have ended up moving through.
Here we go again, one more time. Too deep behind the boil.
Well, plenty of time still, 19 minutes. I had a chat with Al Sr. yesterday, and he was telling me that Al Jr. hasn't really surfed this wave much before in the past, so he hadn't really recognized which were the best waves. I think that's why he had difficulty in the opening round heat, but so far he's really capitalized on the big sections he's out there on the set waves that he's caught. There's a reason why he has 3 of the best waves of the event so far.
Oh, I didn't know that Al Sr. was here. Cool.
You haven't seen him?
No, I have not. Old friend of mine, right? I'm going to say Imperial Beach is
yes,
where
he
from?
is.
Yeah,
South Carolina.
originally. Yeah, and then moved down to the dreamy life in Mexico. The viewing crew there.
I think a couple of Val supporters on the far side, and then Jarvis's team on the other side. Same thing in the water as on the land. Not a lot of distance between both camps.
In contrast to semifinal number 1, where we saw fireworks from both Eli Hanneman and Levi Slauson, this one is kind of strategic stalemate for the moment, down to just 18 minutes.
It's honestly funny. Like, there's been plenty of waves that could have been ridden. A lot of scoring potential, a lot of scoring opportunities. But so far, neither one of them just wants to give in. And I'm just thinking to myself, imagine if it comes down to a 10-minute heat. Like, whoever gets an 8 or a 7 right at the beginning, like, you're just catching up at that point afterwards.
I like that the tension's actually building right now. I
feel
enjoy all of this tension, kind of just, you know, the band is getting stretched and stretched and stretched, creating more and more tension for these two surfers. Now they're on the move. Down to 17 minutes and 20 seconds. Still plenty of time to catch two waves. But let's see when the heat's going to start.
Well, here we go.
It's going to start right now with Al Cleland Jr. Winds up off the bottom. Smashes the lip. Looking to come around this whitewater into more open face. Has to battle for a while before finding that open face. Double up inside shore break section and is able to go complete.
Well, he's on the board. Don't think he's going to be very content with this first score, but at least he pulled the trigger. Jarvis knows what he needs to do now with 17 minutes to go, and so does Allen. You know, if you're Junior right now, be smart to kind of keep some distance between both surfers. As we're looking at the replay here, straight through that first section right there for Junior. Took him a while to come around this section right here. Once he did, great work though. Little setup, and then up into the lip right afterwards. They're going to keep that score down, though, in comparison to what we've seen in the first semi.
He actually shook his head as he rode out of that one. And, he wasn't very satisfied with that wave. Because he knows it's 4.17. That's the number. Here we go. Jarvis Earl. Nice carve off the top. Oh, and mistimes. Slips off the board.
No foo wax?
I don't know what kind of wax that was right there.
Gotta give a shout out to Guy and just be like, hey, Guy, gotta get Jarvis Earl on the foo wax program too. No more slip ups. That's gonna cost him though. Paddling back out, 16 minutes to go. Cleveland at least has something better than 4 on the board, and he's gonna get priority number 1 right here. Might even be spinning on this one.
Here he goes. Nice glassy face. Deep bottom turn and a big tail throw on the backhand. Loads up for this inside section one more time. The dump on the inside, and now Cleveland Jr. again recognizing the completion of that ride.
Well, 15 minutes to go, no doubt the best wave of the heat. And I love the body language right there. Way different than the first ride, right, Kaipo?
Yeah.
Finished the wave off. You could see that he was bummed about his performance and probably his wave selection. Meanwhile, it seemed like Jarvis had a look at that one. So can extend his lead by far, and also going to drop a big number just based off of that first turn right there on the outside. Seems like Earl might be interested in this. I think he just wants to get to work right now.
Here we go, the Australian. Double pump off the bottom and just kicks out, wants to hang on to priority.
Yeah, caught that wave just a bit too inside, was already reaching the shore break by the time he stood up. And looking at the replay here, Junior, good wave selection, bully section, and beautiful first turn right there. Slides the fins all the way through, and then through the lip on the second one too. Not an easy way to manage out of that whitewater too, coming out of it. A lot of difficulty. Meanwhile, Earl, luckily for him, that board did not hit his face. Was able to use his arm just to stop that board in time. And he's going to get caught inside right here.
Yeah, big sets coming through, and a big number has just come through for Al Cleland Jr., an 8.33 for that last ride. So Cleland goes excellent once again.
And I really like the emphasis that they've put on those major maneuvers, especially on the outside. You know, just to explain to our audience how difficult that first bottom turn is that Al Jr. did on that first section. The amount of risk, the degree of difficulty of that first turn, it is imperative for these judges to really recognize how difficult that was. And obviously they've done it. They've been scoring him excellent all event long due to that.
There's the spread. So 8.5s across the board. One judge number 4, kind of lowballing Alan Cleland Jr. with that 7.5.
Well, I mean,
it's okay. That's why
he's
we throw
within range.
That's
you
why we
know?
throw out the high and the low, and we average out the other three. That's the science of scoring.
Yeah. As long as you're within range, it's cool. But I definitely agree. It's easily excellent surfing. Once you see a turn like that, especially right at the beginning, it's so hard to not be impressed. And as a judge, you're just anticipating those moments, Kaipo, of wanting to throw down a big score. I can assure you, when Jarvis Earl got the 9.93 earlier today, they were just relishing the opportunity to give a big score once they see that good surfing. Obviously, they need to reward what should be rewarded, but if not, they're going to keep everything super low, especially with how good the waves have been all week long. Seaside Reef has provided perhaps the best World Junior in history.
As far as wave quality, I'm going to go with you on that one, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, I got to look back to some of the other years, but in recent history, they've been pretty lackluster.
Like, Kayama.
Yeah, that was tough.
No, not by a long shot, right?
Look at this, 8.33.
Yeah, I mean, dynamic first turn. A lot of credit to Al just for going for that right there and staying on his feet. And then the degree of difficulty right at the end, too, riding out of that last one.
Nice patience, too, by Cleland to wait for that final maneuver instead of trying to squeeze too much in.
Yeah, he could have gone easily for the 2-for-1 at the end, but he most likely would have fallen. That little double pump that Al does, though, in between maneuvers, I like it. It kind of resets his feet. And we were talking about the wave quality here. Narrabeen had a few good years. You know, there were a lot of years where it was a fun beach break. Karamas had 1 or 2 years too, but I would think in terms of every day being good, this has easily been the best one. I mean, 4 days
From the
of
get-go,
pumping, it's unheard of. Sometimes not even CT events get this good for that long.
True. All right, so we'll see if Jarvis Earl, the Australian from Cronulla, is able to dig himself out of this hole. He needs 2 waves of 12.5, so he's in a combo at the 11-minute marks. He's got a lot of work to do. He's been brilliant so far, and let's see if he can reel it in these final 10 minutes.
Yeah, and not to say that I'm surprised that he's the last goofy footer remaining in the event, but it goes to show you the depth of talent that we have both from the natural footer side to the goofy footer side. I mean, the performances from Levi Slauson, Eli Hanneman, Kali Voss, the goofy footer had an incredible performance in a few heats that he had in this event. But I think at this point, everybody's just so good on both the backhand and the forehand. You can't really pick favorites based off of stances anymore, Kipes.
No, not in competition, but as surfers, I still pick favorites out of stances. Go Goofy Foots.
Always.
You agree with me on that?
100%.
Okay.
I mean, I named the other day when we were having dinner, I gave you my 5-time all-time Goofies.
Yeah.
One of them being from here, Rob Machado. But props to Bobby Martinez always being up there too.
Yeah.
So I guess we could also claim Bobby as being, a representative of Mexico too.
There you go.
Al definitely had a lot of influence by him. I think, at this moment, looking at the time winding down and looking how much it just calmed down right now after those 2 big sets in a row, this is favoring Cleland a lot more than Jarvis Earl.
Sawyer Lindblad heading out for the final. There's a Goofy Foot.
Yep. Got a message from SK Steve Kennedy earlier this morning. San Clemente local. He's like, go Sawyer. Hope she goes all the way and takes it out. It's a pretty evenly matched final, though. I mean, Francisca Kika Veselko has gone for those big end section turns. She's, up there for the competitor of the event for sure. But Lindblad has a lot of experience, knows this wave very well. And she just took out Alyssa Spencer, who was not only the local girl, runner-up at the last event, at the last time this event ran, excuse me.
Jarvie, smooth on the roundhouse, banks off the whitewater, patient off the bottom, slicing off the top. Winds up again, gets the finish. So now he's going to be back in the game.
Well, by far his best wave.
He'll get out of combo.
Easily breaking combo, yeah, and that's the most important thing. Get your head back in the game. 8 minutes 20 to go. Right now, the important thing for Al Cleland Jr., though, make sure you're on a wave better that 4.17. And if you don't see a wave that will do that, make sure to keep positioning on the outside. Let's see how high this wave goes for Earl, though. Cool combo, Kipes. I mean, smaller wave, well surfed, though. Brings it all the way back with the roundhouse cutty. Lovely style from Jarvie. Little setup wrap right there. And up and over the section, more of a tail slide. Scores in, it's a good one.
6-point ride. He has reduced his requirement to a 6.51. So we now have game on at 7 minutes and 40 seconds. Jarvis Earl can wind this in right now. Alan Cleland Jr. with the priority needs to get rid of that 4.17.
Well, that's the biggest game changer right here. The fact that Junior has an excellent score right now. A 6 would basically force Earl to get something in the 8-point range too. So plenty of time. We're going to learn right now in the next 7 minutes whether or not Alan Cleland can compose himself and really ride off into the sunset and into victory, into the final.
Well, I talked to him after his quarterfinal matchup, and you know, he did have in the conclusion that he needed to come back with a big number, that 9.43. I talked to him and I said, hey, you know, I noticed that you were frustrated in that heat. He said, yeah, but then I shook it off because I know what I can do. And there he goes. He just took off on that one, but didn't want to get too far away because that wave closed out. So doing the pencil drop, jump off, hoping to regain his priority. He will not, because Jarvis Earl made it out the back. Now big opportunity for the Australian.
And he's going to get caught inside too. This is not a good sign right now with 6 minutes 30 to go. It doesn't matter if you win, you know, by an inch or a mile. A win is a win. And Earl does not need much right now, especially with the facility in which he got the 6-point ride right there. The easiness of getting that 6 for him, it's not complicated at all, Kaipo. And 6 minutes is an eternity for Jarvis Earl. And he just recovered priority too.
Interesting play in the final 6 minutes.
Well, even one turn from Al could easily better the 4, but you just need to be on a wave though. Make sure you're at least on one right here in the last 6 minutes. Luckily for him though, Earl's a little out of position right here too. Let's see if we can see both of them after this wave. So there's Jarvis.
There we go, yeah.
Where's Al though?
Let's check out our recap of this heat. And Alan Cleland Jr. with a boisterous backside here at Seaside.
Yeah, started off, you know, on the right foot with a 4.17, nothing major, but had him in first place at the beginning of the heat. Took him a long while to get started though, Kaipo, both of these gentlemen, but then Al, huge tail walk right there, and then a strong finish to that wave, netted him an 8.33. So the best single wave score of the heat so far. But then Earl was able to come back, 6-point ride. Nice roundhouse cutback there by Jarvis. Sets things up with that little carve down and then up into the lip afterwards. Nice tail drift. This is a heat now we have on our hands.
Jarvis Earl still with priority. Clock under 5 minutes. The requirement again, a 6.51. And he can flip this heat. Waves coming through right now. It's going to be decision time. Alan Cleland Jr. paddling past Jarvis Earl, perhaps to force the hand of the surfer with priority. There he is.
Just over 4 minutes to go, Kaipo.
Jarvis looks interested in this wave.
Seems like a good one. Is he in position though?
Tough positioning. He's going to have to get to the corner and unable to do so.
That had a clean face on it too.
Wave number 2 of the set sometimes is a nice silky smooth one, but this one lacking a little bit of power. We'll see if Jarvis spins on this. Takes a look at it and says no go.
And where's Junior right now too? That's the biggest question, because we know the capability of Alan to better his 4.17 with just a single turn as well. We shall see what happens right here in the last 3 minutes and 30 seconds. I can feel the tension right now on the beach though. Ooh, good looking wave right here for Jarvis.
Jarvie off the bottom, double pumps it. Slashes off the top with an aggressive layback snap. Keeps the rail smooth here in transition. Looking down the line, lip glide. Lands it, cannot finish. still some impressive turns previously to the wipeout at the end. 6.51.
It's close. I mean,
it's going to be close.
He gets the finish, there's no doubt. There's no doubt.
Well, that's excellent if he goes for a finish, but he does not need an excellent score.
No.
He just needs a 6.51.
Well, and, you know, we talk about the major maneuvers, the critical sections. Just the fact that he was able to go for that first one, the size of the wave at the beginning of this one. I mean, look at that. It's double overhead for Jarvis. He goes for a deep bottom turn. Lovely layback right there.
Hey,
by the goofy footer from Cronulla.
That could have done it right there.
I think it will. I honestly think it will. I mean, as a judge, you're looking at your score sheet and you're thinking, okay, based off of 2 waves, who deserves to make it out of this heat? And as of right now, I'm actually going with the surfer in red. I think this is going to be more than enough.
And you don't penalize people for falling. No. You just reward people for performing.
For what they were able to do. Not what they were...
did not do.
Or what they're capable of doing is a good way of putting it. So you score them based off of what they did and not what they're capable of doing. You know, and as of right now, if you're junior, you got to be paying a lot of attention to the beach announcers, knowing what you're going to be needing after this score right here.
If Alan Cleland Jr. doesn't get on a wave and improve that 4.17, he's truly leaving this in the judges' hands. Because I feel it's going to be right on the line for Jarvis Earl, either above the line or below the line. I can't tell at this moment.
Right.
Ooh. He's a 6.51, gets a 5.9.
Okay.
So still Al Cleland Jr. in the lead. And here he goes. Junior rolls to a bottom turn, snaps off the top. Some taper on this ride, and it goes a little sleepy in this section.
Leaving the door open right now. Do not like the wave selection right there. And if he ends up losing this heat, which is as of right now, he's still leading Kaipo, it's going to be because of a few mistakes that he's had so far. The last 2 waves, remember, he had a priority. He used it on a closeout, had to do the paddle back around, and this wave will not improve his situation. He just gave Jarvis Earl a golden ticket to catch the best wave out there in the last minute. And here goes Jarvie.
Here he goes. Jarvis Earl slashing on the front hand. Little bobble off the bottom, makes up for it with a check turn there, trying to get back in control. Needs the finish, gets the finish, 6.51. Did he just do it?
Personally, I liked the previous wave better. I just think the intensity of the first turn, the size of the section, the degree of difficulty of that first maneuver. Not to say this was bad surfing, it wasn't. But if it didn't switch the heat on the previous one, I just don't think it's going to do it on this one, Kaipo.
Let's take another look at it, Mitch.
So, clean face, wraps it back, still more of a setup, but he kept it on rail for, you know, a little while. Setup turn right there for the second one. And I mean, under the lip snap,
I think he got it. I think he got it. Needs a 6.51, gets a 7.23, and Jarvis Earl turns the heat on the last wave with just a minute remaining. Talk about a buzzer beater.
Yeah, and the resiliency, too. He proved it right there at the end, and unfortunately for Al Cleland Jr., the 3 mistakes in a row cost him the heat, and really a 20-minute heat out there. When these 2 surfers let the first 10 minutes go by, Jarvis Earl with the comeback win.
Woohoo! Let's go. Unfortunately, we're going to take a break. It's just going to be a short one. The action's going to continue here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships. Women's final in the water when we return.
beautiful arc there. I mean, that was great for Sawyer. Look at the wave choice, too.
I loved the look of those 2 turns by Vasilko. Just a few minutes into this heat, and Sawyer is ripping her way to the beach.
Look at the size of this wave. Holy moly, that's a 6-footer out there at Seaside Reef. Look at that thing.
Surf fans from around the world, get excited. It's finals time. This is the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western, and we are into the women's final. 35 minutes on the clock. Sawyer Lindblad from San Clemente, California. Francisca Vasilko representing Portugal. Chris Cote here on the call with Rosie Hodge. Rosie, both of these surfers have shown a lot of grit, a lot of determination, and they both have been doing a lot of winning this week. But it all comes down to this. We are about to crown a world champion. History is about to be made here at Seaside Reef.
Wow, I just got butterflies. I got that feeling of, anticipation and just the magnitude of this moment for both of these young women. This is a huge moment in their careers, taking home a World Junior title. That is just insane. I love what we've seen throughout the week from both of these women. Can't wait to get stuck into this final.
Well, priority is still open with just a few minutes off the clock. We do add 5 minutes of time to our finals to give these surfers the best opportunity they have to perform. Wind has backed off a little bit just in time. We're looking at a 1:45 approximately here, Pacific Standard Time. Amazing semifinal heat number 2 just went down. Big heat totals, super tight at the end there with the clutch finish. Call it a buzzer beater. Either way, Jarvis Earl has been on fire throughout this entire competition. He continues to do so. He is standing by now with AJ.
To that finish in the semifinal, but it got off to a slow start. As you're sitting there waiting for the waves to come, what are you doing to mentally stay ready?
Yeah, I was on a bit of a high from my last heat. I had it in the quarters, I had a good one, and then it started off really slow. Me and Al were just like sitting out there, kind of playing cat and mouse. But yeah, then in the last 10 minutes, I kind of got it together and was stoked at the score on my very last wave.
We saw you take quite a few on the head of those bigger sets. What are you going to do to recover and get ready for your finals?
I'm just going to cruise and watch this next heat and, yeah, just take a deep breath and get back out there for the final.
We'll see you in a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, AJ. Congratulations, Jarvis Earl. You can feel it. He is hyped. He'll be going up against Levi Slauson in the finals in about 30 minutes and 35 seconds. No surfer yet to ride a wave here. Another real tough heat to call in terms of favorites. Sawyer Lindblad, I mean, she has been doing it convincingly since day one. Same can be said for Francisca Kika Vasilko. Both these surfers, very powerful. Both of them have been very consistent.
Yeah, just looking at their heat totals throughout this event, I mean, Francisca's been the sneaky, just high heat totals every single round. Been loving the caliber of surfing that we've seen, the depth of talent. Surfing's in a good place. The women's side is just, I love it. It gets me so amped watching all these young women surf. I love just being inspired by what they're doing, pushing the progressive element, also going out in waves of consequence and really pushing their limits. So, yeah, very, very excited for the future.
Francisca has put a lot into this. Surfed a ton of events around the world. Got a 9th place finish in the Challenger Series event in Brazil. She has a goal of competing in the upcoming 2024 Olympic Games, representing Portugal. She started surfing around age 6. Family surfs. She definitely gets around. She has spent a lot of time on the North Shore. Just did some training with Barton Lynch, training and surfing. So has a lot of experience behind her. And she's going to have to use it because Sawyer Lindblad, kind of the same story for her. Sawyer has been in a million events this year. She was the youngest surfer ever to win the iconic Supergirl Pro. She was 17 years old a few months back, taking out Caroline Marks. It's a very prestigious event. She started surfing at 10 years old She's already had 2 years on the Challenger Series. Home breaks, T Street, lowers. She's going to be feeling right at home at this seaside left. Still pumping. Might even be getting a little bit bigger as we move through the afternoon. Tides have been right there with us in the perfect spot all day long. So who's going to draw the first score from the judges? It's going to be no one yet.
No one yet. We're holding our breath there, but these bigger sets, like you said, it's kind of been few wash-throughs. I mean, we've seen some pretty sizey surf come through. Just chatting with some of the surfers. I caught up with Al Cleland a little earlier. He said that like little bits of shrapnel were falling out of his ear. He got like flexed onto the sand and pretty beaten up. So getting that first-hand account from the athletes on how the sandbars formed and created like a cement bottom, and it's just breaking with a lot of force. So there's a lot of elements at play here. It's so easy to watch your screen and have a look at the conditions, and these guys are making it look easy, but it's really pretty tricky out there. And a lot of those sections that you see converging on that shallow section, it's a lot shallower and a lot more impactful than you even can imagine.
Here we go, some energy pulsing through the lineup. Both surfers in the proper takeoff spot. Yeah, this is a nice size set wave coming through. It's going to be surfer in blue, Francisca Vaselko, on a monster left-hander, trying to get around a huge section. This wave fighting against her like a dragon. She now gets onto the open face, comes off the bottom clean, straight up into the lip. And that wave flexes and bowls around her. So in that case, the dragon won.
How dark was that section that was coming towards her? It was very scary. Wow, look at this outside set. That wave is maxing. How big is that? Is a big wave out the back. It's
Proper 6 to 8 footer.
Yeah.
No shame in calling that a really big wave.
Let's watch this. There's this pretty chunky salsa looking wave here for Francesca. A lot of water that she gets around. Look at the velocity at which she's traveling with. A lot of speed. You know, coming from Portugal, she'd be used to conditions like this. Oh, just tries to hook it under the lip. That rail digs into the face of the wave. But thinking about where she's grown up in Portugal, the type of conditions she would have cut her teeth on, this would be a pretty regular occurrence for her. I feel like she'd be used to these kinds of conditions, Carcavelos, all different kinds of waves around that region. Then you think of Supertubos down the beach, and Guincho with a lot of wind. So she's really used to that raw open ocean power.
So do you think that may give her the slight advantage as the waves are getting pretty gnarly compared to what Sawyer Lindblad would surf day in, day out? You know, I'm thinking Lower Trestles, T Street, both great waves in their own right, but maybe not as potent as what we're seeing here right now at Seaside?
Yeah, I think what kind of almost equalizes them is the fact that Francisca would have more experience in waves like this, chunkier waves, but Sawyer having had more time at Seaside surfing
actual experience,
actual time in this lineup. But yeah, it does kind of seem to like nullify that advantage when you've got someone who's really, really comfortable. Like she'd be getting worked on that inside, but not really being rattled by it.
24:50 on the clock. First scores come through, a 2.67. That number doesn't tell the story of how radical that wave was. She had to do a lot of work. It was at least double overhead, and that inside section was heavy. No matter where you are in the world, how big of waves you've surfed, that was a gnarly section. Full credit to Francisca Vaselko for not only handling that wipeout with a lot of grace, but grabbing her board, getting right back out there, showing us she is a tenacious competitor. So wild start to this women's final. Can't underscore enough. We're about to crown a world champion. And that means 365 days you are holding on to that title and the glory of being the WSL World Junior Champion.
Yeah, that's forever. World Junior title, that's... You earned that right to call yourself.
First looks at Sawyer Lindblad here in the finals. Beautiful snapping turn to start off. Another great open face carve there. She comes to that inside section. Wise decision to get out of that wave. So nice clean surfing for Sawyer Lindblad. Big opening snap followed by a searing carve. She's definitely going to get the better of the opening exchange. I think the judges are going to like this one. It was a solid wave.
You can see the urgency in her surfing when she gets to that first maneuver section. She wants to make an impact quickly, because I think this decision to kick out right here was a pretty smart one. Like, she's calculating as she's riding that wave. Do I hit this section and sacrifice the time to paddle out in the lineup? I've already done 2 pretty good maneuvers. There's potential for me to paddle out and get priority again. I think Francisca's going to get it. We're going to wait for that P to populate either on the blue or the red in the top of the screen there. But I do think that was a smart move from Sawyer to get that wave quick and not sacrifice that end section.
Well, she would be, she's now looking at, already being out the back. Had she straightened out, got hit by that white water, add 5 minutes to the paddle out. That inside section is not forgiving right now.
But you do leave about 3 points on the table if you're not going to hit that inside section.
True. I bet if she got that wave with 4 minutes to go,
yeah,
it would be a different story. So it's kind of mitigating risk, knowing that the ocean is in charge today. So she gets out of that wave. Still rewarded the 5.83. She's in the lead. Selko with a 2.67. Close behind in second place, needing a 3.17 with plenty of time to go. Selko does have priority as well. Her pick of waves. See when she chooses to exercise that. It feels to me like the medium-sized sets are offering, I guess, the most space to work with. The bigger sets obviously have the drama with them. So, if you do 3 or 4 turns on a medium-sized one, you could be looking at a 6. If you do 1 big turn on a big set, that's another way to skin the cat and get a 6. But from what we've seen, 2 impactful turns on a big set wave, more often than not, has garnered a big number. Judges have been so spot on throughout this entire event. Our panel from around the world, male and female, experts in the business. And it is not an easy job, and they have done really well to keep things nice and clean throughout this entire event.
Yeah, I agree. It's been no hiccups. I mean, it's just been even scoring and just knowing the recipe out here at Seaside. I'm sure the surfers have been watching throughout the week, and it's easy when you see something, you see what's rewarded, and you can kind of take that, implement it into your surfing. Judging has been amazing.
Our finals are set for the men as well. Levi Slauson going up against Jarvis Earl. We got Australia versus Encinitas in this heat. Portugal versus Sari Lindblad, who is a San Clemente resident, part of that San Clemente cyclone. Making them proud, no doubt.
Oh, for sure. And if Sawyer wins this, second female surfer from San Clemente to clinch a World Junior title, second North American woman ever to clinch a junior world title.
Well, it's a huge statement win as well. That's like coming off a Rookie of the Year type of season. So for Sawyer, who's already had some experience on the Challenger Series the last couple of years, she's made the jump, competing at a very high level. I think this is just another kind of added confidence booster, which when you get to the highest level of surfing, anything's going to help you. Just that little tag, World Junior Champion, it strikes fear into the heart of your competitors, no doubt. So for either one of these surfers, it's going to be super meaningful. Rosie, what does it mean for Sawyer and Francisca to get that call up, that pathway to the Challenger Series, which is another part of the prize package that you win here by getting that World Championship?
Well, that seed alleviates a lot of pressure. These women kind of get the fast track. Instead of having to qualify on the qualifying series through your region, you're straight into the Challenger Series, which means you're going to save money, you're going to save time, and you just automatically have a clear runway to the Championship Tour. So you're on that Challenger Series. The top 5 women at the end of the year on the Challenger Series qualify for the Championship Tour. And I'm sure both of these women, that's kind of earmarked as a goal for them in their careers.
Well, it all comes down to the next 18 minutes, 45 seconds to go. These heats have kind of been all over the place. We've had heats where there's 4, 5, 6 waves up in the 7+ range. And then you look at that last heat, the first 10 minutes, no waves ridden. And it all came down to the back half of the heat, which we are almost at. So the finals will be 35 minutes each. Quick look there for Sawyer Lindblad with second priority, so no problem there. When you're in second priority, you can paddle for as many waves as you want. It's not going to affect the priority standings. If you're in that top priority spot, however, just that little look and one little arm pump by Sawyer would have been enough to flip priority, but luckily for her, she's in second priority, so she can kind of toy with these waves a little bit more than Francisca can.
And she's in a strong position, starting with that 5.83, the best of the heat so far. So I think finding that mid-range wave underneath, and I can tell by Sawyer's body language and the way that she's reading this lineup, she's gone out there with a plan. Like, she's really dissected the lineup. She's hung out with her crew and like kind of bounced ideas around. She's surfed twice already today. So she definitely has a clear blueprint of what she wants to do in this heat.
Set rolling through. Who is in the spot? It's going to be Sawyer Lindblad. So without priority, could have found herself a little gem. Nice cupping bowl straight off the takeoff. Beautiful turn there, setting things up to this mid part. Good coping to work with, kind of a high line speed snap there. So a two-turn combination for Sawyer Lindblad. Sitting on a 5.83, that's going to be a nice little backup for her. And here we go, Veselko now. Her backhand has been unmatched in terms of ferocity. I mean, she has been really getting after it on that inside section, showing no fear, but also being really smart about where she puts her board on the wave, not trying to over surf it. She's doing just enough to get in the critical spot, but also give herself the chance to escape that critical spot of the wave. So only one turn for Francisca, but it was a nice one.
It was a really good turn, and what I'm noticing is she's even kind of upping the level in this final. Like, we've seen a lot of great surfing from her, but this turn right here, there's an added aggression as she meets that lip line and does that little free fall. Pin drops through that face of the wave here. Sawyer finds herself a nice cupped up bowl. Beautiful, critical on-rail turn. Eyes down the line. Kind of float S turn there, which is pretty cool, like along that lip line.
A little 2-for-1.
Yeah, that's going to add to her scoreline, but this is still within reach for Francisca. I feel like, you know, both of these women, they're kind of chipping away at it.
Well, the second score comes through for Sawyer Lindblad. Judges liking it, a 6.5. She jumps out in the lead. Francisca's wave comes through a 5.47, so you were spot on there, Rosie. These surfers still right in the mix with each other. No one jumping out into too much of a big lead. You look at the backups. Sawyer Lindblad with that 5.83, a crucial score for now. 6.86 is the requirement for Francisca Veselko. This isn't for advancement. This is for a world title. One of these surfers will be hoisting that World Junior Cup above their head in about 15, 16 minutes, and then we got to have the men's final, and then the award ceremony. That'll make it official.
Wow, what a day. Well, Francisca's got to take confidence out of that 5.47. For one maneuver, she's been rewarded with that. You kind of compute to yourself, they like what I'm doing. Let me combo up those maneuvers, and I'm right in the mix.
Big set rolling through. Maybe with a chance. Francisca Veselko on her way back out saw something she kind of liked. But luckily for her, she was far enough out to where priority is not going to be swiped away from her. Sawyer Lindblad not quite out to the takeoff zone yet.
I think this extra 5 minutes, they're making these finals 35 minutes. I think that's going to feel like a nice add-on for these women. We've seen so many heats end with that last exchange, some buzzer beater moments. I think the 5 minutes that kind of give you a little bit more runway. Going to see how that comes into play.
Over halfway through now, inside of 14 minutes. Sawyer Lindblad from San Clemente, California. Her streak in this event has been incredible. And we'll see how it all ends up. As we see now, Francisca Veselko on her backhand. Quick snap there, negotiating some bumps on the face of this wave. Doing it well. Just waiting for that magic moment to appear. She's kind of working against that wave, or better yet, the wave was working against her. Not much more she could have done. Just a little off time from the jump on that one. She did catch that wave with priority, so now Sawyer Lindblad's out the back with the P next to her name, meaning she gets her choice of waves in this lineup.
So easy read through that first turn. She almost catches a rail right there. One thing that's abundantly clear is this woman is going to send it on that end section.
Veselko the Sender. That could be a good little nickname. We'll see. And this is early on in their careers, so they could stick from here on out. But I think she's already known as Kika. Got that nickname at a very young age, so that's the one that's probably going to follow her through the rest of her career. And one accolade that she would love nothing more to follow her forever would be that of being a World Junior Champion. Right now she needs a 6.86 if she wants to make that dream a reality. To me, that's not too daunting of a feeling number. Obviously it's different when you're out in the water, but you know, anytime you need something under a 7, you're going to feel a little bit more confident that like that's achievable. Once you get into 7.5, 8, 9, that's when things get scary. That's why these athletes are elite and I am not, because they're probably not so scared of those numbers.
Well, I agree. I agree that's a nice score to be chasing. It's not small enough where you kind of safety surf it, and it's not like so big that you get nervous about it. I feel like that's right within her wheelhouse. And like I said, that 5.47 that she got for one maneuver, she's got to take a little bit of confidence out of that number.
Yeah, kind of just knowing, well, if I do that turn and then add something else, that's the 7. 11:30 to go. Sawyer Lindblad out the back with priority. Francisca Veselko right behind her, getting back out into the takeoff zone. Only 5 waves ridden in this heat so far. And we'll see as this set rolls across the reef. Tide switching up, wind backing down. Lots of energy out in the ocean right now. We're already hearing tales of big wave chargers scrambling their jets, heading out to some really scary waves. It's always fun, you know, when you know a big swell like this is coming, you hear the rumors and then you wait a day or two and see what everybody got into. That's the feeling that we have on this swell. There's some madness going on around the world right now. Can't wait to see all of that. The business at hand with 10.5 to go. Sawyer Lindblad playing defense. Got to get rid of a 5.83 as her low scoring wave if she wants to give herself a little bit of a cushion. You do not want to give Francisca Veselko any advantage. She's that good. She'll make you pay if you leave that door open. So for Sawyer, you know, it's back to trying to identify a wave that's going to give her a solid number. And obviously, that's why they're here, to get big scores. Ooh, that was a close one.
That was, it was close enough for a priority change.
Wasn't even close. It was there. You saw her. What was it about the movement that she did that caught the eye of the priority judges?
I think there was that intent. There was that kind of, you can't really sniff around too many ways when you have priority. If you kind of paddling into it and you look interested, they're going to, and your other competitors right there, that priority is going to switch on you.
This wave steamrolls the lineup. Yeah, that was about as close as it gets, but I think you're right. Due to the positioning, since you saw Sawyer kind of looking at that wave and leaning into it, it meant that Francisca had to yield. And when she yielded, that's exactly when the priority switched. So here we go with priority now. Francisca Veselko. Big foamy wave. Powers right through it, no problem. This thing's getting radical through to the inside section. Scooping out underneath her. Can she ride out clean? She does. That was about as close to disaster as you could have been. But she controlled that drop nicely. Straightens off into the safe zone. Meanwhile, out the back, Sawyer Lindblad carving hard back into the whitewater. She's got a foamy face to work with as well, and a daunting section in front of her. She's out. So she must not have thought that that thing had anything that would have given her the opportunity to improve on a 5.83, but I'm very curious now to hear that score from Francisca Veselko. She didn't really, get up into the lip, but what she did was high line to almost oblivion, which made it really kind of scary looking, dramatic. And the judges, they do appreciate a dramatic finish. Here's what happened.
Well, it was a frothy wave. She flexed her priority on it. Like you said, she kind of coasted through that turn. Wave has got so many lumps coming up the face, but here she just kind of, that free fall drop right there was a lot of impact in that last maneuver. And this is going to be interesting. That's the first kind of complete ride on a chunky section. I'm very intrigued with where the score is going to go.
7:45 on the clock. Judges deliberating, taking their time to throw that number out, knowing that that could be the number that wins Veselko a world title. We will see. Now out the back, Sawyer Lindblad maintains priority, so she's got her pick of waves out there, and there's plenty of waves to pick from. They both just got dealt monsters that came clamping down on that inside section. Sawyer pulled out. Francisca pretty much pulled in. High line to airdrop.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun to see the score come through, and how much, I mean, the conditions have changed so much throughout this week, throughout the day. Like, you seeing, like, what you see one heat is gonna change, can change so much when you hit the water. Well, here we go.
Big chunk of change right there. A 7-point ride for Francisca Veselko. Kika now in the lead. I mean, Sawyer Lindblad needs to get something of the 5.98 range in order to jump back into that top spot. Remember, this is not for advancement. This is for the championship trophy.
I have a hypothetical question. That wave of Sawyer's, the 5.83 that she started with, do you think that maybe comes to mind of, like, I should have hit that last section in this moment? I mean, hindsight's 20/20, but I think the next opportunity Sawyer gets, I don't think we're going to see her kicking out on the inside section. Now that that score's come through, it's kind of, you recognize just the weight of how much emphasis the judges put on hitting that last section.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think, had she turned off the last section and made it, ridden out clean, probably would have added 2 or 3 points to that 5.83. I mean, you never know what would happen next with timing and all that, but I agree that might have been a missed opportunity. We'll see how everything shakes out in the next 5 minutes and 48 seconds.
Would I have hit that section? Probably not. But I'm like, when you made the point of, like, hey, when there's 5.5 minutes remaining, do you hit that inside section? Like, do you go for broke?
Yeah, I guarantee you, if she gets that section again, from now on, she's hitting it.
Yeah.
And the good news for Lindblad, she doesn't need a huge score. 5.98, that's attainable with one big turn or a decent combination. I mean, Francisca on her wave, carve to kind of snap, highline, airdrop. 2 dynamic moves with drama, but, not super critical, really, where she put them. It was just good, clean surfing, and she made it look really nice.
And this is where those extra 5 minutes in the final are going to come in really handy for Sawyer.
And it looks like we've got a wave rolling through the lineup. No takers. No one really chunked up on the face. So not only do you have this kind of side wash coming through, but also a backwash on every other wave that kind of makes these rides even that much more challenging. 4.5 to go. Here is your first wave for Sawyer Lindblad. This was that 5.83, that seems like ages ago, but a great way to start for Sawyer.
Yeah, great wave from Sawyer. That opening maneuver was all money for me. That's a section right there.
Oh, that was
man,
a gnarly
it was
section.
a hectic section. Looking at it again, Francisca with this beautiful one-turn combo, rewarded with that 5.47. Sawyer with the second best wave of the heat. This one right here, 3-turn combo. 2-turn combo for the 6.5. And this is the wave that turns the heat in Francisca's favor. She's been trying and taking a swing at this end section all heat long. Manages to ride out of that one. Rewarded with a 7.
I feel like that's the turn you have to rely on that end section. It's going to be really hard.
Yeah.
A very low percentage of surfers in the world could make that end section work. So by kind of bypassing, going full on into that section, do a nice turn, place it well, ride down before the lip. It's not easy, that's for sure. I mean, these are some of the best surfers in the world. But wise decision there. I mean, if you think about it right now, Francisca Veselko currently in the running for a championship title on the strength of 3 turns. 2 waves, 3 turns.
2 waves, 3 turns. That's the formula. This has been a fun final. Let's see if Sawyer can get another opportunity. I'd love to see both of these women just close out this final with one last set, one last little roll of the dice.
Looks like Sawyer maybe seeing something. I mean, it's been pulsing throughout this entire heat. You know, you want a big wave, but you don't want it too big. You don't want a straight closeout. We've seen a few of those in the last few heats where you get that kind of big, glorious drop, and then the whole ocean comes down. And then your heat's over. With 2 minutes to go, you're only getting one more wave from here on out. The paddle outs have been pretty brutal this afternoon, so this is what it all comes down to. Will Sawyer Lindblad get the opportunity to attempt to post a score above a 5.98? Can Francisca Veselko hold off this strong surfer representing the San Clemente Cyclone? Under 2 minutes now. Looks like Sawyer sees something here that she likes.
Ooh.
Did she make a paddle for that wave?
I feel like she pulled back in time.
Ooh.
To regain that priority, or to hold on to that priority. Oh, man.
That was about as close as it gets right
Yeah.
there. That was a nerve-wracking moment for Sawyer Lindblad and the camp. You know, I think she was far out enough to where, yeah, priority stays with red. 1 minute to go now. Just as expected, this heat is going to go down to the wire. Who will be your 2022 Junior World Champion? Sawyer Lindblad with 46 seconds to go, trying to find something to give her an opportunity. This wave closes out right outside of her. What a finish. 30 seconds left. Where is Sawyer in the lineup?
Does she get a shot on this wave, Chris? Let's see. She's paddling.
She's got to do it. 24 seconds left. The wave just kind of snuck underneath her. Veselko now on the inside, trying to get right back out to where Lindblad is. 13 seconds, Rosie. We're about to crown a champion.
Here we go, Chris. This is a huge moment in Veselko's career.
And with that, your 2022 WSL World Junior Champion, Portugal's Francisca Veselko. What a performance from this young surfer. She proved all of it and more. She is your world champion, Rosie.
What a moment for this young woman. What an unforgettable performance throughout the contest. She has been proving herself, and to peak at the right time, to find yourself in the final. Just so well deserved. Let's watch her do a victory run. Wow, she's unbelievable.
I mean, keep going. Start the time again. You can watch this all day. That's quite a victory lap right there. The excitement, the stoke. It's all in the heart of Francisca Veselko. Kika comes through. She is your WSL World Junior Champion. 12.47 versus 12.33. Nice and tight all the way through. It's the exact kind of final we wanted to see. They went wave for wave. Great performances from both of these young surfers. But the title's going back to Europe.
I agree. I mean, Sawyer, she's been impeccable this whole week. Congrats to her on a great run. I think that moment is just sinking in.
What a run for Veselko. And to be honest, that was one of those names that wasn't really on the radar, just in terms of, you know, favorites to take this event out. But don't forget that name from here on out. Veselko gets the slot on the Challenger Series, gets the title, and now has her name on one of the most prestigious lists of surfers ever compiled.
Yeah, congratulations. I mean, you talk about flying under the radar. This woman, her profile is blowing up. To win a World Junior title, that's some negotiating power right there. And also just such a confidence boost. She gets a seed into the Challenger Series.
I mean, Rosie, you've had some big wins in your career. You've had a lot of accolades in your past. What does this feel like for Francisca? Is it sinking in now? Is it going to take a while? I mean, what emotions is she going through?
I think it hits you when that buzzer sounds and you can kind of just let it all out. And now I think getting to the sand, seeing her family, seeing her friends, being congratulated.
Well, Sharp Eye has another world champion on their hands as well.
Got a good stable of athletes, and they're going to want to hold on to this one.
Here's the crew coming in, the media, the friends, the family. That's got to be one of the best feeling hugs she's ever had. Oh gosh, here we go, getting emotional. It's impossible not to see a young surfer like this achieve her dream right in front of our eyes.
And that's Marcos over there on the right of your screen. That's Italo's friend and manager.
So he's got a good eye for talent.
Yep. What a moment.
This is your 2022 WSL World Junior Champion, Francisca Kika Veselko, doing it for Portugal. Well, the celebration has started, but we've got some more business to take care of. The men's final is coming up next. Levi Slauson versus Jarvis Earl. We're going to get Kaipo Guerrero and Pete Mel on the call. What a day it's been, and more to come. Do not go anywhere. More finals action coming up next. Levi Slauson utilizing that outside section to full effect.
Wow, Jarvis Earl already on a back up. Throws a layback hack, taking a little bit of a low-high approach. Lip glide, landed, smiles at the judges.
He's got a big section here on the inside. Nails it.
Slashes off the top.
Huge maneuver to finish off that wave.
Look at that cup. That was what you win as a World Junior Champion. Congratulations to Francisca Kika Veselko, our Women's 2022 Junior World Champ. We got a crown, a Men's World Champ. Two surfers out in the water to battle in this final. I'm Kaipo along with the Hall of Famer Peter Mel. And Pete, check this out. Levi Slauson, local boy from Encinitas, versus Cronulla's Jarvis Earl.
These guys have both been giant killers, really. I mean, we touted all these other surfers, and these names did not come up. And here they are in the final with a chance to win. You look at that play on we just saw, the maneuvers that are happening in such big and massive, powerful waves, it does not seem like juniors. The juniors have matured in a big way, especially the women. Women were attacking those big sections, no worries. Very exceptional to watch, and I expect fireworks in this final.
I mean, as much as a world title, Kika, Francisca Veselko, finished off the Challenger Series last year, number 33, you know, and so questionable whether she was going to be back on that Challenger Series this year. Now she doesn't have to worry about that. She's got her ticket in the 2023 Challenger Series, as well as that beautiful trophy and a title that will put her in surf history.
Yeah, it definitely alleviates a little bit of stress trying to qualify for the regional, but I'll tell you, just by her surfing, I don't think she would have any issues getting back into that Challenger Series. But now she can take a break. She doesn't even have to compete in the regional series at all.
Not to mention, Pete, we've both been to Portugal numerous times, and we know what a big surf audience and how much support that country has for surfing. She's going to go back to Lisbon a superstar.
A superstar, and I'm sure the sponsorship dollars will come. And, you know, there's a lot of support from not only the government, but also the industry there. So this is going to be a huge help for her transitioning into 2023.
Yeah, this is going to be tremendous for her and for the entire surfing community in Portugal. Hey, let's hear from our new women's world champ. Kika is with Mitch.
Thank you, Kaipo. Kika, first of all, parabéns, congratulations. A come-from-behind victory. You become one of the few European women that have won this event, and only the 4th Portuguese one. How does it feel to come out of the water, cheered, your dad Joe here, your younger brother Jamie? Talk to us through it.
I don't even know what to say right now. I'm mind blown. I came here as a wild card, and I'm super thankful for the opportunity. I don't know, I just had a feeling like I honestly was going to win this contest. Like, everything's been going perfect each heat, and the score's been just building. I don't know, I was just feeling confident, even though on the final, like, I fell on the inside, but I knew I could turn it around, and yeah, I guess I did it.
After your first year on the Challengers, now you don't even have to do the regional events because of this, you get a seat into those Challengers. What's changed, though, with the Portuguese women, both the success that you and Teresa Bomolo have had? What's happening in that European country over there?
I don't know, the level's just so high, and I'm so stoked to be competing on the European, and, you know, there's so much level, and I've been growing so much throughout these past years. And I'm super stoked. I don't even know what to say right now. I just want to thank all my family for the support, my sponsors, and my amazing coach, Rodrigo Souza, who's came all the way from Portugal to support me. And I'm thankful.
You still have one more years in the juniors, too. And I was thinking about it. There hasn't been a back-to-back World Junior Champion on the women's side. Could we see you come back to this event next season?
Hopefully. I didn't do the events because I didn't have time. I've been just...
It's all good, Kika. Parabéns. Congratulations. Go enjoy this moment with your family. Kaipo, our new Women's World Junior Champion, Francisca Kika Veselko.
Congratulations. And the men's final is up and running. Jarvis Earl from Cronulla, the goofy foot Australian, strikes first, and that's going to be the first number, Pete.
Good start. Nothing major there, you know, mid-size wave. I think we've seen those major set waves don't have a ton of scoring potential. They're moving off the reef and going into the beach break, very difficult. So you kind of have to meander through it and find yourself a piece of the reef that you're going to connect with and get those 3 or 4 solid turns and get that major finish, which is where we see the big numbers coming from. Again, just a nice even keel start. Not going to be a major number, but you know, getting the ball rolling.
Yeah, and Jarvis is capable of major numbers. Quarterfinals, Jarvis put down the highest single wave score so far in competition, a 9.93, near perfect for Jarvi. 5.5 is his start. Priority and attention shifts to Levi Slauson. Here's Slauson on the backhand. Skitters through a backhand bottom turn. Sharp turn off the top. Long arcs. connecting in between. The double up on the inside, attacks that lip, and needs to stay in front of it, does so. High risk finish.
Straight up vertical hit adds difficulty to that maneuver, especially when it's a big closeout hit like that. He's on sharp eyes. You've got Channel Islands underneath the feet of Jarvis.
Yeah.
So, these top juniors are even riding the globally renowned boards of Sharp Eyes, Channel Islands, Mayhem we saw a lot of.
Yeah, Jarvis is on a 5'9", 18 3/4, 2 1/4 Fever model. Earlier in the week, he was riding the squash tail version. Right now, he's on the round pin.
Yeah, and he's loving the round pin. And again, you don't really have to change. You could have the same dimensions and just change the tail design and get a little different feel out of your board. And for the bigger stuff, the pintails tend to be a good call. Gives you a little more grip, a little more positivity off the bottom and through your snaps. Same thing for Slauson on a rounded pin.
Yeah, Levi on that sharp eye round pin. Day one of competition in the opening round. Got a ding in the tail, had that fix since then, and looks like it's working just fine.
Yeah, it sure is. I mean, it's interesting that he's still utilizing the same equipment. He really hasn't stepped up and gotten a little bit bigger at all. He's still riding his normal shortboard, even though the waves are a lot bigger today. That's that vertical tag off the top. Perfectly timed, really, and it had a bunch of foam in the face, too, and he was able to really stay positive and connected on the equipment as he went through that maneuver. Here's a replay of Jarvis's first wave. Ended up coming in at a 5.5, and again, just those mid-sized waves are going to give you more opportunity to string turns together. But again, first wave of the set, going to have to work through all those little bumps. It's almost better if you can find wave number 2 or wave number 3 with a little smoother face.
Numbers in for Levi Slauson on the paddle back out, a 6.67. Here's all the numbers, a couple of 7s in the mix.
There you go. Advantage to Levi with the 6.67. That's a keeper score. Depending on what happens with, the sets and where you can find your waves. We've added an extra 5 minutes in these finals, so 35-minute final. Still 2 waves that are scored.
I've been calling it the Tom and Jerry approach, Peter, right now to on this finals, especially in the afternoon. A little cat and mouse that you have to play. Big sets coming through, sneak in, get those mid-sized ones with more scoring opportunity. What do you think? I
would say that that's the case. I mean, again, the waves that are going to have the best quality are those mid-sized set waves. You want them to be big because they're going to get big scores. You're going to have big sections. But if you get one that's too big and it's just too sloppy, you can't do the maneuvers. It's just too difficult. Whereas you can get that nice size set wave that's going to give you that clean face. So it's like wave number 2, or hopefully there's a set that comes. It's just not major sets, but we're still seeing this swell growing, not only in size but in consistency. So yeah, you're gonna have to play a little cat and mouse.
Earl with priority coming from Cronulla. A lot of good surfers coming out of his region, especially goofy footers. Mark Ocalupo, Richard Dog Marsh, Connor O'Leary. Tell us a little bit about Cronulla.
Well, Cronulla, another one of those places on the coastline, very close to Sydney, right there. They consider it basically Sydney. It's one of those beach breaks that has a very legacy-orientated group of surfers that came out of that region. Mark Ocalupo, Richard Dog Marsh, some great surfers from that region. Connor O'Leary now, this is what Jarvis is looking up to, is guys like Connor O'Leary.
Talked to Jarvis's dad, and he also said that although originally from Newcastle, it's the residence of our good friend, cool hand Luke Egan, and Luke has been a mentor for Jarvis, so I'm sure Luke's proud watching right now. And we know Luke Egan, not only an exceptional surfer, but a very, very smart surf coach.
Yeah, and he comes from a board building background, so he's really in tune with equipment, and I think that that's something that as a coach, to be able to have that experience, his dad's a long-time shaper, so he's been working around the shaping room and understands equipment and is really interested in it, plus all of the experience he's had over the years, competing, winning events over the years, and coach commentary. So if you're around the sport, you end up knowing a lot.
Here goes Jarvis late there and caught a rail, so a little priority error for the Australian. Hands it over to Levi Slauson. Now Levi just needing a fractional score to get up in the lead.
We'll say that fatigue is going to play a factor here. That those first 2 heats this morning with the swell pumping like this, a lot of paddling, the emotional stress, it starts to pay a toll on your body. Yes, these surfers are very fit. But the falls always tend to happen a little bit more later in events, and especially when you're surfing 3 or 4 heats in a day, that fatigue factor does play in.
Levi Slauson wants to replicate his semifinal performance where he surfed to an excellent heat. Levi with a 9 and a 7.6 in that semifinal. just excellent surfing from the local boy. And I talked about, let's take a look at those top 4 scorers. Jarvis Earl with that 9.93, highest single wave score. Levi Slauson also in that top 4 conversation with that 9-point ride that he surfed to in that semifinal.
And it's just interesting. You got Cleland also with one of the highest numbers, and Cowley, and those are the 2 surfers that were in form throughout the entire event. And then come to finals day, these 2 were giant killers. Were able to get through those draw, get themselves into this final, and an opportunity to be a world champion.
The parking lot has been filling up with supporters from Encinitas. They're glad to see a local boy in the final, Levi Slauson. What about just the energy that you're seeing from the local crowd here rooting behind their local surfer?
I will say that as competing in your local event at your home break when you have major events like this is so nice. It really is to have that crowd support, because you're walking down to the beach, everyone's like, yeah, you're going to do this, and then you feel that energy. It pumps you up. Even though you may be kind of a little fatigued going into this final, you're going to take that energy and soak it in. The experience of the lineup, knowing and what the best waves look like is so super comfortable. There is a level of stress, though, wanting to perform at such a high level. But at this point, he's in the final. Everyone's going to love him. But now is the time to tap into that energy of the people on the beach and pull it together and get yourself the win.
Well, he does have the single highest wave score, Levi Slauson, with a 6.6. We see a patient Jarvis Earl there, sitting a little bit off of the peak, being under priority. What do you think about that play?
Well, it's good for those major sets. I mean, you don't want to take them on the head. And if you're away from your competitor, you try to slide away, you can get opportunity. You pick up some waves on the side there, and you never know if Levi's a little too deep because he's sitting kind of deeper on the reef.
Yeah, look at that.
You pick up a nice wave off to the side there.
The view as we sneak through there, that's the view from the Australian camp, all getting behind Jarvis Earl. There's a few Irukandjis here. That's the name of the Australian surf team, by the way.
Which is an indigenous name, right? They've got dances and all sorts of cool stuff that come with that. They embrace the indigenous culture over there in a big way. It's kind of cool, especially the surfers.
Yeah, Irukandji being a deadly jellyfish that's found out in the barrier reef.
Is he going to do the sting like a bee again?
I'll bring you some stuff, Pete.
Do it. Bring it.
Here's a set, and this is what we're talking about, the cat and mouse game. Just stretching all the way across, and there's just no opportunity there. So you're just going to have to endure these closeouts and these wash-throughs, and then kind of dart back in, get back on the ledge, and find those medium-sized scoreable waves.
Well, with the low tide, too, it's actually kind of making it a little bit more challenging, because that beach break and reef separation is a little bit deeper, but when the tide drops out, it definitely grabs the bottom, especially with the energy in this swell, and it just shuts down. There will be some quality waves on that reef, though. You just got to eye them up.
Levi uses his priority around the corner of the whitewater, carves off the top. Patient off the bottom, stings that backhand re-entry and gets caught up there, goes down. Priority now switches to Jarvis Earl.
Good place on the reef to grab that wave. There was 2 vertical approaches into the lip. Just unfortunately, it had the fall.
It's a 3.17 for Levi Slauson. Jarvis Earl with priority, needing a 4.35 replay of Levi.
Yeah, first turn's nice. And again, the carve, he extends it too. And this one, he's going to go more vertical to showcase variety. Goes straight up there, and it's almost like there's 2 little lips, and you have to throw your board up into one of them. And hopefully there's enough power to bring it back around. Unfortunately, that one there didn't.
Jarvis Earl, double pump off the bottom, big snap off the top. Carves on the rail through a roundhouse cut back, banking into the whitewater. Wave is standing up on the inside with some froth on the face. Lip glide, tail throw, goes complete. He's going to take the lead.
Hammered that section, didn't he? Just accelerated through the maneuver. Good timing, weighted off the bottom. Set it up so he could just hit the lip right as the lip was kind of starting to show its face.
4.35 is his need, Peter?
Yeah, no, it feels pretty good. It feels pretty good that he's going to get the number. Some good surfing there with the outside moves too. But more of a mid-range score. Again, the size of the wave was a little suppressed. Didn't get like that high impact move on the very outside section, which is the most important section. biggest part of the wave usually. And the wave stands up on that reef, and then the beach break, it kind of has a little different feel as you see the replay. Again, like mid-sized set wave. And there was actually a very strong turn on the outside. I missed that one or just wasn't paying attention completely. But then the roundhouse, this port here slows up, and see how he can stall, stays in the pocket, and times it for this move. So strong outside move, strong inside move. This could be the best wave of the heat.
Oh, I think no doubt it's going to be the best wave of the heat. The Australians approve of it. We're still waiting for the number.
You know, now another major set. Slips off the reef, and it's just foam. No open face for scoring potential there.
(7-5) checks in for the Australian. He takes the lead. The local boy, Levi Slauson, now with priority, needs a 6.34 to turn the table.
Well, he's been in this situation today and actually yesterday where he's had some last-minute heroics, so he's used to that.
The judge gave him an excellent score, an 8, judge number 1.
Yeah, that first snap was solid. I didn't register that in my mind at the time, but definitely lots of spray, good speed and acceleration through it.
Well, he's been doing that throughout the day today, attacking the lip, layback hacks, a little bit of tail throws, smooth surfing, but high risk surfing at the same time. That's how he's been getting rewarded.
Ooh, maybe an opportunity here. This one looks like a good size set that's not too big. Maybe slightly too big for where he was sitting. But yeah, tide's dropping. You see he punched through right there. That was Levi with priority.
Priority and patience goes hand in hand for Levi Slauson.
You see on your screen the tides. Not a huge coefficient, you know, 2.5 feet of tide swing.
Yeah, earlier this week we had minus tides in the afternoon, so not as drastic of a change on the playing field. The wind ruffle has affected it a bit, and certainly the swell that continues to increase. Do we think we've seen the swell top out, Peter, or
nope.
Are we going to see more?
No, we've got 2 full days of solid surf. I mean, it's been fluctuating on the outer buoys, where the interval fluctuating from 20 seconds, 22 seconds, all the way down to 15, then back up to 17. So it's like kind of the ocean's alive.
Levi Slauson airdropping into this one, caught on the heels there. Gets around the whitewater to the open face, carves off the top, fades off the bottom. One more time. Ooh. Big, powerful backhand carve on the closeout section late there and goes down. So he's going to lean on those 2 backhand carves for his score. The score he needs, a 6.34. Your initial reaction, Pete?
Not enough. Final move has been very important, although I will say that second snap was beautiful work. I mean, it was explosive and on edge and a high impact move. But the fact that he was so late getting to that final move, it just feels like you got to complete your rides today in the final to get the numbers needed.
Yeah, so it comes in for Levi Slauson as a 4.43. There's another score in for Jarvis, so it's not going to change the situation of a 4.67. So the need remains the same for Slauson, a 6.34. Jarvis Hills just made it back to the lineup and has reestablished priority.
I will say though that even from our peak high tide at 12:30 to now, it's a different look in the lineup. Even though it's not a drastic change in the tide, just that subtleness of the tide swing, it just changed the lineup. I mean, obviously we've got factors of swell building on top of that, but ultimately you can see that the tide has affected it. Add factor the wind as well.
Mm-hmm. The wind, the increase in swell, so a lot of jumbled water at the moment, but still some opportunity. This one peeling off, and we'll see if we got any takers. Answer is going to be no there, so Jarvis Earl continues to hold priority.
You think Levi would need to put another excellent number up here to solidify a win, I think, and get the crowd jump. Because there is definitely, Jarvis has a pretty good crowd here as well.
Yeah.
See, let's watch this second maneuver here. This one, pretty nice, the carve, but this pocket and the way he drives through this move, digs it right in. Just a little late to get that finish. He combos that one up. We see the number match there. Most likely would have turned it.
Here's Jarvis. This is a 4.67, Pete.
Glides up with the first section there, snaps that second one. I wonder what happened here, because
looks like he's on his way.
Yeah, right?
He must have not made the finish. There you go.
Straight up closeout pull in, getting the shot. You never know. You come out of that, next thing you know, you got yourself another excellent number.
Yep. And in the 80s, a closeout tube could get you a magazine cover as well. You like that one, huh?
I did, because I was part of it. I pulled into many a closeout trying to get the shot.
We were all part of it. Us, you know, our generation. You could get on the cover by just pulling into a frontlit closeout. Why not? It's not the case anymore. Surfing has continued to evolve, and now you need video proof that you made the barrel for it to even count. There's the crowd there and the Australian support team.
And I was going to say, there is a bit of Aussies here.
Yeah.
They're right up in front. I would say that the Brazilians are kind of where the game changed as far as support goes around globally. You know, generally you get it in the home country, but around the world now you see that there's a ton of Brazilian flags, a ton of Aussie flags, and the fans come out in full force. It doesn't matter where it is on the globe. And I love that. I think that it's awesome to see fans come down to the beach. Adds to the atmosphere. I mean, these kids are going for a world title.
Levi. Deep off the bottom. Vertical stab off the top. A little bit of a check turn in between. Eyes up the oncoming section. A little busy work here. This wave gets a little bit tapered, however. Inside section. Goes down.
Yeah, he's giving it his 110%, putting everything into it. Didn't want to see that wave go by without every ounce of point potential being utilized. Unfortunately, there, that fall at the end probably won't change much for him. Definitely won't be the score needed.
So we'll be waiting for that number 6.34, and the feeling in the air is that that last wave for Levi Slauson was not enough to gather that score of a 6.34.
And now he's got to paddle through some heavy water.
Rolls in on the white water. Jarvie looking down the line, lip glide, big one, clears that section. Wave stands up on the inside, carves it around, banks it back in the white water, needs to hang on there, unable to do that, getting swept off his heels, Jarvis Earl.
So hard to do, to navigate all those bumps on the lip, and he did it with just such great flow. He just unweight, just lets the bottom of the board just skim across the top, comes down, and then again the huge roundhouse cutback, but just not enough speed off that cutty to get punch off that lip to get out in front of the flats, and just it chased him down the avalanche.
It was nasty water, that white water.
That
as well.
whole wave
was super unstable.
Yeah, and so again, those are the wind affected moments that are happening.
Now you can see on the paddle back out though, Levi Slauson did get cleaned up a bit, so he is behind Jarvis Earl, so Jarvis can't regain priority and continue to control the heat.
Yeah, that's going to be a moment too. I mean, depends. As you watch this again, watch how much chop is on that section there. He just unweights and glides down, and then again all this chop on the face, trying to get some grip. Just not enough speed on the cutty to get out from underneath the avalanche. Swallowed up. Beautiful first turn and first attempt here, and then this wave starts to flatten out. You saw that little hitch of the rail on the bottom turn, which slowed him up, and then he's just trying to regain some speed throughout this wave, and it just never quite came together. It did improve his situation as far as the total goes, but wasn't able to turn the heat.
Yeah, 4.93 was the last for Levi Slauson, requiring still the 6.34. Earl with the lead and priority at the 8-minute mark. So the Australian in control of the situation, Peter.
That's what you want. 8 minutes to go. He has priority. still, you look at the totals, 13 points, pretty solid two-wave total, but not safe. You know, considering a 6.3, which Levi has been able to produce those numbers all event long.
Yeah.
So he needs to add more points.
Levi's last heat came in at a 16.6 two-wave total. So the numbers are there, but here's Australia on fire. Throws the tail there. Nice snap for Jarvis Earl. Clean carve off the top. Needs to finish it. Lip glide, impact, and that is going to be really hard to ride out of. And he stands up through it, but right on the borderline of a make. What do you think, Pete?
I would say, considering how crazy that was, we'll give it to him.
Okay, let's see if the judges give it, and we get one more look at it.
Look at this turn here, how he compresses in the lip, gets all tight to his board, glides it up and over. The beautiful arc here, and then watch this. Completely disappears from view, somehow holds on. That's a make, dude.
That's a make.
That's a make.
Let's go. All right, well. On the paddle back out, and Jarvis Earl this is what it's about. This is what, you know, when you look at the World Juniors, you got to know the names that you know. But to me, it's just as impressive, if not more, about the names that you don't know and the new crop that you learn about here in an international competition.
So true. It really is. I mean, and that's what I get excited about coming in and calling these events, is that you're looking at the future and you're looking at these surfers that you don't know as a household name.
And isn't it cool? And isn't it cool that we could be 3 years from now calling Jarvis Earl in a CT? And he deserves to be there because he just dropped a 9.5.
Crazy.
Jarvis Earl with a big lead and puts Levi Slauson into a combination.
Wow, with 6 minutes to go. That is exactly what Jarvis wanted to do. And you know what happened there was that moment where he was able to keep priority over Levi.
Yep.
And got the choice of wave, and that was the choice that he took, and sure enough.
Yeah, because he had a couple lackluster waves, that 4.67, the 4-point ride. 4-point ride, he was able to kind of kick out earlier. Levi getting caught inside, regained that priority and found that wave. But then, you know what? It's the 3 Ps, Peter. It's the paddle, it's the pick, and it's the perform. He picked a good one.
Trademark that one.
And
there,
then he performed, because that was a big finish.
The 3 Ps, Coach Kaipo. But I was talking to Brent Power in regards to Jarvis, and you know, he saw at a very early age this kid's potential. He's been riding for the Channel Islands team now for a few years, and one of the things that he said about Jarvis that he brings to the table is this amazing variety. He's able to tick all the boxes. He's got a good air game. He's obviously got the carve game going on. He's not scared to tag the lip like this. He's able to do, you know, frontside grabs. He can do rotations. You can do them on the backhand grabs.
I'm saying, since we're at Seaside, that was the glue foot factor right there for the finish.
You like that? It was pretty glue foot. I mean, considering that he completely disappeared from view for like almost a full second before he came out.
Yeah, that's
an excitement factor. It's almost like he tried to do it.
Here we go.
Houdini act.
Look at our top wave scores, and Jarvis Earl with a 9.93 and a 9.5. So there's should be, if he goes on to win this World Junior Championship, there should be no argument at all that he deserved this win, because he's the top of the heap right here.
That's so true. And you know what? He saved it for finals day is really what it comes down to. I mean, yeah, he got through and surfed well on the preliminary days, but there was other standout surfers. They got bigger numbers and consistently got bigger numbers. But when it came to finals day, he showed up. Same thing with Slauson. Both these guys showed up on finals day in a big way, took down some of the the outstanding surfers from the earlier rounds. And here, proving himself an excellent heat number, 17.00 as of now. Still has 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go, but that was amazing.
Yeah, and also when we look at the clock and the probability of a comeback by Levi Slauson, the probability diminishes given that Levi needs 2 waves right now to regain the lead.
Yeah, it's nearly impossible, really. I mean, you think about it, with this length of the wave, if he's going to get himself something in that, excellent range, which is what he needs, he has to have that inside, section used.
Yeah.
And then the paddle back out, it's at least 2 minutes.
Yeah. And, just mathematically, it's a tough one, because Levi's going to need, even if he gets a 10, he's going to need
a
7.1. There's Levi getting the news from the beach. and not the news that he's going to want to hear right now.
Yeah, like that point, you're like, ooh, that's not what I wanted to hear. You would have thought maybe I had a chance. What do I need, a 9? But nope, you need 17, which is you can't do on one wave, unfortunately, Levi. But what a performance, really. I mean, I'm not going to take it away at this moment in time, but like Levi impressed in a huge way. You know, made his mark really at this event.
Oh, certainly. And giving him some, you know, some momentum and some confidence coming off of, you know, a tough year on the Challenger Series. Here we go with Levi Slauson rolling into this one. The local boy with the long bottom turn. Hooks off the top. Wave stands up again. Combos it up. Lip glide float. And falls off the back.
Well, there's a major string of regional events coming up. You know, at the end of this month, we've got Pismo Beach, which is a QS 3000. Then we head into Morro Bay, which is a QS 1000. Another event on the East Coast. But then there's 2 back-to-back. As we watch this replay here, I love his backhand carve. He really extends that back leg. And there it gets nice and compressed. But I feel like, you know, hey, he's been jumping off the lip now on that end section probably 10 times today. And it starts to get tiring.
Yeah. And he had a big battle, you know, with Eli Hanneman in the semifinals. So that took a lot of energy out of Levi Slauson, where Levi performed, you know, to an excellent range. Like I said, a 16.6 two-wave total. But he's got to be proud of his performance. But it is going to be their Australian that's going to take a world title, Pete.
It is. You're right. But yeah, just to mention, there was back-to-back 3000s, one in Dominican Republic and then also one in Barbados. So Levi, you know, 1 spot away from earning the wild card guaranteed. But like I said, his surfing and his momentum going into this, you know, really the biggest part of the regional season, he's going to be fine.
Yeah. Well, we haven't had an Australian junior champion since 2016 when Ethan Ewing won that junior title over at Kiama, and it looks like the cup for the men is going to go back down under.
Wow. 30 seconds to a dream come true for Jarvis Earl. Has priority, has the lead, has a combination lead, and this could be his ride. Nope, not going to get it. His victory lap didn't quite happen, but hopefully he gets it.
He's going to have a victory lap, and we're going to celebrate. And you know what? Everyone over in Cronulla is probably tuned in and celebrating as well.
Oh, it's mid-afternoon there.
Yep. 9:58 a.m.
Oh, mid-morning.
Mid-morning.
Having a cuppa.
Cheering at the local surf club, Cronulla Board Riders. And in the morning, where they're going to see a young goofy foot that they should be proud of because he's a new world champ.
Really cool. Great sportsmanship by these 2 surfers, and what a performance they've been able to put on for this day. Such mature approaches, you know, from the juniors. You know, generally with this swell this size, you would think that they look like juniors, but they don't. They, you know, the men and women put on world-class performances, and that's really, really cool to see that these youngsters have been able to put it together.
Jarvis Earl, your 2022 World Junior Champion, and the 18-year-old from Cronulla came to California with a dream, and now his dream has been fulfilled. The look on the face is priceless, and the feeling is the best feeling in the world.
Oh, that smile's not going to be gone for a week, 2 weeks, maybe even a month.
He's going to be riding this high for a couple of days here, and look at the feeling there.
He can't wait to get to the beach, can he? Give me that chair. Oh, look at it. It's just all teeth.
Came here. He had to sacrifice his favorite board. His original CI Fever got repaired, yeah.
But it was back
up
today.
Beat up. I mean, he's there are a couple casualties on the way to Jarvis Earl's world title, and here he goes.
Oh, there it is. The Round Table Fever. You know, it's the same board, just in a pintail. As the crew, all his boys, so excited. And this is the chair, world champion. Got a hug.
Gotta get the flag.
Give me the hat.
Get the hat. Get the shades. Get used to it.
First things first.
Jarvis Earl. Now with the champion approach with Ozzie Barry and Joel Vaughn cheering up their fellow Aussie. So Team Australia coming over here and making an impact.
Really cool to see.
Give them another world title. Why not?
And there was a pretty heavy, look at, there's Ozzie Barry, right? Oscar Barry, Oscar. Secured a spot on the 2023 Challenger Series, which I think, on top of the prize money and the world title accolades, that's probably one of the best.
The ticket onto the Challenger Series is going to be a big one for Jarvis Earl. So,
well, they start off the season in Australia.
That's right.
Got the Gold Coast and then the Sydney Surf Pro. So ultimately, that's the place he's going to start in his own backyard. And who knows? He might get himself, some opportunities in some of the Aussie events as a World Junior.
Hey, you get this. There's wild cards still yet to be decided when we get to Australia for the championship tour. So great point here, Pete. But we can see Jarvis getting showed up. Great sportsmanship out in the water, and it's been a wonderful event. It's been a wonderful visit here to San Diego. What an accommodating place. Best Western's made us very comfortable. And SAMBAZON, thank you for all of the acai bowls that we have been enjoying throughout this event. So that's it. We got world champs. We crowned our world champs. This has been it. It's incredible. We got one for Portugal. Francesca Veselko Kika is going to take that world junior title home to Portugal. And Jarvis Earl is going to take that world junior title back to Australia, Pete.
You get to put that big cup on the phone or on the plane. I heard that going down, so we had to go to that on camera for sure. That's what the chants that they have. What is the name of them again?
The Irukandjis.
Thank you. That's the Irukandji war cry.
Hey, it's stinging all over the place. and Jarvis, this is a good feeling right now. And write down the name, or now everyone knows the name. Jarvis Earl has shot a flare up into the sky for the surfing world to pay attention. And let's get the reaction from Mitch Salazar. Take it away, Mitch.
Ladies and gentlemen, here with your new World Junior Champion, Jarvis Earl. Jarvis, you dropped two of the highest waves in the event in finals day, a 9.5 in the final. One of the most incredible turns we've ever seen. Talk to us through that final up against your best friend, or your good friend, Levi Slauson.
Yeah, Levi's been ripping all events. I knew it was going to be a good final, and I stuck to what I've been doing all event and finished strong on that big lip line and came away with the win. I'm so stoked.
And talk to us about the influence and how it affected your performance switching to the round tail pin Fever CI. It looked great out there.
Yeah, I was on my Channel Islands Fever round tail this morning because the swell bumped up a bit and it felt really good. It was just holding nice through my turns, and yeah, it's been good all day.
Congratulations, Jarvis, World Junior Champion. Kaipo, we got another Aussie up here.
Yeah, we do. Congratulations to our World Junior Champs. Show's not over, however. We got more. We got the WSL post show coming your way after this break, along with the awards presentations to make it official. We'll be right back at Seaside after this.
It's in its prime. I'm not talking telling on a homie when I'm dropping dimes. It's a dub, it's a trade. Now I'm going all American. I can name 3 different players that I'm better than. I'm an all-star.
An epic finish to the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western Seaside Reef in San Diego, California, showing off for the best young surfers in the entire world to get a chance to prove that they deserve that title of world's best. And we saw it today. AJ McCord alongside Peter Mel, Rosie Hodge. We throw around the word epic a lot in surfing, but I feel like this event, this day, that word's deserved.
That's right. The surfing was epic. The venue was epic. The fans were epic. Your crew was epic. And you know what? The scores were epic.
Yes,
so
they
of course,
were.
Epic works just fine for me.
Perfect.
Yeah, this was, it's been such a great event. I think we've unveiled some new talent. We've just have a snapshot into the future of surfing. I'm so impressed. On the women's side, it was amazing to see someone from Europe take out that World Junior title. On the men's side, Jarvis Earl, I mean, that guy's got the biggest smile I've ever seen, and it grew about 20% once he won that world title.
It's good he has good teeth, huh?
Yeah. Everyone is all smiles over on the podium, where we will find Encinitas' own Chris Cote for the awards to officially name the SAMBAZON World Junior Champion.
Thanks, team, and thanks to all of you for coming down to celebrate surfing. I gotta say, that was an incredible week here at Seaside Reef. Let's hear it for all of our competitors out there. The future of surfing unfolding in front of our eyes, and the future looks bright. This is the final stop of the 2022 WSL Pro Junior Series. The winners of this event are world champions. They also clinch a spot in the 2023 Challenger Series. And again, we want to thank San Diego, the fans, and all of you down here who have been putting in the hours all week, cheering these surfers on. Thanks to the waves. That was one of the best weeks of waves we've seen here in a long time at Seaside. So thanks again for showing up and giving your support. This is a very special break. We are rooted in surf history here. A lot of champions coming out of this area. And so I think the ramifications after the youngsters watching what the world's best can do out here, you're going to see a lot more great surfing coming from Seaside Reef. So thanks again to these surfers for putting on the example for the youth of Seaside. And we want to open this ceremony by formally recognizing that Encinitas is the traditional and unceded home of the Payo Masi Wisham people. And they're also known as the Lusueño. There's 7 bands of Payam Kawisham, Palma, Paula, Rincon, Pachenga, San Luis Rey, La Jolla, and Soboba, all located within today's San Diego and Riverside counties. The Payam Kawisham people also acknowledge that prior to its name Encinitas, this land is shared territory with the Kumeyaay, and we thank them for their ongoing presence and participation in this event. And of course, we always like to pay our respects to elders past, present, and future. We want to thank SAMBAZON, Best Western, Sports San Diego, Board and View, Pura Vida, San Diego, and Red Bull. And once again, to all the Seaside locals for their hospitality, the Encinitas board riders, the lot trolls. Thank you guys for making all these surfers from around the world feel welcome here at Seaside. Can't thank the parents enough for raising such wonderful young surfers. And of course, the crews that travel the world to help these surfers along the way. Thank you so much for what you've done for the future of our sport. I want to introduce the WSL Deputy Commissioner of Tours and Competition, Travis Logie, and the Head of Tours and Competition, Jesse Miley-Dyer. WSL brought out the big guns for the juniors. This world title is being won right here. And now, it's time to introduce the finalists for the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. We're going to start with our women's runner-up. Let's hear it for San Clemente's Sawyer Lindblad. Sawyer, what a week of surfing. You proved to the world that you are one of the best to do it. Coming from San Clemente, you're just 20 minutes up the road. What did it mean to you to compete here basically in your backyard against some of the world's best.
Yeah, it was really fun. I love this wave, and I was just really happy that they ran the contest so close to home, and yeah, I'm really happy with my performance.
Let's hear it for Sawyer Lindblad, runner-up. And I know this is going to be a big round of applause for our hometown hero, your runner-up for the men's division. Let's hear it for Levi Slauson! Levi, what a show you put on for the hometown crowd. Your friends and family out there supporting you all the way. Hey, you proved that Seaside Reef produces champions. What did it feel like for you to compete and put on such a great performance in front of your friends and family here at home at Seaside?
Yeah, it felt amazing. This whole week was such a pleasure to be here, and yeah, getting to see everybody, of course, surf good. That was the biggest thing for me down here, was just to have everybody here finally. And yeah, like I said, I grew up here. I learned to surf here, and you know, of course, I wanted to win for the hometown, but man, that was maybe the most smoked I've ever got in my life out here. So yeah, that was a crazy final. I didn't really know what was going on, but I'm super happy for Jarvis. He's an amazing kid, amazing surfer, and yeah, I'm just looking forward to the rest of the year now.
What a launch pad for these young surfers to take on the world in 2023. Let's hear it for our runners-up. I have the privilege of presenting a lot of awards, but this one is going to be extra special. For the first time ever, we're crowning world champions right here at Seaside Reef in Encinitas, California. To start us off, your women's winner went hard all week long in incredible waves, put up huge scores, coming all the way from Portugal. Give it up for Francisca Vaselko! Francisca Vaselko, has it sunk in yet? You are a world champion. What does holding this trophy mean to you?
It means everything. I'm so stoked to be here. I want to thank WSL for the wild card. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. Yeah, the waves were firing. I don't even know what to say. I have so much support here. My dad, my little brother, Jamie. And thank you to my coach, Rodrigo, that came all the way from Portugal to support me. And I can't believe I'm a world champion. Thank you so much. Let's go!
And I will say, watch out, Challenger Series. Vaselko's coming for you. And now, all the way from Cronulla, Australia, your world junior champion. One more time, your world junior champion. Let's hear it for Jarvis Earl. Now, you've had that smile coming in from every heat, but you had to work for it just now. What an incredible showing. Going up against the best surfers on the planet, under 20 years old, coming out on top. You are a world champion, Jarvis. You did it right here at Seaside. I can tell you're on top of the world right now. How do you feel?
Yeah, I don't even know what to say, but it's been a great event. I've come up against so many good surfers. It was good to come against Levi in the final, the local guy. He's been ripping all events, and yeah, I was stoked. I got a couple good ones and came out on top.
Well, the world is in for a treat when Jarvis Earl gets out there on the Challenger Series. All four of these surfers with a huge future ahead of them. Remember these names. These are the surfers that will be taking over the world soon. Let's hear it one more time for our champions. And now we give Seaside Reef back to the locals. Make sure whatever you brought in, bring it on out. We look forward to bringing you more action all year long. On behalf of the WSL, thank you for watching, and hopefully you are inspired to get out there and go surfing yourself. We'll see you soon.
That smile just contagious when you watch those prezos. They're just, it immediately comes to a smile because you know how hard they worked all week long, ending with today's finals, Rose.
Yeah, I love that. I think it comes down to that presentation where it all starts to settle in and you recognize these are our world champions. They're going to get a slot onto the Challenger Series. Like, they have fast-tracked themselves. Their profile's going to explode. I'm excited to see what they do with that opportunity.
Well, you think about Jarvis and how his smile has been. You know, like, he's the first one I think I've ever seen where he wasn't in shock that he won. He was just straight up enjoying the moment right away, which is pretty cool.
It's awesome to see. Speaking of awesome to see, if you missed any of the finals, let's show you how they ended up on the podium, shall we? The women's finals up first. A good one between Kika and Sawyer Lindblad. What was your biggest takeaway here, Rosie?
Yeah, Sawyer was amazing, but I feel like Vasilko just came out and just had that upper edge when she was attacking the end section. Sawyer did some beautiful turns on the rail. There was moments of brilliance from her. She started off super strong, but it was Vasilko, Pete, like, her backhand is, I mean, I can't fault it. Technically so sound. She wasn't afraid to hit that end section either.
That's what you just mentioned, that it was important in this event all week long is getting that finish move done, and she did it in a huge way. Vasilko was not shy about attacking that section. And it paid off, and that's why she is the champion, is because in that final, it came down to those last moves, and it definitely went to Vasilko.
We saw the judges prioritize it all week long. How do you stick the landing, as you would say, in gymnastics? And Francisco Vasilko did it all week long. So you see there, she wins it with a 12-4-7. Sawyer just a touch behind with a 12-3-3. No doubt the first of many times that we are going to see these ladies compete deep into competition. But Vasilko with the fast track, like you mentioned, Rosie, to the Challenger Series. All right, the men's, you want to talk about a stick. My goodness, there were some sticks in the men's finals that all of us were holding our breath for. Let's get into it. We had Jarvis against the local boy, Levi Slauson.
All of our picks went down except for one person, the Levi Slauson. That was Chris Cote picking the local boy, and it was a good pick because he served amazing all week long. Finals day, put up big numbers, and really, he beat the informed surfer that he was going to, Kaoli Voss, who I thought was just not going to go down at all today, especially when the waves were as big as they were. But you think about the approach that he had with that backhand. You use that vertical stab in the lip all week long, and it fetched big numbers.
Well, I think both of these finalists so well deserved. They run through the competition. I mean, who they had to take out in the semifinals. We picked Kaoli Voss as a favorite, as well as El Cleland Jr., and that's who Jarvis Earl had to beat. And it was amazing to watch his run and to see him build in the final.
He did. He had so much variety in his surfing as well. He stepped it up on finals day. I mean, he surfed good in the preliminary rounds, got it done, but on finals day, he stepped to another level.
He really rose to meet the wave, is what it felt like. We got some epic conditions from Seaside, and Jarvis right there going blow for blow with the ocean. And that Aussie crew, we know they travel so incredibly well. Root for each other along the way. Jarvis, gonna see a lot more of him, I think, through the Challenger Series. Here you have it, that 9.5. I saw his mom watching that 9.5 wave where we were all going, is he gonna make it out? And she's just like, but he made it. And that's why he is your men's world junior champion. A 17-point final. That is unbelievable. So
massive
we've talked.
Total.
It's a massive total, one of the biggest we've seen the entire week.
Yeah.
So, of course, the Challenger Series is where these two surfers are heading, but the Championship Tour not far away. We're going to tell you a little bit about what you can expect when the Championship Tour kicks off in just a few weeks, plus a little bit more about what we saw this week, the future faces of surfing. We'll be right back. Keep it here on WorldSurfLeague.com. Welcome back to San Diego, California, Seaside Reef, where we have just crowned our brand new 2022 World Junior Champions here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. I'm AJ McCord alongside Peter Mel, Rosie Hodge. We have had some fantastic performances, some really good moments from here at Seaside Reef this week, but you just saw the championship tour not far away, and of course we're going to get it started at Pipe in just a few weeks.
Well, and if you think about, we're here at the Junior Championships, these are the youngsters, but their aspirations are to be able to compete at Pipeline for the first of the year. I mean, that's the goal. Ultimately, we're going to get to watch that future unfold in front of us, but the elite is about ready to get started once again.
Whew. We've had a pretty good season in Hawaii so far, Pete.
That we have, yeah. I mean,
couple weeks out.
But generally, I mean, we're thinking, yeah, no, there's plenty of surf. I'll say that. Yeah. So I don't think we're going to have lack of surf, at least fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think so. But we're looking forward to a few weeks from now, a little too far out to forecast. So instead, let's look back, shall we? At the 2022 Billabong Pro Pipeline Competition, we had some performances to remember. Moana Jones-Wong getting the win as a wild card. Talk about coming in with no fear. Hands in the air. She knew it, Rosie.
Not to be cheesy, but this was like a Blue Crush revival. It was following the script of the movie and the arc of the movie. So amazed by Moana. Can't wait to see who the wild card is for this year.
Talk about a movie ending. This guy still not ready for his curtain call. Kelly Slater getting it done. Seemingly as always, Pete.
Well, we talk about his retirement for the past decade, and it hasn't happened yet. And, of course, with this win, extended his year once again. And he mentioned it himself. This was one of the best, if not the best, win of his career. And a lot of it came at his timing, but also the venue. I mean, he is a pipe master. He's one of the most winningest surfers ever at Pipeline, and it continues even after 50.
Yeah, which is unbelievable.
It truly is.
So fun to watch. And these are all going to be incredibly fun to watch. Like we mentioned, gets kicked off in just a few weeks at the Billabong Pro Pipeline. We go straight into the Hurley Pro at sunset. But you look up and down those lists, and there are some really epic spots.
First half of the year is a bunch of veteran-style events that we've had on the tour for a very long time. Sunset's gone off and off, but ultimately, before the cut, those are some legacy events. And then you go back and you look at some of the new events there, Rosie, on the back half of the year.
Well, what I like about this whole schedule, combined men's and women's events at each stop that you're seeing there. So to see the women competing in Pipeline, to see them competing in Tahiti, going back to J-Bay this year, there's definitely some key favorite locations that I'm really looking forward to.
Back to the Surf Ranch once again, and that, of course, is a very different event. Some love it, some don't like it, but ultimately it's actually a pretty cool event.
Yep. It's ultimately one of those spots where we just get to see so much talent. We get to see so much of what surfers can do when the waves are consistent, which we know is a huge part of reading the ocean. We saw that all week long here at Seaside Reef, the conditions changing day to day, heat to heat in some cases for these surfers, especially today where your champions had to surf 3 different times. Let's take a look back at our top 5 moments, shall we?
Well, I'm trying to guess at what they're going to be.
I know, we had so many. All right, how about this? Let's start with Alan Cleland Jr. because this guy, another smile like Jarvis's, just all week long. He was loving it. Here was his 9.43 from the quarters.
And I believe this was at the end of the heat. He had to turn it. He needed a good number here, and he put it together on this one. 2 big vertical snaps, and again, big deep bottom turn, huge snap, and the big finish move, which we've seen very important in order to solidify big numbers. That was it, a 9.43, and one of the best numbers of the event.
And he knew it, too. That celebration. I love the sellies at the end of the wave. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, no, it's good, especially if they're good ones. There's some cheesy ones, but I like good ones.
I like the good ones, too. What about you, Rosie?
Well, I like the fact that he had so much support. I was walking with him through the car park, and it was like high fives and hugs and photos, and like the guy is very popular.
Speaking of popular, Sawyer Lindblad, she's another one who has a lot of really great support. This is her wave from the quarterfinals, an 8.83.
Yeah, coming out of the San Clemente, which is a hotbed of talent. I mean, that's why she's a product and why she surfs so well, is that she surfs with a crew that is just frothing constantly. And you can see it in her approach. So solid on the forehand. She's got a really brilliant backhand. She's got a very bright future.
Very bright.
I think this was the second heat of the morning, this women's second quarterfinal, and Sawyer was the one that really ignited that momentum and that push through to the final. Just really solid stuff, great technique.
This is a guy you're going to see a whole lot more of on the Challenger Series, but we got to give you some of his best moments from here. A near perfect score, and this was not from the finals. This was from quarters.
This
Wow.
was,
Yeah,
I mean,
go ahead, Rosie.
I was seeing shades of John in that first maneuver.
For sure. Like what? Laying the rail over? I mean, you talk about commitment to the rail. That was everything in that one. And then the finish move. I mean, he punched it, jumped off of it into the flats, and glided out of it with speed. That's why it was so impressive.
A 9.93. And speaking of impressive, how about Francisca Veselko? She just was relentless all week long, and especially today in the finals.
I'll be honest, she wasn't in my peripheral. When we looked at the women's heat draw, there were other names that we're so well aware of. To learn of this new talent, the fact that she got a WSL wildcard into this event and to win, like that is like, I mean, she's got to be just so proud of herself. She's representing Portugal. That nation must be going off right now.
Oh yeah, big time. And it's going to help her launch her career even further. She's going to get a lot more support out of that country.
Speaking of support and launching your career, we showed you one already, but Jarvis Earl gets it done in the men's final, and understandably with this wave, Pete.
Yeah, and I was going to say, though, with this final, it was challenging. They're basically battling fatigue. The lineup was getting messy with the wind. We had the swell building. So you had to pick and choose these good waves. It wasn't just like, oh, yeah, I'm going to get a set and I'm going to get the best wave. It didn't work that way. You had to pick and choose through it, move around the lineup a lot, and Jarvis had the best read. That's why he took the win.
Really, really good surfing. And again, I cannot say enough about some of the sticks.
Right there.
Like that one.
Yeah, that was the most impressive, right? I mean, that was basically turned into the 9.5. You hear the crowd on the beach go nuts, and the teeth say it all.
It's a great smile, and surely going to see a whole lot more of it. Excited to see both of these two junior champions on the Challenger Series next season. Here at Seaside Reef, we could not ask for a better week of surfing, and I know we've said it all week long. If you've been watching it at home as a San Diego native, I promise you this was a special week of conditions.
Beyond all of the stars, wearing the jerseys, big star was this reef right here. It came to the party from day one all the way through. We had one lay day, but other than that, perfect conditions all week long.
Yeah, and it's been amazing. I mean, we're going to go to bed tonight. We've got two new junior world champions, and to think about how that is going to launch their careers, I think that to me is a big step in the right direction. We haven't seen an Australian world champion in a long time, so what kind of impact can this guy do?
Or even a Portuguese one for that matter, right?
Yeah, so this
both of them.
new blood, this new talent, these new nations that are coming up and really showing us what they have, it makes surfing so exciting.
It's really cool.
So exciting. Putting the world on notice. The championship tour just a few weeks away. So excited to get that tour kicked off. And don't forget, if you missed any heats, you want to relive any moments, worldsurfleague.com has all of your heat replays. I know I'm going to go watch them back and watch a few, because there are some that just are going to stick with you. Some really good moments. So thank you so much for watching us, and we got some highlights for you to send them to break. But thanks for joining us for the SAMBAZON World Championships hosted by Best Western. We'll see you guys soon.
It is a crisp morning here at Seaside Reef, North County, San Diego.
Waves are absolutely firing. This could be the best World Junior Champs ever.
We have the best surfers on the planet in that under 20 age group.
Kaoli Voss. Now it's showtime for the young Tahitian.
Levi Slauson utilizing that outside section to full effect.
Wow.
You can just see the confidence that Eli has.
We haven't even gone through half of the heat, and he's already going to have the 15 points on the board.
Good flow through that first section. Huge maneuver.
Darren Brooks drops into this one. Up in the lip there. He hangs on.
The performances have been through the roof. To me, best field we've ever seen in World Junior competition.
We are in this elimination round. One-on-one matchups, and the loser goes home.
Kira just attacks it right there, and then staying low so that she's able to ride out.
Janire Gonzalez Extabari on to the round of 16, upsetting Eve Leula Wong.
Sierra Kerr, 917, our biggest score of the event.
As we see Jet, so critical and just nailing it.
Al Cleland teetering on the edge. One more snap. Backhand float, airdrop to the finish.
Cade Madsen with a dominating performance. And so far, the San Clemente Cyclone has come correct. This is day 3 of competition. The world's best under 20 surfers competing for a world title.
So Kali Vaz, highest 2-wave total of this competition. Kate Madsen currently in the lead, but it is a delicate lead. And a buzzer beater for the local boy, Levi Slauson, into the quarterfinals.
And so the sun sets on a flawless day at Seaside Reef in San Diego, California. 48 surfers starting this event with the hopes of winning a World Junior title, and now we are down to just 16 men and women combined.
All systems are go. It's all coming down to this.
It really is a special kind of swell. What better day could you ask for? It's incredible.
The finalists today are going to have to surf through the quarters, the semis, the final.
Sail! Talking about high-level finishes. Eli Hanneman's on a roll, making it into the semifinals. Seaside local Levi Slauson gets past an event favorite and Kali Vaz.
That was a pretty crazy heat. Probably got the biggest wave I've ever seen at Seaside on my head in that heat. I've been practicing for this, and I'm just ready for more heats today.
Jarvis Earl already on a back up, throws a layback half, taking a little bit of a low-high approach. Lip line, landed, smiles at the judges.
So he needs a high 7. Slides the fence. Oh, love the way he grabbed the bottom turn right there. Just a violent finish.
Woohoo! Look at the numbers. It's a 9.43 for Al Cleland Jr.
Sawyer Lindblad in the lead right now, and sad to say that Alyssa Spencer's run is done here. Iska Vasilko has been doing it with power.
And now a chance to win a world title.
Wow, ECD. Levi Slauson into the final.
Throws the air. That was an incredible attempt.
Our new women's world junior champion, Francisca Kika Vasilko.
Jarvis Earl, your 2022 World Junior Champion.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.